and everything, and everybody will be pleased to see us because we're all in cam. So give it a few minutes, guys. Everybody talk. Just talk among yourselves. Are you hyped for episode 50?
Yeah. What I was trying to say before I pressed to talk was the semi-concession I've made to Halloween is I'm all in black.
Nice.
Please forgive me if I'm slow reading stuff because I've had to take my glasses off for this.
Your cosplay, your Sneaky Duke costume is excellent, David. Well done, man.
Yes, the problem is I'm short-sighted and the screen I'm looking at, I may have to peer.
That's not a problem. Sneaky Duke peers around anyway.
Yeah, I might end up having to wear glasses, which I don't know if is that like thingy correct, but
No, that's fine.
Mystical. They have comprehend languages cast on them or something like that. Who knows?
So we're sound checking just now. I'm going to have to get another beer from the fridge in a second. I'm already halfway through my...
I've got one ready.
I've got drinks for the first half lined up and I'm already halfway through them from before. I needed one from a net. I'm like, 3 hour sessions. Do I have enough content for this? Decided if you march through my maps too quickly and we're like 2 hours in and we're like at all the prep work I've done, I'm just going to kill you off. So it's up to you guys.
No, once we get back underground, I can introduce these people to the pleasures of the Underdark.
Very pleased to be playing and celebrating my birthday and Halloween with you guys. I've always celebrated my birthday and Halloween at the same time because of the time of year my birthday's at. It's nice to be doing my 40th birthday with you guys and playing D&D on our 50th anniversary special.
Is this your third D&D birthday or second D&D birthday? We definitely did your birthday last year.
There's at least one, I don't know if it was last year, I think it'd be a year before that because we had that break in between which I think covered my birthday. So episode 23 or 24 it was my first D&D birthday. And you were playing in a bandit camp.
And a happy birthday to you.
And it's
yes,
my birthday
happy birthday.
Cheers, troops. It is my birthday on Thursday. I'm not quite on at level 40 yet, but it is my...
It's almost as close to a level up.
Mm. Yeah. And what you have to concentrate on this is on the word vintage. And pretend it's Dwarven Ale.
I'll maybe do something more official at the start of chapter 2 or at part 2 later on, but I'm dedicating this session to the memory of somebody called Jeff Robinson, who is, he died at only 33, and because we're all older than him now, Tammy, the youngest of us, is 34, we've all made it to level 34 or more, and he was a member of a D&D party I remember I've told you all about the first D&D stream that I watched that got me into playing was roleplay. These StarCraft 2 professional players that had a go at playing D&D and they were playing 2nd edition. The DM Neil was fantastic and one of the players, Jeff, he died at only 33. And I just kind of, it's probably when I was drinking, I was like, oh man, it was really sad. And I always get sad about people that die young, but we've all made it past that. We've all leveled up to 34 or more, and I'm leveling up to 40. So I wanted to dedicate the game to the memory of Jeff Robinson. I'll maybe do it more formally later on. We'll have a cheers and a minute silence or whatever. I don't know, but
yeah, nice touch.
It was what got me into that really made me decide that I should do D&D on Twitch and we should stream that and record that. It's cool. So that campaign, those people is what inspired me to be here doing this. And that guy only leveled up to 33, so I wanted to dedicate my leveling up to 40 in this session 50 to him.
If I could roll for a hangover in real life, I'd be more likely to say yes or no to drinking.
Yeah, me too. I'd have better luck if I was rolling a dice.
So far, it's been natural ones, like.
So what is everybody drinking? I'm on the beer. I got only 3 beers for the first session and 2 other little things. I'm on a beer. I'm on not Corona today, Desperados. That's the one with the tequila in it.
The fine elven wine made from, I think, some kind of mango and tropical fruit. When I say that's like a wine mead type thing, and I have some dwarven ale here for later.
Nice.
In real life, I'm on Desperados and cocktails, these little cans, which are really lovely.
What about the rest of you guys?
Cider. This bloody one tastes like ale.
Oh. A bad dwarven ale, baby. Hey, cheers, guys.
Cheers.
50.
What about you,
50.
Trevor?
I've
I have a couple of bottles of beer.
I have some
in the-
fermented apple juice for later.
Yes. No mushroom wine.
And what did you say? You've got a couple of bottles of beer, Trevor, sorry.
Yes, I have a couple of bottles of beer next to me, and but this is the dregs of the coffee.
Nice. Okay, I got to be happy birthday on Twitch from my man Apache's E Survival. Won't use real names because we use our other names on Twitch. I'm Oliver on here, but yeah, thanks, bro. That's like one of my friends from in real life, Scottish buddy of mine. So yeah, I'm turning 40 on Thursday, man. Would you believe it? Thanks for the happy birthday. Me and the guys are playing D&D to celebrate it. We've done this before my birthday and I loved it.
And
So-
we're on episode 50.
So today is the actual birthday.
No, Thursday.
Thursday.
But this is the weekend still, so it's the weekend that's before my birthday and before Halloween. Don't want to celebrate it
And guess
after.
what, guys? I managed to get 4 out of 5 of us to do dress up.
Hey. Be 5 next time, it will be.
Yes.
We'll get
No, it
Peter's
won't.
strap a fake beard on you at least or something, man. Surely.
A little hat, a helmet of some sort. I always imagine Dado has a helmet.
I have some helmets, but I can't get them to Peter that quickly.
Maybe for episode 100.
And Kiara had to dress in her gypsy finery because I'm a gypsy. I don't have any other finery clothes.
Hey.
Well, you did take some jewellery as part of your share, Kiara.
I did, yes. Have you seen this? This is, I think, lasts until the Titanic.
Was that
Yes,
one
of
of
course
your
not.
kind of above-ground ships?
It must be. It's a while away though. This must last.
Ah.
And then I'm not sure which. I have a colour changing ring, so I'm not sure if this is my ring that I want to put on or not.
Your ears look awesome, by the way.
Are they matching more now at least?
Yeah, no, they look good.
My hair was so much to brush that it's been tied up, and I always imagine Kiara would have it all braided if she was in battle anyway.
Well, on the scale of our whole screen, like, our cams are quite small, so you look really... the ears look good, it looks convincing, like...
Good. Because I may leave them on for the walk down for the second half.
Nice.
We'll see. I have to walk past a good few pubs on the way down the road. So,
As you know, Tammy often plays it from my house, from the other end of the house, because I've got
We're
much better
good-
internet.
we're gonna get drunk,
anyway,
so
she's going to come down to mine and do my makeup for part 2.
yes.
So stay tuned for part 2 where I'll be doing makeup. And
So cool.
just
It's
remember,
so
I've
good.
got the magic of green screen, so we're going to attempt to do something really cool. Should we get ready to warm up for episode 50?
Mm-hmm.
It's episode 50. I'm well happy, by the way, guys. Thanks for playing for me with this long. Peter, you've been with me for 50 episodes, so thanks very much to you especially, first of all.
Yeah.
50 episodes, mate. That's what, we're 3 years yet playing this? Must be, yeah?
Close to, really close to, yeah.
Must be.
It was short. It was after during lockdown we started, so it's 2.5 years.
2.5 years.
So it'll be 3 come like March, April time.
Well, we used to play every week, and then we played every fortnight, and then we had a 6-month break, and then we don't quite play every fortnight, so yeah, seems about right. And Tammy, you've been with me since about episode, what was it, 8? Or was it less? No, 4 or 5. Like 5, I think, 4 or 5.
Quite early.
Yeah, so like more than 4.
My first ever D&D campaign this is, and
Yep.
it's now my longest.
And David, you joined us in about what? Less than 10, wasn't it? About 8 or 9?
9 or 10, I think it was.
9 or 10. And then Trevor, not long after,
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly. I'm just here to make sure Eleonora gets safely to her destination.
I bet.
Well, Eleonora should be rescued when we picked up Stinky Nook, so I reckon you came in only a week or 2 after, so you're from about episode 12, so you're 38 episodes deep. We're all very, very deep in this.
This is also you guys, and this campaign is to thank for the fact that I have been away and done more in real life roleplay. I discovered Call of Cthulhu. I discovered lots of really cool new friends as well, and that all came from this game of D&D.
This is your first game of D&D, yeah.
It's proper special to me, like.
You guys, it's like your 100th game of D&D, so it's nice to be your dungeon master, you experienced players. You keep me on my toes as a lazy DM. Fucking, we know it.
I get to be snobby about the fact that I play 2nd edition, and I play 2nd edition with people who combined have over like 100 years of experience. So
more.
Yeah, thank you guys for that as well.
It's easy over 100 because those guys have 30 plus each and I have 20 plus. Really, there was a lot of years where I didn't play, but I've been at it for more than 20. So I
know. Very lucky to have been my first D&D.
I reckon Trevor and I are likely to hit 40 years playing next month.
Well, there you go. So 40, and David, well, you can't be far behind that, are you?
He's ahead of us.
Ahead of that. There you go. So 40 plus 40 plus 40 plus 20. What's that?
I think it's about 46 for me. Started in 76.
We're more
we
like
started in 79. We started.
It's more like 200 years between us, Tammy, if we include you now.
Yeah, sorry. Trevor's pointed out my mistake. I thought of the year we left university rather than the year we got there. So he's right.
You
it's
started when you got into
coming
uni.
up.
Aye, so Tammy, it's more like 200 years if we include you. It's getting close to the 200.
That's cool. I like that. I have a quick technical question before we start.
Oh, we're having a slow start anyway, don't worry about it.
Where do I find how to share the stream?
What do you mean? Share it where?
So I want to share this stream to like my Twitter and in some Discord.
So just go to twitch.tv/RxOliver and hope.
So I just copy the
username.
username.
Copy that, yeah.
Okay. Oh, sweet. It's as easy as that. Sorry, that was such a dumb question. And
Right.
my bad.
Not at all. I don't know the answer, so.
Oh, another thing as well is thanks
not dumb.
for putting up with all my demands for Twitch as well. Like, you guys listen to me cough and splutter into the microphone while I ask you not to do it and all that shit. So I appreciate you. Do you know what I mean?
Well, sometimes it's better if I think before I talk.
I've got a mute button, and I've been doing it for other things, but anything I press, like I can't do push to talk when I'm streaming with all the cams on, because when I do that window capture thing, for some reason push to talk fucks with that, so I'll just turn away. Anyway.
I'm listening, guys.
Sorry.
So, can we get a brief, because Kiara doesn't pay attention to nothing,
Well,
can we get a little brief recap of where we were?
Well,
Where
okay,
was
so
it?
it's episode 50. You are here. Show this on screen. You guys have not put you on the map, you know where you are. You're in a tunnel between Bayheath and Stonehaven, fighting some bandits that ambushed you there, looking for releasing our money. What we'll always ask is, how many days to court is it before we even look at what time of day it is or whatever.
We have 32 days before
32 days to court. I'll move the map here for any viewers. You have court in Silver Hall in 32 days. At full speed it's what, 3-4 days? Really it's 2 days if you didn't rest. You're not very far away at all, but you are, no, it's more than that actually. But you're looking to go to Rockholm first, and it's underneath Stonehaven. But there's no official direct route. You're supposed to go all the way back to Silver Hall, to then go to Stonehaven. Beneath the Gold Road and go to Rockholm. Darrow wants to get to Rockholm, which is directly underneath Stonehaven, and you've heard there is an old route to get down into that Gold Road via Dragon's Watch Castle ruins. You are here. I'll move the screen back onto the map that you guys are on. Hello, I am back, folks. Sorry.
We've captured them. We can bring them to justice.
Do you consider them bandits, boss?
What else are they?
In which case we can give them justice here.
Tie them up, and I think, or just let them go. We could let them go.
I don't think we've been given authority to deal out justice.
Yeah,
still
like,
in
we're not
battle mode,
the law, But we can't. I can't be arsed. Like, we've got a mission. Can we not just tie them up and leave them here, and we'll tell the sheriff in the next time we get to?
How far are we from the next town?
Well, sorry guys, I'm back.
Well, we're halfway, but
You hear me? Yeah.
We're only a few hours till the next town, isn't it?
Sorry, you hear me, guys? Aye.
Yeah.
Right, sorry. I'm going to take us a quick unpause then. So, the conversation you were having, we'll have that in a moment because I'm just getting back onto screen and everything.
Alright, we're just talking amongst each other, but
Cool. Well, thanks for waiting. I'm doing like, this is episode 50 again, so we're starting at round 3 of combat. Am I right?
Yeah,
Okay.
but we can't see the initiative.
yeah, there's no turn order up yet. Charlemagne is down, by the way.
Right.
He's 22 out of 26.
I've brought up the turn order. I think you just need to do something for it to come up. Hang on.
Oh, I see it. I see it's popped up now.
There's nothing
But
in
Yeah,
it.
there's
it's
nothing.
black.
Yeah, there's not. Oh, sorry, there's
Blanked
nothing
at
on
the
there.
moment.
It's blank. It should come up. Like someday. Oh, we don't know what everybody says, do we?
Should we just roll? Should we just fucking start again?
No.
But Ryan, try just clicking on one of our tokens and add turn. And
Yeah, that's right. That's
sometimes
right.
That brings
That's right.
us all up.
Yeah. So I just added an extra turn for this guy here.
Oh, look who's got the
Let's
best
do it.
initiative.
We're starting round
Yeah,
3,
we
you
can't
know?
see it.
Well, you're at the start of round 3, correct? Yeah.
There we go.
Right, okay, so this is
Oh.
going to be an informal free-for-all when it comes to me speaking to you and speaking to Twitch tonight, guys, because I've not got pushed to talk or anything on. So thanks for the happy birthday, Dirty. We love you. Thank you, bro. Initiatives are rolled. Let's, without further ado, get into round 3 of combat. Kiara, you're first.
Let's go. Kiara Jenkins.
And you've got your
Right, so
darts rolled
big-
for.
yes, and it's just this big boss guy that's left now, isn't it?
Just Billy Big Boss here.
Oh,
He-
right here. Where am
yeah.
I?
We made them roll a fear check or a... What's the word? Morale check, sorry.
Constitution.
Morale
yeah,
check,
yeah.
and he succeeded it by the skinniest balls.
But what is my distance? Let's have a little look.
I think you probably need to run up closer.
Yes,
83, and what is that? So do I need to be 60?
Your max, you can move and then still use your attack is 60.
What's the range of my darts? 190. No, I've just made that up. I completely made that up.
2030, I believe.
10,
So I
20,
think you'll,
yeah. Or maybe 10,
even if
20,
you
40.
move the 60, you'll be at long range.
Let's do it. Fuck it. So,
But isn't
How
that
far?
30, 60, 90 outdoors?
We're not outdoors.
Oh, true, yes. So 10, 20, 30, not
60,
very much.
so
Get in, it's
hold
tunnel,
on.
boy.
And let's go. I measured it. Does somebody want to double check for me? But that's 60, I'm pretty sure. Or roughly thereof.
Maybe even a little bit closer. Yeah, about there.
Which means that I am now 20, within 30. So do I still take a penalty? I'm within 30.
No, what was it exactly to him?
I think it's
Uh,
-5.
26 something.
No, right, it's 20.6, so we'll call that within the 20, so that's only -2, right? 10 to 20?
Yep.
Yep.
Right, let's go.
20.6, I'm generous, so
But then +2 from the prayer and the bless.
that's right. Well,
And
are
I
both of them
get
active?
But do I get 3 turns because it's missiles?
You get this one first, but then it's someone else's turn, and then you get your next one.
But I do get 3 shots this round.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right, sweet, sick. I'm going to try and hit him with this returning dart for a -2, yeah?
No
No,
adjustment
just- no,
overall.
just-
No -2 because you've got +2 as well from the prayer and the blessed spells from Darrow and Eleonora.
6.
Armor class is 6 or better. What's his armor class? He's using a sword and shield now, so armor class is 5.
Oh,
You missed.
I know. Just messed up.
So does that mean the dart doesn't return?
The dart doesn't return and loses its magic.
What? No, I thought they came back no matter what.
No, read the description. If it's
Oh.
a hit, it's magic and it comes back and keeps its magic. If it misses, it loses its magic. Make sure you read the
Okay.
description again. Double check. I might be wrong, but I think that's it.
No, I don't think he's are. That makes me sad.
So
Lose my dart.
it's
And once she realizes it, Kiara may think about
I've been waiting for it.
only
I'm waiting
using
for it
them
coming
at
back
close
to me.
range.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for it coming back to me, and it just went pew and landed, and I'm like,
just realised. So
yeah. So I'll take one of those off. So I have.
it's this boss guy's turn. He'll lose a hit point. Kiara, it's your next start. Now, I do allow melee and missile if you've got multiple 5 feet of movement. So you can move up to 5 feet forward before you take another shot.
If I move 5 feet forward, can I get into melee?
No, you can't.
No,
You can't
you
change
still-
weapons anyway. You're
Can't
still throwing
change.
darts. Yeah.
You'll still be at medium range.
And you'll still be at medium
Right.
range. But after
How-
another 5 feet, you'd be at short range. So it's worth
Well, that's what
maybe
I'm
worth
thinking.
the
Can I
move, yeah.
move to 5 feet? Wait, let me
If,
see.
if you've got some non-returning darts, you could fire one of those.
Can I change part way through?
Well, they're all in the same kind of quiver, aren't they?
No. If you're throwing a certain set of darts, you're throwing that certain set of darts for your 3 attacks. I'm already generous letting you move 5 feet between them.
I know. I was thinking. I appreciate it anyway. Right. Okay. Here we go.
Question from Dirty.
If 5 feet.
Remind me what you're drinking, Peter?
Cider.
Cider, that's right.
No, I need to chill out because I'm getting a bit wavy.
I've almost finished my last beer for the first half.
A little bit wavy. This is quite tight as
Some
well.
Thatcher's
Like.
vintage, I see. Nice. Aye, so you get to move another
right,
5 feet
so
forward, but you've still got the
I've
same
moved-
range.
I moved 5 feet.
Aye, and you've still got the same range if you're taking a shot with your dart. Let me see.
Oh, hold on, because I can't find it.
Should be 15 feet now. Here we go, yeah.
So no minuses again.
Nope. +2, -2, so.
5.
Now, 5 is his armor class, so that is a hit. So you managed to hit Billy Big Balls. Well done. You can roll
Lost one
damage.
damage.
Can I roll damage?
Yes.
Lost one damage.
Yeah. And that dart does
yeah.
come back. So +1
And
on the
it comes
miscellaneous of damage. And that dart does come back and keeps its magic. So keep track of how
4.
many.
Boom, boom.
Keep track of how many of them you've lost. That's 1.
Yeah.
You don't necessarily lose the dart. You can still maybe pick it up as a reusable normal dart, but it's lost its magic. One of them, and one's kept it. What was it? 4 damage?
Yes.
Nice. Okay. That dart sticks into this guy, finds a little spot between 2 ribs and really hurts him, really bleeds him out, and it magically pulls back out and flies back towards you.
That's
Lands back in the
4
quiver.
damage
Yeah.
makes no sense to me.
Yeah, one more for the prayer.
Oh, is it? It's returning +3, so she's
And
rolled a
there's
2.
a prayer, so it's +4 damage before you consider what was the die roll.
Yeah, so it's a 2
Must be
plus
ti-
4.
must be
It's
timed.
6. Yeah. No, it's 2 plus 4.
Ooh.
6. 6 damage. Thank you. Right, okay. So it makes an even bigger hole between the 2 guys' ribs before it flies back out back into her hand.
6
Boom.
damage.
So, Stinky Nook, you have your first attack. That's your right hand, the rapier, right?
But I have no targets.
Where are you? Here, yeah. You've got this guy here.
He's surrounded by dwarves.
He kinda is, yeah.
I
What's
know
this?
those scared ones
what's
are
your
a
move?
threat. I
Your
shall
move?
move. I shall move. Charge towards this guy who's standing there, frozen, and disarm him.
Disarm him, okay. Now he was holding it's crossbows, so it's not bows like the token suggests, it was like crossbows. So disarming his
I
crossbow.
don't want to upset things, so I'll just rip the bolt out of the crossbow, pull his sword out of its sheath, and hurl it behind me. That's just disarm him.
Remind me, we see he's held. You've got hold person on those two guys, right?
Yeah, over there they're held.
Okay. Ogre and Battlehammer.
I think I was rolling for him, wasn't I?
You were indeed.
Where is he? Oh, he's over. He's down here somewhere, isn't he?
He's at the bottom
chap.
of this
there
big
he is.
melee. Loads of dead bandits at his feet.
I think he may as well go and try and hit the boss chap.
The
boss chap's
dead. He's dead, dying.
Not the boss. Sorry, not the boss chap. The other one up here.
The only one that's still going.
Yes. That's just this chap here, isn't it?
Yep.
Might as well try and hit him. Let's finish this.
Finish him. You should.
Yep. Here we go. Let's roll a hit with his warhammer. That's not a very good blow. I tripped over this corpse here. Oh, I get +2 though. I hadn't added the +2.
He's not added the +2. That will be a hit. His armor class is 5.
Right. Oh well, it still wasn't a very good blow.
Still a hit though. You can roll the
I need
damage.
more practice.
That's 1 damage.
And +1 damage. Here we go. It's a good solid blow.
9 damage. Oofed. So that was Ogrim.
After the dart, I think that's quite serious.
Trevor, well done. Ogrim smashes into him with one of his warhammers, and the guy's chest just collapses underneath the weight of it, and the swing like it's crumpled. His chest crumples under the weight of the warhammer. That was the word I was looking for. Now,
Which guy was it?
the last one that was living or still kicking anyway. Now, we've got Kiara 4 there, 4. Alright, I've not changed your numbers on yours, so that should have been a 6, sorry. And this one should be a... no, that was a 5 and that was a 6. So, Kiara, you've done your second shot. Your last one's 6. Yeah, so that should be up here, sorry. Almost missed a turn for you. In fact, Ogrim's had that attack before what should have been your third dart. So, do you want to decide if you're doing anything with your third dart?
Well, so that's what I'm saying. What guy did he smash?
That guy who was the last one that wasn't dead or held or sleeping or scared.
If I throw one at this guy who is frozen or scared, and I miss him, he becomes unstuck, doesn't he?
No, these guys that are scared, no. They'll only fight back if you back them into a corner.
Okay, so I can throw a dart at him.
Aye.
Bit of a long way away though.
Do I still have? I know it's hard to judge scale, to be honest.
You still got.
Well,
you can still move another 5 feet, but it's not going to make a difference. You're quite far away now.
Alright, can I hold this?
Well, no, because it's not the first of your action. You can just forfeit it and don't have to throw the dart if you don't want to. But you
Can I
can't
use it for movement instead?
You can still move the 5 feet, yeah.
Oh, just 5. What if I'm not attacking?
You dogs get tense.
Nah, still just the 5, max.
How far is 5 feet? Well, there's no point.
Just one step forward, really.
Aye, no point. I'll just forfeit this.
Okay.
I'm looking at the dart and thinking, it's not worth it.
Right, okay, so it's Fargo and Battlehammer now.
He will look around for enemies.
There's one asleep on the floor in front of him.
Yeah, so you've got one asleep on the floor here.
An adventurer wouldn't kill a sleeping enemy like that, would he?
Sleeping here.
The
These
scared
guys are
ones.
under the scare spell. These guys have got the hold person spell. Everybody else dead or dying on the floor.
The scared may not be that obvious, I don't know.
Well, they are up against the wall and shaking. Olgrim, are we allowed to kill those ones? I say, pointing over at the scared ones. They're not a challenge, are they? They look terrified.
Who are you asking, Darrow?
Olgrim, my brother, of course.
Oh, I don't think we should just kill them out of hand.
Kill them.
All right.
Whose voice was that? Was that Kiara's?
Well, Olgrim thinks they shouldn't just kill them out of hand.
Bandits.
All right. Darrow, can we kill those ones against the wall there? Is it the heroic thing to do?
I think it would be Darrow's initiative before any reply.
Now they are all held. Nah, they're all held and or sleeping and or scared and or dead, mate. So nah, we don't need to stay in initiative now, if you want.
Okay.
I'm going to
I
real
mean,
time.
it's long enough for these guys to be held and scared that we can deal with them before they come out of it.
Aye, make
yes?
it. Aye, like you've got time to make a decision.
We're going to try to shout to the scared guys to drop their weapons.
They will, so they do so then, because they're petrified.
And I want to tie up the one I slept.
That one here, okay.
And I shall disarm the other held guy, and then call over to boss. Does he want me to cut their throats or tie them up?
Okay, so no rope use proficiency required, Trevor, for Adabakar here, and Slinky Nook, no proficiency or roll or anything required. You can disarm him. So he's tied up. These two are disarmed. These hold person.
So you. Okay.
We're meant to take them in to the guards. How far are we to the next town?
Well, I'll switch back to the world map in a moment then. I need to run to the bathroom again, so that'd be a nice time for a quick 2-minute break, if you don't mind, guys. Just because I'm drinking, the old bladder needs it.
I'm going to put some rice on, but I need everyone to
Nice.
remind me that I've done it.
Right, wait, what, in 10 minutes? Okay, 3:15. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to run to the bathroom, and then we'll go back onto the world map. I'll start loading it up now.
It's sensible to be underground. You don't have all this weather rubbish. I mean, rain. If there's drips off the roof, you know where they are and you avoid them. This rain stuff, it comes down all over the place. It's horrible.
Refreshing. It's refreshing.
I'm told you've got this white stuff called snow.
So I'm just looking at the map,
Nice. Okay.
and I think we've done about a third of the day's journey.
Probably 2/5.
What were we saying?
What
take us-
condition are those carts in that were there?
The ones that were the jam, the ambush that were smashed up on the road, fucked up. Not as bad as the one that the giant smashed, that was yours, but yeah, they're just smashed. They're ruins.
Good. In that case, we'll rip some planks out of them, tie their arms to the planks, and then just put ropes around their necks to lead along in a row. If they fall over, tough.
Okay.
And I need to cure Sneaky Snook, but I'm also trying to do a healing check to stop the bandit from bleeding out.
Right. Okay. Healing proficiency.
Yeah.
Okay, go for it, man. I've still got the dice roller thing up on screen. You can do anything. Anything you want.
I think Eleonora will
Fancy
want to
game.
cure Charlemagne at some point. Before we
Yeah,
head
he's
off.
down. He's only down 4 though. So, and I'm sure. Did we not buy a whack of healing potions again?
Oh, we might as well use one of Eleonora's cure light wounds, I would have thought.
It looks like it locked me out, so I'm waiting for.
Don't worry about it. You're still.
I'm waiting for roll 20 to come up again before I can do the healing check.
Boss,
Yeah.
you may have to do a miracle on him, because I don't think Eleonora's going to want him in her cart bleeding all over the place, and we're not going to be carrying him along otherwise. Get him up to walking again, and he can join the rest of the prisoners.
We could get them to carry him on a stretcher.
You still got.
Presumably you want him alive when we get wherever we're going in Silverhall.
Well, yes, you got to stop him. Got to stop him dying first, but then you could stick him on a
But we want
stretcher.
to know how he knew about Elise.
So you'll need a miracle to get him conscious.
Yeah, something's happening. No, it's back to restarting.
Yeah, we're waiting
Anyway,
on.
as I say, with the rest of the prisoners, what we'll do is just rip some planks out of the wagon, strap their arms, outstretched, so they can't try and work their hands free, and then link the necks with ropes, so they can stagger along behind the cart.
I'll use my rope tying skills to implement your strategy.
Thank you.
We could just kill them.
Seems a little unsporting.
You
Oh,
don't
no,
even
the
need
We've got
to.
to take them for trial.
The thing is,
Dead weight, guys. We're just carrying all this dead weight. Darrow, we've got this mission.
you don't even
Remember
need to.
your dream.
You wouldn't even need to kill them, Kiara. You could just let them die. Yeah, they're like. In fact, let's say that only the leader. Let's say will give him negative hit points and he's bleeding out, and you can torture him or whatever. The rest of them, they're dead by now. By the time you even discuss anything, the rest of them are dead.
Yeah, we've got 7 who are captive.
We're not gonna torture the guy. We're not complete animals, but we have something to do. This is not our problem. Let's tie them up here, heal the guy, tie them up here, tell the sheriff in the next time we're at that they're there, then they can take care of the problem.
We might get a reward.
Exactly.
If we just tie their arms up, they're walking faster than we are, so it won't slow us down taking them. As long as it's not going to slow us down for a trial or anything, as long as they don't want us to stay.
No, we'll just hand them over and they can do what they like with them.
Now, remember, I'm saying only like the boss guy is capable of like being revived and still coming back with you. The rest of them are dead.
Remember, there were loads who were magically.
All right, yeah. So those ones, yeah, they're alive. You can. So, are you taking all them captive that aren't dead then?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're taking 7 of them captive, tying them up so they can't escape in a
7.
row.
So we don't need to go back to that map. Is that 7 including their boss?
You can correct Ryan. You can correct us if my understanding of how things have been is wrong. But my understanding is we aren't allowed to kill bandits outright. We've got to
No, you are. No. It must have been a while since we did it, but no, you're getting paid. If you can just cut off their ear to get paid. They trust you.
Yeah, we did it. We did it one time before where we just took a guy's ear, I'm sure.
Yeah. Now you guys are allowed to just kill bandits. If you know they're bandits, you're trusted by the law to just snipe them, and you get awarded by cutting off their ears and like saying, these were bandits. By the way, there was so many of them. This is so many right ears.
Yeah, but that just doesn't seem very sporting.
I mean, you could technically you could have used that and just go kill 100 innocent people and say, "Oh, these are all bandit ears." But no, you're trusted.
One thing is if they were, I asked them if they want to be treated leniently. How did they know about Elise?
Okay, so you tie them up first so that when they come out with whatever spells you've got them held by, that they're tied up when this happens, when you start questioning them, yeah?
Yeah, or we can easily overpower them.
Absolutely, yeah, I don't need to make you make any rolls or anything to do that. So let's say they're all tied up then. Let's say all the spell effects are worn off and they wake up tied up. And I'll just go a wee ping. You're here in this tunnel. Half of them are dead. Something like half of them are dead, or 2/3 of them are dead, and the rest are alive. The spell effects that had them held or sleeping or scared or whatever are worn off, but they find themselves all tied up. What's happening? Should we go back to that map then?
So Darrow has done he has put some bandages on the healer, on the leader, so he isn't bleeding out. But rather than cure him at the moment, I'll see if any of the other people, bandits, can be persuaded on the promise of being treated leniently to tell us how they knew about Elise.
Right, okay, so you want to pick on another one of the ones that's not dead, and you're going to interrogate him and ask how he knows about Elise. Right, okay, so, to put it fairly simply, after a bit of interrogation, you don't have intimidation or anything as a proficiency, do you?
I'm going to look at the character sheet again, but I doubt it.
Kiara would be sort of
I
standing
do.
behind them.
No, I
With her
do have
dagger.
intimidation. It must be a free one.
I think it is with the champion, that's why I've brought that up. So, can you make an intimidation proficiency check then?
I just have.
1 success. Okay. Yeah, okay, so I'll tell you what you want to know. So you're asking, how does he know about Elise?
Yes.
Okay, so he'll tell you something along the lines of, she's a big job, it's a big score. We're after her because we know that's why there's so many of us, we know she's got lots of bodyguards. We're after that big score, that big load of money, and he looks over at her wagon or whatever, or where she is, down there at the end of the tunnel. Long story short.
And how did you know we were coming?
Everyone knows where you are. You're famous. At least she's got famous bodyguards. You're easy to track down.
Yeah, but
She
where
might be better off without us then.
Yeah, we'll have to tell her. Did you hear? They know about you coming because we're with you.
we're a target for you now.
We would have known about her coming whether you were with her or not, but we know she's coming and we know she's got famous bodyguards. That's why there's so many of us here.
Pity you're all a bit pathetic, isn't it?
And where were you supposed to take her when you captured her?
We're not supposed to capture her. Doesn't matter about capturing her. We're supposed to take our money off her.
And go back where?
Go back home to our families and our children and live like rich men.
Right, so we have families of bandits to deal with as well, by the sound of it, Darrow.
My families aren't bandits. I'm a bandit. My family isn't bandits. My family's had good women and good children. I'm a bandit feeding my family through banditry. Don't call my wife a bandit, my children bandits, just because that's how I
all
feed
your
them.
Possessions are from banditry, so obviously, so they need confiscating.
My children need fed.
Then you should have got an honest job.
How honest
Who
is yours,
recruited
mister?
you?
Mister, and he looks at you with your sneaky mask and your sneaky goggles. How honest is your job?
I fulfil the job which I'm paid to do.
So do I.
No less.
So do I, until
Which
you got in the
includes
way.
dealing with bandits.
Yeah, well, so
Much
do I.
to do
Which
with this bandit, boss.
mine includes dealing with bodyguards.
Yes, but you're a thief.
And what are you?
I'm a scout.
Stop arguing with them.
Permission
Let's
to deal
get
with this
going.
bandit, boss. I say, drawing my dagger.
Let's just get going. Drag him along with us.
Wait, Sneaky drawing his dagger and asking what... You're asking Darrow, is that who you're referring to by his boss, yeah?
Of course.
Permission to deal with this bandit. Darrow, any response? This bandit's giving Sneaky Nook a bit of cheek back.
Push to talk. Push to talk.
Your only chance of living is to show contrition.
Oh. Stinky Nick. What's your
He
move?
He doesn't even know what that means. He's a bandit.
I'm waiting for Darrow to explain to this bandit what he needs to do to stop me killing him.
This bandit, he just say contrition and he doesn't understand what the fuck he means. He spits it in the direction of the dwarf. Fuck you, Stumpy.
Raise eyebrows and look at Darrow.
Any of you others willing to show contrition?
So most of the rest of them that are not dead or they're all conscious now, they all put their heads down. The rest of them put their heads down and this one idiot's like, he's spitting blood as well and he spits at you again, Darrow.
Well, he's certainly not going to be set free to be a menace to the world.
The rest of them are like putting their head down and like showing they don't want to die. They're not there. They're not like on side with this idea.
Kiara might start like tagging people like a medieval style Glasgow smile.
Oof.
For bandits that have started crossing us. I might start like cutting people's cheek or something just so people know.
Well, Dungeon Master shouldn't suggest, but taking their ear off and letting them live, still getting paid for catching the bandit.
No torture.
Yeah, Darrow wouldn't allow that.
Torture. It's not torture, it's one cut.
You have to do that when Darrow was sleeping, I think. It's lawful good would not let that happen.
Accidentally skin the side of their face with a dart as we're walking or something.
Anyway, let's cut back to Stinkynook's interaction with this bandit.
Waiting for Darrow.
He's just spat again in the direction of... He's just ignored you and whatever you're saying to him and spat again in the direction of your dwarf friend/leader.
We were told it's lawful to execute them.
It is for you. Yeah, you've got the law of the land when it comes to bandits, 100%.
I think this one...
So it's just an alignment check before you get rid of this asshole.
It's not worth taking this one in. He's clearly not going to change.
Fine. Slip round behind him. He's dead.
Let me have a 1d20 in case you have a 1, David. There we go. Nah, it's okay. You don't slip and fall and slit your own throat. That one...
I would hope not.
That one's life ends tonight.
That will encourage the others.
5 prisoners and one...
6 prisoners.
Wounded boss.
6 prisoners and a wounded boss.
So the rest of the prisoners look at Stinkynook with an extra fear in their eyes, and the rest of you with an extra fear in your eyes, but especially Stinkynook. And especially Darrow as well, because, you know, Stinkynook, you saw Stinkynook talking to Darrow before they all saw him talking to Darrow before he came round and did that. So yeah, an extra look at Darrow, an extra look at Stinkynook, like, and heads down.
Alright, search the bodies, make sure there's no money or anything valuable on them. Is this an old wreck in the tunnel, or did they steal the cargo of that as well?
You mean the carts that are...
Yes,
the
wrecked cart.
No, there's a few crates and stuff, but they seem to be full of, if any value, it's just like food, like let's say turnips and potatoes and stuff. There's boxes of food and stuff. Nothing of like immediate high value.
Fair enough. Let's get going, boss. No unavoidable delays.
Take a few turnips. I like turnips.
Right, we're halfway through the first half, so we've got to take another quick break, guys, okay?
It's just a background food, isn't it?
Thanks everybody for watching. Thanks guys for playing, this is fun. Episode 50! We should start loading up the next map as well before we restart. In fact,
I shall quietly ask the boss whether he has any spare band-aids, as I have a couple of bolts stuck through me that need pulling out.
I think Eleonora needs to... suggest that Eleonora might like to stick a cure into Charlemagne before we set off, just in case.
Okay, well I've put you all onto the world map, so take as long as you need to everybody load it up, and we can discuss that.
Peter, you've got Eleonora's character sheet, haven't you?
I've got I'm doing both.
Obviously on this map you don't have tokens to click, but that doesn't
No.
matter. Just roll whatever you need
Because
to
the
roll for your
map's
heals.
loading, etc.
Yeah.
I'm
It'll
not
take a
going to
minute.
be doing a roll for a little time.
It's alright. I'm getting...
It's even done the page up.
It's alright. I'm getting my snacks open.
What are you snacking on? Olives.
Olives. I'm not impressed with my drinks.
How far down is Sneaky Nook?
Pretty close to the ground, actually.
Hey!
10 points. Okay.
I think for
Bear's
that
down
joke,
4.
for that joke,
Damn
you
it.
should not. You should refuse to cure him.
Darrow will do second level cure. Which will be 1 point more than this.
Guys, your man Dirty's obviously fucking around with shit you can do in Twitch, and he's done a poll. Time before next toilet break, less than 45 minutes or more than 45 minutes? 100% less, mate. Less every time. You know.
So Sneaky Nook gets 7 back.
Thank you very much. That helps a bit. A lot.
And so don't know what was going on there. I pressed the here we are. Here's a legitimate roll. And the bear gets 6 back from Eleonora.
Okay. I've not got tokens or character sheets, so you guys keep track on the hit points, whatever.
I'm bringing up the character sheets so that I can see, so I can get the spells cast.
Yeah, the bear was only down 4, so the bear's back up to full, I think.
Nice.
So are we going to get the captives to carry the bandit leader on a makeshift stretcher?
Yeah, some sort of a stretcher or a travois or whatever they call them.
Stretcher
And,
would be better, I think. Travois bumping on the road. I think he'd die. Not that I'm bothered.
And we'll harvest the ears of all the other bandits, all the dead ones.
Mm-hmm. How many's that?
We're off the map now.
Oh, just give me an estimate.
However many it is, yes.
It was about, what, total with the guys you're taking captive?
Well, we've still got their ears. They're just still attached.
We'll go back to that map. We don't need to stay on this world map for long anyway. So, go back to the tunnel for a second. And you can count them.
Well, we don't need to move the whole team back. You could just move yourself back, Ryan, and tell us the number.
Yeah, that's right, you can count. It's my birthday. You count. I need to get a toothpick. These olives are killing me. They're not quite popcorn, but they're quite bad. I thought I had one here. Never mind. Roll20 should not take long to load this map.
I'll make that 8 big red X's. Would that be fair?
Sounds about right.
And then there was the jerk who was snarky, making it 9 dead. And then we have 7 living with us.
Yeah, because I was editing.
That sounds good to me.
Because I was editing a character sheet, Roll20 got very confused by the other screen changing.
It's alright, Roll20 is doing nothing for me either, mate. Don't worry.
No, it's not working for me either.
And I think I'm going to be closing Chrome and trying it on Firefox.
Just keep Discord open, it's fine.
Yeah,
Everybody
I
still
see
sees
them
us. Say hi to Twitch, say happy birthday to me, it's fine.
They've done. I just voted in that poll as a moderator.
Oh, do you get extra points for being a moderator, like?
Nah, I still have to spend your channel points the same, but I've got loads.
I can't vote because I'm the streamer apparently.
Well, I've got 15.7k channel points left, but considering I've done 50k challenges.
Well, I think 2 times 100, I think.
Do you want to move us to the
100,000.
main map?
Yeah, 100,000. I've done 200,000 because I still have a second channel command to get.
Only viewers can vote. Who's winning then, Dirty? What's winning? Under 45 or more than 45?
Under 45 for sure.
Surely. Have you ever seen me before?
I think we've got 8 sets of ears, and we've got 7 bandits with ears still attached. Is that right?
I think my exclamation commands
No.
are not working. Well, there
Yeah.
you go. I've moved you back
We've
to
got
that
9
map.
sets of ears because there were the 8 we killed in the melee, plus 1 that died
Right.
in pretty obvious circumstances through being a jerk. So that's 9 ears from dead bodies, and we're taking 6 living and 1 badly injured bandit captive with us as well. So that's 9 dead and 7 living ears.
Okay.
So, okay. 7 prisoners, 9 dead.
Can I trust you to take notes, or do I need to write it down as well?
Oh, I'm keeping it on the list of the loot.
Good man, David. Thank you.
Right.
got
This
enough
is why I have
notes,
to
like-
remember. This is why I have to remember to fill out my character sheet on Roll20 because I just write everything down.
So how many of those returning darts lost their magic and are fucked now and aren't special anymore? One.
Just one.
Okay. So how many have you got now? 9?
Yeah, I
Okay.
think.
Well, I suggest we hoik the captives and tie them to the back of Elisa's cart so we can cut them free, and if we need to leave them for any wolves or anything that attack us.
Okay.
Okay.
Whatever you want to do, guys, discuss amongst yourselves.
Sorry,
right,
I'm distracted by trying to get something sorted on Roll20.
It's alright.
I've not even checked it to see if it's working.
So,
anyway.
so I wasn't concentrating on what they've said.
We just tie the prisoners in a line behind Elisa's wagon, and if we get attacked again on the way to Stonehaven, we can just cut them free and leave them to distract whatever's trying to eat us.
Like Michonne with zombies and The Walking Dead. Fucking just dragging them along. And how many are
yeah,
still
he-
alive? 7, 5, 6, 7, something like that?
Give me your.
We have 6 ambulatory prisoners carrying 1 unconscious prisoner.
Okay. And where you going?
Stonehaven.
Stonehaven.
Yeah, that's our next stop, isn't it?
That's our next
Okay,
stop,
there.
I believe.
Yeah, got to get Elise there.
Right. Gentlemen and Tammy, I'm going to move you to
Yeah,
the
we got there.
Stonehaven map. Did you get there? I'm going to change everybody else so that they view the Stonehaven map.
I'm
as
just
well.
reloading it.
No worries.
Yeah.
I was reloading and trying to tuck my ear in.
The ears look sick, like.
I don't want it coming off, so I just try to tuck that one in.
Oh, I can see the King's Guard and the jail. That sounds like the
Then-
first place for us to visit.
Everything that's on the map is only things that
Big
you
map
know
is
about.
Stonehaven. When's Stonehaven map?
I'm moving on to it now. So anything that's on that Stonehaven map is anything that you'd have been told about and you know about by Elise, because this is the second biggest town in the country, the city even, second city of the whole country. So she knows where all the shops are, or she knows where all these shops are, all these bars, all these churches, everything you see on the map there. She knows about all of these.
So we've
Let's
got
go-
two
Whether she knows a
Stonehaven.
little or a lot, whatever you see in the wiki is what she knows, and she has told you.
Let's get to
We've
the
got
King's
to-
Guard and hand our prisoners over and the ears. Let's get
Well, I
rid of
think
them.
you'd probably do that at the gate when we
Yeah.
arrive at the city.
Yeah, so
A 9 set, yeah.
Tammy, you're asking, did you get to Stonehaven, yeah?
Yeah, it's alright. They answered my question while we were talking.
So with a few hours more travel or whatever it is, and you've got one busted ass cart with everything jammed in. No, you've got one. You've just got Elise's normal cart with everything jammed into it, right?
We've got Elisa's cart.
And still
Some
everybody
of
with
Elisa's
you.
stuff is in the saddle packs, and
Yeah,
some of
our
our stuff
stuff's
is
like
back in the cart. Yeah.
And still,
our
every-
stuff's
bought a
all
new-
packed on.
and still,
Oh, sorry,
there's-
no,
new
we've got a
cart.
new cart with
Yeah,
all
we
our
bought
stuff.
one.
My
You got-
apologies, yes.
yeah, you got
Yeah,
a new
Ralph's
cart.
driving the new cart.
Ralph's
Yes.
driving a new cart. You've got a new cart. Elisa's got her own cart. Your stuff's all back in your cart, right?
In which case we
Yeah.
can stick the injured
Nice.
bandit leader into our cart.
I don't know if the rest of you love it as much as me, but I love it and my heart's set on it. So we've got Darrow's drinking trophy is hanging off the back of it like a thing again, yeah. That's the most important thing for me. Darrow's big taxidermy dragon head that's on a plaque is hanging off the back of your cart again. Please indulge me.
Most important thing for me is it's not protected against these massive birds.
You've not got your extra cages like you had built on your last one, no.
Grumble. I mean, that's another risk we don't get in the Underdark. So dangerous up here.
Birds.
But the stars, Slinky Nook. You don't get to see the stars.
You don't get bits of the sky dropping on you either. Did you see what happened off the thing going over that big lake that we sailed over?
Yeah. It's semi-related note. This Friday coming is the peak of a very large meteor shower that comes over every.
Oh, cool.
So every year, it's the tail end of. It's actually from Halley's Comet, but we don't get to see the comet. It's a Derby. Oh my god! I was scratching my ear and forgot it's itchy because.
There's things like the Perseids, but I don't know whether this one is the Perseids.
No, it begins with an O, like the Oriniids, or I'm very terrible at pronouncing things, so I get embarrassed.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
I know nothing about it, so.
Spell it.
That's
But
cool.
you should check on Friday night. It's going to be the peak of it, but it's a few nights either side, and you'll see shooting stars as well.
Anyway, you roll into
Anyway,
town then.
Just brought Stonehaven up on your wiki.
Nice, okay.
Oh yeah, you
Just
should.
Darrow, that while we're travelling along, he has a quiet word with the brothers to see if they would be interested in forming the nucleus of a group of heroes to protect Elise.
So you want to have this
Yes.
conversation on the way before you get to Stonehaven?
Quietly, without Elise hearing it. If he has, I was just suggesting to Darrow he has a chat with the two brothers. See if they're willing to
So
sign
as
up.
you're leaving the tunnel with your prisoners, then, Stinky Nook, you're suggesting this to Darrow then. So we're not at Stonehaven yet?
Yeah.
We're just out the tunnel?
So we could mention it to them, and but I would say I was just looking at what the religions are in the.
So remember, we've got the same religions as the Forgotten Realms Pantheon. They're too lazy to write my own. We've got our own homebrew god, Barak-Thram.
There seem to be some, because what are this House of the Shield, House of the Sword, House of the Anvil?
These are some churches that are in the town. So, I'll explain them then, because you're asking, and they've got to fit within the Pantheon. So, the Church of Ogma is a god within the Forgotten Realms Pantheon. A god that a lot of bards worship. There's some details of that in the wiki, but the House of the Shield, the House of the Sword, and the House of the Anvil are three churches that are more multi-theistic. Polytheistic, is that the word? Anyway, so in the House of the Sword, for example, people that worship the god of war or the god of weaponry or these different gods will go to worship at that church, whereas the House of the Shield, so the gods of protection, the gods of... And remember, this town is mostly like 70% human, 25% dwarf. So some of these will be human, some of these will be dwarfs, and they'll be going to worship different gods, but of a certain...
But on what
area
you've said about...
of influence, and the anvil would be like the hearth and home ones, the dwarven ones of the anvil, and etc. So these are churches that are multi-theistic.
So what you've said about Barak-Thram, that he would be under the House of the Shield,
Or even the House of the Sword. So, if you wanted to worship Barak-Thram, and you wanted to know where the best church you could go to say your prayers to your god Barak-Thram would be, the House of the Sword and the House of the Shield would work for you, and you'd have no qualms about going to either. When you learn about what this town is and what the capacity of those churches are, so they're multi-theistic churches where you pick the right one that suits your god best. Both of them would suit you pretty well, and even the anvil because you're a god of dwarves and a god of protection and a god of battle and a god of all this. Even the anvil would be fairly suitable. So you could worship your god and feel like your prayers were being heard in any of those 3 churches in this town. Probably the shield or the sword would suit better.
Right.
Any more questions?
So,
Are you going to talk to the brothers, Darrow?
Yes, we can ask if they want to do.
Okay, so this is all before you get to town then. Go ahead.
this
you
is
lead.
on the way,
You
yeah.
lead it. The
But when we
NPCs,
get-
you'll need to lead.
But when we get there, we're going to just take these guys to hand them in straight away, yeah?
I reckon so. There's no point in hanging around with them.
I don't want to hang on to them, like. I'll be back 2 seconds.
I
Well,
think we'd be hanging them over at the gate anyway. The guards would want to know why they're kind of tied up and being led along behind the wagons.
oh, you're on the
Yeah.
map. You're on the same
Want to
map
make
as
sure
me.
we're not slavers.
Anything that
Depends
I've
where
marked, anything I'm marked in dark red is Kingsguard in the town, right? So the one that I've written Kingsguard, that's their main office, and it's in the east gate of the town, right? And you notice I've marked
Wherever
the
we
jail.
can get a reward. Wherever we can get a reward.
Yeah. And these
Not
other
the
ones that I've not
mercenaries
got
or
anything written, these are towers, right? So like watchtowers. It's a walled town. These are watchtowers, these are the red ones. These ones here, watchtowers. This one, main Kingsguard office. This one, the jail. And all this that's marked on your map is knowledge you have from Elise. You might find more later, but this is everything you know about Stonehaven.
Well, the other thing we want to ask Elise is where, if she was looking to hire guards in Stonehaven, where in particular would she go to try and drum them up?
Okay, so let me open up the wiki page as well.
But anyway, I do ask the 2 brothers if they would be willing to be Elise's escort.
Okay, 2 seconds.
They would be a fine replacement. Like, they are good guys, they're good fighters.
2 seconds, I'm opening up
Yeah,
Stonehaven
we've seen
here.
them in action.
Well, the
Yeah.
thing is, they followed you for adventure. They didn't necessarily want to be bodyguards. They heard you, when Dara was talking to them in their shop, he was talking about this holy quest to try and find the old Dwarven Road through the secret means under Dragon's Watch Castle. And that was the adventure that they came chasing after you for. Not to be bodyguards for someone without you. They were following your adventure. It was Darrow and Darrow's friends and Darrow's group and companions' as fame
Okay,
that
I
they are
understand.
chasing. So, just so you've got an idea how they feel about you before you go in to try and have that conversation with them.
Yeah.
They might not be very confident about just leaving you to be bodyguards for someone. That's not what they signed up for.
But maybe this is their part in the whole, like the whole prophecy. Maybe this is their part to go take her on this bit, and then we meet them after.
Right, well,
Well, there is a church. There are churches I may visit for guidance.
yep. At least 4 churches that you know about that Elise has told you about in this town.
Right.
Yeah, the only problem with if they're not willing, mistress, don't forget Elise isn't great on dwarves anyway. We might
Yeah.
be best trying to find some other adventurers to escort her.
But also, I will need to visit my temple, the most relevant temple, and pray to see if we even have the time to sort this business out for that elf.
Or for any sort of guidance at all, anyway.
Well, can Elise tell us where she would expect to go to hire bodyguards,
Right,
mercenaries?
hang on then.
Yeah, we can't leave her in the lurch with all these dangerous bandits.
We have a contract.
Right, okay, so if you look at the wiki page then, I've done the inns and the taverns. The order they are in, top to bottom, is poshest to roughest, okay? So you've got inns 1, 2, 3, taverns 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the order of roughness is the order of how they're listed, okay? So have a look at what there is there. You've got 3 inns at least that she knows about. And now an inn is also a tavern, remember. So you've got a tap room there, but you've got rooms. And she knows of at least the Dragon's Nest, which is the poshest one, the Fair Maiden Inn, the middle one of the 3 she knows, and Mama's. 3 inns, and there's 5 taverns that at least she knows of. The Eagle's Flight, top to bottom. The Eagle's Flight, Hunter's Rest, the Blushing Eagle, Barney's, and the Fighting Flea. Those are the taverns of the town.
I'm guessing we're looking for a kind of a middle range one. We don't just want the hoi polloi, but we don't want posh people.
You want a tavern or an
sturdy
inn?
people. We want the mercenary type.
There's things which Davo's dealing with as high priority.
Well, the rest of us can go looking.
Well, you're rolling into town around dinner time, 6 o'clock evening time-ish, okay?
Do any of them have like stables attached?
Let's no,
Is there
sorry,
stable in anywhere?
later, because it was a day's travel and you were held up in the tunnels with these prisoners and you're moving slower. So let's say it's late o'clock at night. Not late o'clock, like 8 o'clock. Like after dinner, late dinner time, sorry. Say again, Tammy?
But is there anywhere for stable in?
Yeah, all the inns that I mentioned would have stable in.
I'm happy to go to a mid-range place. We'll get decent grub, good company, semi-decent beer, and a half-decent bed. The bear and the horse can strap up outside. That's good with me.
You've got the list
Can
here.
we report the bandit attack at the gates before we go in and find out where to take the prisoners?
Yes, let's get rid of them.
Okay, we'll talk about going in first then. So you're coming in at this end of the town.
Immediately near the Kingsguard.
Yeah. So you immediately walk past Kingsguard and Kingsguard's tower and Kingsguard at the gate. Okay. So a couple of Kingsguard are there as you come in.
Yeah, we can ask where we should deliver prisoners to.
Oh, come with me. Come with us. Thank you. And they'll look at the. So you've got them. Let me get this just be 100% straight. You've got your wagon and they're tied up on a rope behind it, walking behind. Where's the rope tied round their necks, round their waists? What?
Their arms are out to the side, strapped to the boards from that broken cart, and there's rope from wagon to neck to neck to neck.
Nice. Okay, serious.
Oh yeah, they're bandits. They don't take any risks.
Okay, and these guys are dressed in chainmail. A lot of it's stolen Kingsguard armour. So you bring them in through the east gate. Okay, yes, follow us. And they look you up and down as you walk in. All of you, Cara, Stinkynook, Anna McCarr, Darrow, Eleonora, everybody. They're looking up and down, and it's like they recognise you or have heard of you, I guess, would be the...
Well, if these bandits have heard of us enough to be able to track us down, then I would hope the authorities had.
Yeah, their leader might be an ex-Kingsguard, mightn't he? Because some of the others were.
Well, what was his name before? That was it. The leader of this whole band, the guy that's supposed to have brought these whole bandits together is Dick Hydra, and then the guy who was an ex-Kingsguard that you defeated and captured was Darkest Red Hands. He was an ex-Kingsguard that was organising bandits locally. He was in charge of them locally in that area.
Yeah, so this leader might be an ex-Kingsguard as well. You never know. There might be an extra reward for him.
What armour was this the boss bandit in? Was he in chainmail as well?
No, so like one better, splint mail or whatever. The rest of them in chainmail. Even though they're just bandits, they're not lowly bandits. These guys are well armoured. They've got the rest of them had chainmail. He had one better is splint mail.
Okay, thanks. All in our wagon for sale.
Stocking back up.
Yeah, if it's ex-Kingsguard chainmail, we'll hand it in for a reward. Otherwise, we can just flog it off.
Okay, so you come into town at the East Gate, and you meet some guards from the Kingsguard here. Now, I even have some names for some of the Kingsguard in this town, so I should have at least a few. So I'll give you some of them today. You meet two guys, Raymond Garfield, a human, who looks, as far as you can tell, like a seasoned veteran of the Kingsguard or of something anyway, because he's got many scars and bits where his hair doesn't grow in right, and big muscles, and he looks a well-seasoned veteran. And a dwarf. This other one is named... They will introduce themselves, I guess. So his name's Warbin Frostbeard. So you'll meet two Kingsguard here, a human, Raymond Garfield, and a dwarf, Warbin Frostbeard. The dwarf, Warbin Frostbeard, looks as seasoned and as experienced as does Raymond Garfield. They look more like real Kingsguard, like proper officers of the law. A lot of recently in the places you've seen up and down the Silver Road, the guys have been green, young boys, and recruited more than recently. And here, the two that greet you are definitely not that. They look like seasoned veterans of the Kingsguard. Raymond Garfield, human guy, and Warbin Frostbeard. So Wurbin Frostbeard.
That's what I was just going to ask. Do you know what I had written down? His name was Warman Bartfield.
Warbin Frostbeard. He's a dwarf. Frostbeard. That's the guards that greet you at the gate. And they will guide you through a couple of streets down towards the jail. There's another tower here where there'll be another couple of Kingsguard outside that will greet them. And they'll have a quick chat, and they'll give you all like a salute as you're coming in. And you're approaching a couple of streets into the city now. You're outside of this building here, and you see bars on the windows outside this concrete building, or this stone building.
So do we have to do their job as jailers as well as capturing them, for Christ's sake? Can we not just hand these people over? It's not like we don't have stuff to be doing.
Well, who's holding on to them? Who is leading these people in by they were off the back of the cart? So I suppose you're going to dismount the cart at some point as you come in then. So let's decide who's dragging these guys along when you dismount the cart when you come in the town.
Were they on Elise's cart? Yeah.
Our cart. Wouldn't bother. Sorry, no, Elisa's cart. Yes, because that's the second cart, and we were left them there so that we could cut them loose to tempt away any vicious creatures that attack the party.
So get them.
Peter, push to talk.
We let Elise go her way.
Yeah.
And can take them with us if we're going straight to the guard's place. And Darrow will want to talk to Frostbeard on the way.
Ask Elise where she's going and how many days we're staying in Stonehaven.
You're asking Elise where she's staying and how long you're staying in Stonehaven. So she'll be staying at the Dragon's Nest, which is the nicest inn in the town, and she'll have rooms for you in the Fair Maiden Inn.
I thank her. How many days is she planning on staying in Stonehaven to sell her goods, etc.?
Well, I've probably contradicted this 1,000 different times on 50 different episodes, but let's say, because it was Stonehaven, it was one of the bigger ones, it was at least a couple of days, wasn't it?
Yes, I expected that.
As a trading town, yeah.
It's the second biggest town in the country, second biggest city in the country. It's big.
So two nights and 2 days she was going to stay.
Yeah. So if you look at your measurement between the walls of the city, it's like 1.5 to 2 kilometers wide. The city. It's a big place.
Very big.
And we're at the Fair Maiden.
You are at the Fair Maiden. Well, that's where she's got rooms for you anyway. And she is at did I say the Dragon's Nest?
Dragon, yeah.
Here. Now, the Arcanist village is the nicer part of town, and it's got some of the fancier shops and fancier inns and taverns. The market area of the town is the cheaper end of the town. More shops and cheaper pubs and inns.
Okay, well, we'll disconnect the prisoners from Elisa's wagon, hook them back to the back of our wagon, and follow the King's Guard to the jail.
Okay.
I will announce Darrow as our leader, and that these bandits were foolish enough to attack his command, and get ready to lead this coffle of prisoners to wherever the guards want them.
Okay, let's say another named Kingsguard greets you outside the jail or just inside the reception of the jail, because I've got a few named for the town because it's a big town.
I was going to
spent lots
say,
of time making it. So you meet another.
was a lot of your work on
I'll be speaking.
Your dad wanted to speak to.
I wanted to
Frostbeard.
speak to the dwarf before we became separated from him.
Okay, so before we get to the jail, you wanted to speak to him on the way in, because these are the guys that are leading you, in Raymond, Garfield, and Urban Frostbeard. So, what did you want to ask him?
I wish to go to a temple where Barakthram is worshipped. Does he, as a fellow dwarf, happen to know which of the houses Barakthram is followed at?
Yes. So, because although it's a newer religion, you're very close to home, the home of that religion now, and he would say, I don't need any rolls from you, charismas or proficiencies, that the House of the Shield would be where any follower of Barakthram would go to worship there and pray to their god.
Yes.
Oh.
And what hours will I be able to gain access?
You should, well, if you're a follower of the church, you should be alright any time of the day in the city. There should be someone there any time of night.
Yes, I wish to go there as soon as we've delivered the prisoners.
Okay. So he'll tell you that their doors will be open all times of night, and you'll be able to go in and worship and pray at any time you want. Do you want to say anything else to him before you guys get to the jail?
No, unless he indicates he himself is a follower.
No. Let's say he's a follower of an older god from the Pantheon. A dwarven one, though.
Yes, well, then I will thank him. And
going back a bit, we did ask Elise where in town she would expect to find guards, nurses,
yes.
etc.
Right, okay, so I've got the page up now.
although this is something we can also ask the guard.
Aye. Okay, so I've got 5 taverns. So, Elise has told you about 5 taverns, and they range from top to bottom in class to roughness. The Eagle's Flight, Hunter's Rest, the Blushing Eagle, Barney's, and the Fight and Flee. So, on a scale of 1 to 5, 1 is the scummiest, 5 is the nicest. Where do you want to go look in taverns? I'll ask you.
Well, not the scummiest. We don't want the scummiest because we don't want to
Let's roll.
recruit scum, do
Let's
we?
roll for where we end up.
To be honest, if we wanted to find somebody of Kiara's competence, I would expect to find her at the Dragon's Rest.
Oh.
Well,
yeah, but we need
to stay where Elise stays, don't you?
That's the inns. No, sorry.
Yes, I know.
I was asking taverns wise though. If you were looking for a drinking place and like a meeting ground for drinkers and patrons is more a tavern. The inns are where you can stay. Oh, it's up to you.
I think we should roll for where we end up, because if we end up in a 1, that'll be funny.
It's up to you.
I reckon a mid-range place.
What's the address?
But given it seems all Elise has said is go look in an inn, Davo is asking the 2 guards who are going with us to see if they can give a better recommendation.
Right, okay. So, regarding inns, the Dragon's Nest is where Elise is staying. The Fair Maiden Inn is where you guys have rooms booked. Taverns is where you're looking for adventurers rather than inns. And I've got 5 taverns, so you've got a scale of 1 to 5. You're asking the guard, the dwarven guard, where you think where he thinks you should go to look for adventurers as bodyguards.
Yes, for reliable.
Reliable ones, I'd say the top quality. Bloodthirsty thugs, the cheapest.
I'd have thought mid-range, you know, because adventurers that are looking for employment will probably be in a mid-range one.
And as you all say this, the guard, Warbin, he'll agree with everything you're all saying. All like, yeah, you want high quality guys, you want to go to the high quality place, but then if somebody mentions, but you're looking for somebody that's more rougher, you want to go to a rough place, he'll agree with everything. He's not quite sure because there's a lot of different places you could go, I guess. The Fighting Flea's got a reputation as being really rough.
Elise will not want someone who's like uncouth. She's not going to want like... No, we don't. But we know that we need to go somewhere mildly rougher to find someone who's got any type of strength that's going to do her any good.
We've got a couple of days before she's going to leave anyway, so there's plenty of time. First of all, let's offload these prisoners.
My God says there should be no delay.
Yes.
I know, so let's get rid of these prisoners.
We're not certain yet that you should be going up to search for the new road, are we? Until you've done your augury.
I am visiting. I'm planning to visit the Temple of the Shield, the House of the Shield, straight away.
Yes. But your God said no diversions, no delays.
No strays.
We don't yet know whether that means you should go up to that castle. Do we, boss?
Do not stray and do not delay, yeah.
Oh,
that's the point.
That is why I'm going straight to the House of the Shield and dealing with the important matter.
Okay.
Well, if you want to pop off and do that now, boss, we can deal with sorting out the prisoners, okay?
Well, that's what I was going to say.
We'll miss about the prisoners.
What exactly is going to happen with these prisoners? So, we'll sort out that just now, what's going to happen with the prisoners, and then Darrow's heading to church.
Yeah, we want a reward.
Yeah, is anybody going with Darrow, or are the rest of you guys going to deal with these prisoners?
Well, he wants to rush
prisoners
off
for
and go
me.
Sure.
Yeah, you should just go do what you need to do, Darrow.
Eleonora might.
Eleonora might, and if Eleonora is going, perhaps her escort will.
Is that Adamant?
Eleonora doesn't have an escort.
Yep.
Yeah, well, she does. Is that, yeah.
Oh, is
it? Make sure she's okay.
I'm sure Darrow can look after her.
Well, I would say Eleonora would go with Darrow then, because she is the other cleric and she wants to know, she wants to speak to God and pray, etc. So.
And she'll probably suggest to Darrow that they should go to the House of the Sword, given the weapon she's carrying.
Yeah, she might be a bit dubious about the House of the Shield, but the other dwarf told Darrow the House of the Shield.
Yeah, she did hear the House of the Shield mentioned in connection with Barrack Threat.
Yeah, but that was the dwarf that said it, though.
And on the player level, because there's then another character going along, albeit an NPC, I will be, if someone wants to make any suggestions, if they think she'll think of something, do let me know.
Right.
Yeah, group effort for Eleonora.
Okay, so at the prison, we have 6 ambulatory prisoners plus 1 unconscious bandit leader. We will identify them to the guys at the door.
And all of your party except Darrow and Eleonora.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
It took them in, like...
And Elise and her bodyguard have also gone.
Alright, okay.
Elise got some rats for you.
Artan are away.
Yep.
And they're away to where she's staying?
Correct.
And that was the Dragon's Nest, the top one, was it?
That's the one.
Yeah.
Okay. So they're away, and the two, Darrow and Eleanor, away, and you're heading to the jail. Okay. Let's zoom in the map a little bit. Okay, so you're outside the jail and you meet another dwarf member of the King's Guard. This is the first time you've ever seen more than one dwarf in the King's Guard in any town ever. You've seen one before, I think, just very recently, dwarf member of the Kingsguard. Up until then, it had been only humans, and this is the first time you've ever seen 2 dwarfs serving in the Kingsguard in one place. Ho there, well met strangers, and he looks at you. And of course, Wurbin Frostbeard and Raymond Garfield are walking around, and he'll, nod to his men, and he'll have a quick whisper, and okay, bandits, is it?
Yes.
Yep, bandits.
This unconscious one is the leader. I don't know whether you want to let him heal before hanging him. And these 6 were just normal bandit scum.
A lot of Kingsguard's uniforms and things they probably have caused you guys problems as well. God knows how long they have been running about uncaught. So
We've got some ears as well. You want some ears?
And they confess that their families have got the results of their ill-gotten gains as well, so you may want to interrogate them about that.
Okay, so
You're a harsh man.
Ulfgar looks you all up and down. I thank you for your service. Many of these are wanted men. Some of these are known deserters of the Kingsguard, and he looks up and down the line of them. How many you got? 7?
Deserters? 6 conscious and ambulatory, 1 unconscious.
She'll say at least
And a handful of ears.
at least one of them is a deserter from local Kingsguard from a while back. Thank you very much for bringing him in. And he looks at you again. Darrow, Great Axe and company, isn't it?
Yes, Darrow's off to the temple to see one of the priests there.
where the company.
Yes.
Okay. Well, make yourselves at home in Stonehaven, ladies
Thank you.
and gentlemen. No, in fact, is it lady and gentlemen now? Because Elise and Eleanor are both away. Yeah, it is.
Yes,
It's
just
just Carrie's the only lady. So make yourselves
Just
at
the
home
one.
in Stonehaven, lady and gentlemen. We know who you are, and are you staying? Is it the Fair Maiden you're staying at, or are you with the Lady Elise?
Lady Elise is at the Dragon's Rest, and
In the
she has
Dragon's
rooms was
Nest.
in the Fair Maiden.
And you're in the Fair Maiden. Okay, well.
Yes.
Could you suggest us a good place to drink and to get some good hearty food somewhere, perhaps?
Absolutely. First, you want paid for bringing in bandits.
Oh, yes, please.
Um,
Oh, and their equipment.
okay, so he says you'll just need to take this back to either the mayor's office, town hall, or back to the main Kingsguard office, which is I'm pinging on the map, and he'll write you a little slip. And how many did you have?
We brought in 7 alive, and we have 9 ears as well from the dead ones.
And what do you normally get paid? 20 pair or 10 pair?
Out of character, I don't remember, but I will say 20.
I think it was 20.
At least we should be getting 20 now. These guys are getting organised. They're big. They're not like little
Well,
shitty.
What's that many
sticky
times?
up
Well, that's
like-
what's that many times 20 anyway?
320.
And I
Right.
think they've sometimes paid us for the equipment that we recovered as well.
Yeah. Well, we'll round it up to 420. Because some of them are live.
It's nearly 420 as
And it's
well.
nearly 420. Some of them are live, so we'll round it up. So he's going to write you a slip to be cashed in at Town Hall or at the actual office, which is just back where you were a minute ago, with the Kingsguard, for 420 gold pieces. And they lock up all the prisoners in the cells there in the jail.
Okay.
What they do with the dead bodies of... In fact, you didn't bring in the dead bodies, you just brought the ears off, didn't you?
Correct.
Yeah,
So they pay you for them, but they don't ask you for the ears and what. You can keep them if you want.
Well, if they've got any guard dogs, they can just feed them to the guard dogs.
So you don't keep them.
I don't think we want the ears now.
Looks somewhat astonished. Why on earth would I collect bandit ears?
We're not carrying those bodies everywhere. The amount of bandits that we kill and destroy just tears through on the roads now. We can't carry all them bodies with
You've found a
us.
lot of bandits now.
Yeah. There's a big pouchy ears on its own. Never mind.
You haven't
body.
kept them in the past. You've handed them over.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that's why we can't bring the bodies, because we're just ripped through bandits now.
This guy's willing to pay you and not have to keep them, like.
Fair enough. In that case, if we make our way back toward the main Kingsguard place, which I think you said was there, yes.
Yeah.
And see about getting a reward or value for the equipment that we've taken off these scum.
Okay, so you can get paid in cash for the 420. Happy 420, by the way, everybody.
Yay! Happy 420.
And whatever the equipment is, let's say you can get paid a third of its bought new value back.
Okay, I will sort
It's
out.
always I'll let you do the maths later, whatever.
You're so kind.
So what, 420 gold, did you say for that, aye?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm just keeping track of it in the party loot, and then we can split it up.
I think it was 320, but I rounded it up because some of them are alive and stuff, and because 420.
And that more than pays for the cart, so that's good.
Well, the cart night was 90 or something, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. We're balling now too.
And it was the Fair Maiden that we were booked in for the night, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah. Don't know what the food's like there. Any good?
Well, I think it's quite late at night, so I think we probably just go back there for the night, wait for Darrow to return from the temple, and just get a good night's sleep, because we've been on the road for a heck of a long time today.
I want some
Yeah.
supper before I go to bed.
I would really like to go somewhere where we can get like a decent amount of grub, like a big plate of stew and dumplings or something.
And sorry, who did you ask? Who did Cara ask again? Remind me about that. Where was good?
The guys at the jail.
The guards,
the dwarf
Kingsguard.
Yeah.
Well, where was good for food?
Yeah, where's good for food? Like a good scran and a drink. I just want like.
Well, you've got. They would tell you you know about the 5 most known places in the town, and it's a case of number 1's the best, number 5's the worst. So they would recommend, if you've got loads of money and you really want to have a really nice meal, then the Eagle's Flight's a beautiful tavern. Also, the Dragon's Nest has a tap room, and you can eat there as well. That's the nicest inn in town.
What's about number 3 then?
The Blushing Eagle is a.
What number's the Hunter's Rest?
The Hunter's Rest is 2 of 5, so that's in between the best and the middle.
If we're eating food, we don't want to go low end. Let's go like a.
How about the Eagle's Flight? I'm sure Sneaking It would love a place named after a large bird.
Doesn't the inn that we're staying at serve dinner?
Yes.
Well, if it's being paid for by Elise, why wouldn't we eat there?
Because I think you were looking for a tavern to find more people.
Because we're going to try and find scope out some new fucking guards for her as well.
Yeah, we're looking for a tavern for like swords for hire.
Well, it's so late. I mean, don't forget that this was supposed to be a day's journey from the last town to Stonehaven. Yeah. We spent a quarter of the day walking because our cart was destroyed.
Then you got the cart, and then
we got delayed by the bandits. So I think it must be pretty late at night.
No. Surely the
like
walking...
8 o'clock-ish time.
Oh, sorry, yes, the walking was the day before, my apologies.
Yeah, we're at like 8 o'clock-ish time. You've got a room already booked in at the Fair Maiden Inn. You guys have a room already, but you've got your choice of the taverns and the inns, because it's not that late. You've got your choice of the places to go in the town.
Not choosy as long as they've got a nice salad.
2 seconds, guys, or we might have a disaster.
Really?
Yeah, phone's good, guys.
Oh no.
No.
We'll take a quick break anyway. After 4:20 we'll have a wee break, because I need to go to the bathroom. And I think also I made 45 minutes in a beat Dirty's challenge. I think I made more than 45 minutes. I'll have a very quick break before we come back. We won the challenge. We won the 45-minute challenge. I made it more than 45 minutes between bathroom breaks. I took it easy on the drinks. I've only got this. I made sure I only had 5 drinks for the first part of the stream. Number 5, here we go. Oh, it's green, look. Wait till you see part 2. I'm going to do some magic with green face paint.
I can't wait.
Nice, Dirty. Right.
Right.
Let's get back to it.
Time for Darrow, I think.
Darrow at the church.
Yes.
So you head to the House of the Shield, was it?
Yes.
Okay. You find a poly-religion church where people are worshipping all sorts of gods of protection, gods of battle, gods of their race, gods of the home, anything that would equate to the shield rather than the sword or the anvil. These things.
Yes.
Gods of healing, gods of protection. You see, the whole town is 70% human, 25% dwarves. So you'll see dwarfs around here. Mixed in amongst the humans.
So I get to the place, and first of all I ask, is there a resident priest of Barrackthram?
A resident priest of Barrackthram? No. But people like Barrackthram, yeah. And they know about Barrackthram here because people here are dwarves and it's very close to home. But no, there's not a resident priest of, but your religion has been heard of here when you talk about it, and people are curious to ask you about it.
Is there, if they mention the priests who are around, is there one that sounds of an allied god or basically not?
No, there'd be definitely priests of gods that are very closely allied to yours, like the main dwarven gods, the good gods. So there'd be priests. It's a big church with a lot of people, a lot of priests. So the next best thing to Barrackthram would be the main dwarven god, or a god of protection, or a god of warfare, or whatever, a lawful good god of war. Whatever the closest is, there would be the god of a priest of. Maybe not Barrackthram, but the next best thing you would have. So definitely an allied priest you would find.
So if there is a senior ally priest,
Yep.
then I will speak to him
So
about the dream I have had.
a priest of Moradin, let's say, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, so let's say you'd be a high level priest of Moradin. Now, I'm going to bring up a wee thing just to bring up some dwarf names, hopefully. So I can I've not generated a name for a priest here, so we won't get to make one up, unless anybody can suggest one.
For a priest?
A dwarf priest, I just need a random dwarf name. Give me a sec, see if I've got one here. It's giving me lots of half-orcs for some reason. Oh, dwarf? No, that's a female dwarf. Let's make a female, so she's called Dariff Loder. Dariff Loder. Larif Loder. I don't know how you pronounce that, but that's the name of this female dwarf priest, okay?
Right. Well,
She's a priest of Moradin.
Yeah.
So I'll make a quick note of that as well then, so at least I've got that. That's the broken pen, 2-6. So Dariff Darif Loder. Loderr. Okay. Okay, so there is, you estimate from looking at our high level priestess of Moradin named Dariff Loder, Darrow. What do you want to speak to her?
Speak to her and explain the dream I had, and then ask her to pray with me for guidance.
Okay, so explain the dream you had, and do you want to explain it, or shall I explain it?
If you explain it for the...
Okay. Okay, so Darrow had a dream in which he seen his father, but also his god, and the two images kind of juxtapose across each other and mix with each other, in which he was told he needs to get home to his church as fast as possible, and he should not stray and he should not delay. And this was a dream, but a epiphany and a message from his God, but also from his father at the same time. Confusing that he got it from both at the same time, but he believes that it's a message from his God, and he's to get to Rockholm as fast as possible, and he believes the fastest way to do that is by finding the entrance to the Gold Road that is located somewhere around Dragon's Watch Castle ruins. So you're explaining that to this priestess, Dareth.
I'll be explaining, thinking of that path as well, yes.
Yes, okay, so you explained that to Dareth Lodair.
Yes. Ooh, there's always a chance she knows something about that path as well.
Well, okay, so you're asking her if she knows anything about it?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, roll for... Do you think charisma's the most applicable here, or have you got something that's better in this situation, do you think, that you should roll for?
Was it wisdom for her knowledge, or...?
No, for you and for how she's... let's roll your charisma, yeah. Because you should have a decent one. You have to be the champion class, like. Let's roll your charisma. I want to see how she gets an instant reaction to you.
On a D20?
Yeah. 7.
That should be comfortably below.
Absolutely comfortably below. So, she'll tell you, yeah, there is, or there was, apparently, a way from, there used to be a way to get almost straight from Stonehaven to Rockholm, and that's through Castle Dragon's Watch. But Castle Dragon's Watch hasn't stood for 500 years, and its ruins there full of undead. To go looking for it would be folly, they say. Many go looking for it, and not very many come back.
Which is why it's a difficult choice. If I'm not meant to stray from the path.
A cursed place full of undead, they say.
Yeah.
Not many have the strength to break the evil that is the barrier to find it, apparently. It's folly to go. Many go looking for there's lost fortunes there, and many rich crypts and all sorts of gold to be found there, but many go and many come looking and not many come back.
Well, I'm not looking for those, I'm looking for the route.
Well, it is said that it is the direct connection back onto the Gold Road, and you can get almost straight to Rockholm from Castle Dragon's Watch, but it's that road, that path's not been discovered in hundreds of years. It's just a riddled old graveyard, a tomb site full of undead and monsters to stay away from.
Yes. So, but the dream is urgent.
Yes. Tell me, Darrow, what's your ability to cast undead?
Barrack Thram does not grant
To turn undead.
Barrack Thram does not grant specific powers against undead.
So this dwarf will look at you sort of kind of half sideways.
We were given... Was it another Temple of Moradin? I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, there was a temple of another high up dwarf god. It might have been Moradin, or another one of the dwarf gods. Anyway, that was only a couple of towns back. Solskjaer maybe, or Draskemir.
We were given... We have a lot of holy water to use.
Okay, but you don't turn undead. But a lot of holy water's good.
No.
Darrow, maybe I can help you.
Yeah.
There's an artifact so for a priest that doesn't turn undead, this might come in handy. There's something I can maybe loan you with from my church.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I need to go home and find you. I've got it locked up in a case in my house. I'll need to get it for you. But yeah, there's something I can help you with your cause, Darrow. Yes, I believe so. And she's looking at you. Yes, absolutely. The holy water, you say, and you've got bottles of holy water, yeah? Many of them.
Yeah, I explain how many we were given.
Okay, so she's going to offer you a holy water sprinkler.
Right.
She would need to go home to get it, but she's willing to loan it to you. The holy water sprinkler, for anybody that doesn't know, it's a morning star in this case. So along like a handle with a mace, but on a chain, like a mace, a flail like thing. But it's got a thing you can open, and it twists open. Although it's iron, the end of it, the morning star end, twists open, and it fits inside it a glass vial, like around the size of a vial of holy water. And then there's holes in the iron of the weapon. So obviously you can tell by design that this thing, when you swing it, it breaks the glass inside, and the holy water sprinkles out the holes. The holy water sprinkler.
A sprinkler.
Yeah, so she's willing to offer you, when you tell her about your quest for where you're going and where you're looking for, she's willing to loan you a loan of this magical weapon. Not a magical weapon, sorry, because it's not a +1 weapon or anything like that. But it's a weapon that you can put holy water inside, and when you hit something, and now I'll have to double check this, but I think its first hit is 1d8 holy water damage, second 1d6, third 1d4, or something like that. Anyway.
And that's in addition to standard.
In addition to the damage that the flail does. So it's a flail, sorry. If I said Morningstar, forgive me. Flail. It's got the chain and then the little compartment. That's a flail, right?
And the unfortunate thing is none of the party had flail as a weapon proficiency.
As a weapon proficiency, okay. Well, she's still willing to offer you the use of this, if you want it. Here's about this holy quest.
I assume we can still throw bottles of holy water.
Yeah. Yes, it's something where I need to discuss with my companions about which of us feels most confident using it. We also have the and this thing is what, a medium weapon?
Yes, I believe so. Flail. Whatever flail is.
Yeah.
But the flail with no pluses, but it does that extra holy water damage against anything that's damaged by holy water. 1d8 first attack, first hit. 1d6 second hit, 1d4 holy water damage third hit.
Footman's flail is a medium weapon, speed 7, does 1d6 plus 1 against normal, small and medium, and 2d4 against large.
There you go. So she's offering you to get that. If you want, she'll go home and go get that for your party on your holy quest, because she knows you're going to fight undead. And
thank you.
She just
I will thank her. I will discuss it with my companions when I meet up with them to see which of us may feel most confident using this.
Well, Darrell will say, well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Darrell. Great axe, and to hear what your true holy quest is and what you're really all about. It's been an absolute pleasure and an honour. Thank you.
Are you in some way able to consult your god about whether there's a potential route?
Well, I know that it's not myth. It's not an old wives' tale. It does exist. Yeah. It's just not been open for many years. I truly believe that it is there. Yes, it's historical, not mythical.
Right.
But I will pray. I'll pray for Moradin to protect you like he does all dwarves, but to protect you in particular, Darrow, hero and champion of dwarves, of course.
The other thing I will ask her is if she knows, this being the shield thing.
Mm-hmm. The House of the Shield Church.
I and my companions were acting as the escort for this elven merchant, who we had originally agreed to go all the way to the human capital with.
To Silver Hall.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously, what my God asks is more important. But would she know of people suitable to escort this merchant so that we can be relieved of that responsibility?
Well, to find someone as noble and as trustworthy as yourself, Darryl, great axe, maybe not, but to find someone that's martially capable, perhaps, it just would cost the right amount of coin, of course. But this Elise Maidie that you travel with, she's well known for being a wealthy woman, isn't she?
Yes.
She's got a lot of money.
We were prepared to return the money we had been paid so far.
Plenty of people around these parts be willing to do almost anything for the right price. It's just finding the right people, I guess. Darryl?
But given this is the House of the Shield.
Would you know anyone here, or like a cleric, that might be willing to join the party?
Like a cleric, or a cleric,
right, okay.
or worshippers
who
are...
so willing to join a party like that as the cleric, you mean? For the right kind of quest to protect a good person, you mean? You're trying to
yes.
Well, you're trying to find the replacement Darrow for this group, are you?
The replacement... It's or someone who can put together a party too.
Right, okay. Let me have at least another charisma roll then. Just for a start then.
I think they'll need a range of people
Yeah,
with different,
easy peasy.
different skills, won't they?
Yeah, okay. So let's have a percentage roll to see if she can think of anybody immediately, and let's make it 25%. Let's have a percentage chance, and if you get 25 or under, she knows someone that she might think would be the next arrow. No. Nah, I don't think so. I don't know if there's any priests here at the church that would be, or in my church, or that I know that would be suitable to lead a party of adventurers. I'm afraid not, Darrow. Sorry.
Perhaps we should try the one, the sword, the Temple of the Sword.
Yeah.
Does
she know of anyone else who might know?
Well, at the House of the Sword, yeah, you might find more clerics that are of gods that are more on the adventure side of protecting people. So yeah, perhaps it might be worth a look at the House of the Sword. And of course, and remember, this is a dwarf woman talking to you. She'll say, a priest of Barrackthram will be welcome in the House of just as welcome in the House of the Sword as he is in the House of the Shield.
So I will let her know where we're staying,
which is the Fair Maiden Inn, yeah?
Depending on how far her home is, on how far she has to go to get this...
Holy Water Sprinkler.
Yeah.
I make a note of what its actual name is. It's called the Holy Water Sprinkler.
Yeah,
it's a flail.
Yeah, I've got it written down too.
So if I let her know where we're staying, which is pretty close by...
Yep.
And then we can go. I, with Eleanor, can go to the sword place as well.
Okay. So you tell Darif where you're staying, which is the Fair Maiden Inn.
Yes.
And you're heading to the House of the Sword with Eleonora.
Yes.
All right. So, it's only a couple of streets away, as you can see. 1, 2, 3 streets away, 3 blocks away to the House of the Sword.
Yeah.
You get there, you see another beautifully decorated church. It's not as beautiful as the famous Church of Ogma. The Church of Ogma here is very famous in how it looks, but the House of the Sword here is another multi-theistic church where worshippers of gods of war or gods of the more aggressive side of things, but still Barrack Thrab is almost 50-50 where he would fit in the House of the Shield and the House of the Sword, because it's a god of protection and war and dwarfs. And so you see priests of, now I don't remember the actual names of, but in Forgotten Realm, the god of war and the god Talos is one of them. Even though it's I think perhaps a neutral evil god, it's the god of storms or something. But people that worship all these gods will be around it, and there'll be a priest of some of the major religions.
Well, we first of all check whether any priests of Barrack Thrab are based here.
Okay, right, now, because you are so close to home, and because you're in the House of the Sword, and I didn't give you a chance in the House of the Shield, I want to give you a very low chance, right? So give me 5% on D100. No, okay, there's not. So same as before, but slightly different variation in the gods that they worship.
Well, we ask if they know of anyone reputable here who could act as a merchant's escort, or act as part of a merchant's escort.
Alright, what did I give you in the last one? 25%?
Yeah.
I'll give you 40% in this one then. Make a roll. Hey.
There we are.
Now, right, okay, Peter, well done. So, I mean, we know you found someone.
The thing is, once we find one person, they could well have some regular adventuring companions.
Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to decide what god they worship, what level they are, and we'll flesh out a couple of very basic details of them, okay? So, David, I'd like you to get up the Forgotten Realms main gods so we can find out what god they worship. Peter, soon as you made him, I want you to roll 1d8 for what level he is.
And I rolled to see if there's more than one.
So she can think of somebody. For some reason, she comes out with this really green young guy. He's really enthusiastic. He might not be very experienced, but he's very, very enthusiastic. We have a level 1 cleric of, and David's going to decide that in a minute, right?
But he might have some friends.
He might have some friends.
Yeah, okay, so what's the chance he's got a couple of friends, right? 50% he's got a friend to go with him. Like, he's very charismatic, right? He's very enthusiastic. So 75% chance he's got a friend to go with him. Trevor, you can roll that. 75% or under. Level 1, who rolled that?
Okay. Oh,
Hey, right, okay, so, and his friend.
That's well under. Maybe more than one friend.
So, his friend is a fighter, a cleric, a rogue, or a mage. But a cleric is extra chances because this guy's a cleric. So, fighter is 1, cleric is 2, 3, 4, rogue is 5, mage is 6. Somebody roll a 1d6. Tammy, it's your turn to roll a dice. 1d6. We'll see what class this guy is.
Let's go.
I'm just winging this now, like.
Oh, one.
He's a fighter. No, he's a fighter, right. So, he's lower level than his friend, even though his friend was 1d6. He has to be lower level than 1d6, so he's 1d4. So you've got a fighter of level...
His friend was 1d8.
Was it? 1d8, what do you mean? No, his friend's could be level 1d4, because this guy was level 1d6.
No, he was level 1d8.
This guy was level 1d8. Okay, so the friend could be level 1d6. Yeah, right, okay. So, who wants to roll the 1d6?
I did.
I'll roll a 1d6.
Okay, Trevor.
I rolled.
Oh no,
I got a
you've done it.
2.
Okay.
See what Trevor rolls. Nah, see what you roll. Maybe be kind to you on average if you roll high.
Might be better.
All right, go on then. Have another go.
Imagine he rolls worse.
Throw it
3.
back for us, Trevor.
Okay, right, so nah, that's not helping. So you've got a level 1 cleric and a level 2 fighter, okay? Who wants to name them?
But they might have some. They might know where to recruit some people.
I always like to call a cleric Eric, so Eric the cleric. That's nice and easy. And who's the fighter? Who's got a name for him? He's level 2. Henrik. Eric and Henrik, right? So, you've managed to rustle up so far a level 1 cleric named Eric and a level 2 fighter named Henrik. Now, we could roll up stats in between sessions for them, absolutely, but we know that their basic is level 1 cleric and level 2 fighter. So, how impressed do you think Elise is going to be with your party so far that you found?
I don't even think we should bother telling her, to be honest. That's pathetic.
With what you found so far. It's not great, like.
Not at all.
And I put it all down to dice rolls as well, and be kind to you.
But they might. You know, they might have
still
nowhere to recruit.
Were they part of a party? Did they have people who trained them?
Well, you've got a cleric, he's a level 1 cleric, and he's only been a cleric in the church, so he's trained in casting spells mostly, and you've got a level 2 fighter, so he's probably done a little bit time in the Kingsguard and, like, fell out with somebody for fighting and got kicked out of the Kingsguard, and he's still friends with his buddy that's in the church. So this guy, like, is an ex-Kingsguard, that's why he's a level 2 fighter, and his mate that's like an apprentice cleric, like a young cleric. That's what you've got so far. Doesn't quite match your level 5s and 6s and 7s, like.
Nah, not at all.
Well, we were not level 5, 6, and 7 when we were recruited.
No, but more like, what was it, 2, 3, and 4, or?
I don't know how long we've been working for her. Feels like a lifetime.
Since all the way at the very
Since
south
we
of this
landed-
island.
Since we landed on this island.
Too
A
long.
long time.
Yeah, we must have been lower level when we began.
Much. But not 1 and 2. But you've
Well-
found 2 guys willing to sign up to the cause so far.
And we've only been at the church, like we haven't looked elsewhere.
Exactly,
for
yeah,
1
yeah.
year.
That's only Darrow's charisma at the church so far. That's not bad, like.
Kiara have a shot at the pubs, like Kiara have a shot at the tavern,
Exactly, yeah, exactly. We've only had Darrow speak to somebody at the church so far, and you've got 2 guys. And you've not even presented them to Elise yet, anyway. So, I'd say that's not bad so far. It's a start, Darrow. A newbie enthusiastic, charismatic cleric. Let's make a note he's charismatic, so when we roll his stats, make that one of his high ones. And his friend that's a level 2 fighter who used to be in the Kingsguard, but got in trouble for fighting at a bar one night and fighting his friend that was also in the Kingsguard or something and headbutted him. So you've got quite a capable fighter who was not supposed to be in the Kingsguard anymore. There you go. You've got 2 people so far. And that's only Darrow at the church so far.
Do you want to know possible religions for the cleric? From
Yes.
Forgotten Realms?
Yes, please.
Greater gods, there's Tempest, god of war and
That'll
battle.
do.
Or Tyr, god of justice.
Tempest will do, mate. We'll take the first one.
Okay.
He's only a level 1 cleric. It's not going to make a huge difference.
No, but at least he can turn undead.
Yep. You've found something that can actually turn undead. You can't, but she can. This guy can. You and Eleonora can't. But yeah, you've got level 1 cleric of Tempest, named Eric the cleric, and you've got Henrik, his level 2 fighter buddy. And that's just Darrow at the church.
Yeah, that's just one. My real hair stuck to my ears.
I've got a suggestion. How about if we take these 2 along with us and we let Darrow just go down underground?
Well, as long as Alicia's willing to let me free from her contract, I'd go with the boss.
Is that you saying that a level 1 cleric and a level 2 fighter replaces Darrow, Trevor? Come on.
Yeah, but at least he can turn undead.
Oh! Shots fired.
Say, well, Darrow will have spent time praying at both altars.
Yep, absolutely, okay. So, Darrow and Peter, because you've taken your time to stop and pray at both altars, let's say...
Yeah, do you get like an improvement?
Yeah, let's say for the next 1 hour in-game, for the next 1 hour, you get the effect of a bless spell on you only.
Yeah, although what I was praying for was sort of guidance and whatever.
Yep, okay, well, we're going to take a break in a minute, but we'll think about what guidance you'll get after. But in the meantime, for the next 1 hour of in-game time, you've also got, as well as whatever guidance you get, you've also got the effects of a bless spell. So whatever the +1s on that is, okay?
Yeah. Unfortunately, it doesn't add 2 levels of people I find.
My God. You guys still there?
Yep.
Yes, indeed.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sitting having my dinner in the Maiden.
Oh, yeah.
I'm
Waiting for Darrow to return.
Yeah, I think I've done what I can think for Darrow, unless someone can think of something that Eleonora would suggest.
I will, before we stop for a break, I think move us to a tavern map. And then so when we come back, we could be on one.
Right.
Okay.
But we'll talk about... We're not in any rush to take the break, so...
Eleonora could ask whether... there's...
I was about to say I'm expecting your phone call in a minute.
You're going up straight off at 5. Okay, no bother. I will switch screens anyway, so it doesn't matter about the cams. Bear with me. Right, so everybody watching, we are taking our half-time break now, and we're taking a longer break, like an hour and a half, 2 hours this time. Because we're doing a 2-part game this time, and we're taking a double session. So we'll be back at 7 o'clock. Right. So, we're back, folks. This is part 2 of the Halloween special, 50th episode special of the Burning Staff campaign. We're celebrating my birthday and Halloween. As you can see, we've got everybody on cam. And I'm dressed up. We're doing the Halloween thing, so welcome everybody. We're going into the second half. We find ourselves in a tavern. What's the name of the tavern, Troops? Do you remember?
Pass. It was the mid-range one.
I'm just opening all that up now.
It wasn't the Hunter's Rest.
Hello, motherfucker.
Was it something? No, we're staying. We're in the Fair Maiden, are we not? Because that's where we're staying.
The Fair Maiden.
Yes,
that's
he
right.
wants to go out for a drink and to try and find some adventurers. Or rather, we were waiting at the Fair Maiden for Darrow to arrive back from the...
That's right, Darrow coming back from the church.
From the church.
Yeah, okay, so you're
Potentially with a couple of enthusiastic adventurers.
Aye, so you're at the Fair Maiden Inn in Stonehaven. Okay. So, you find yourselves in this inn. It's a standard middle-of-the-road inn. Quite nice, though, actually. Seems the clientele are quite well-to-do. You see a bunch of Kingsguard drinking at one table. A couple who look like they could be merchants, quite wealthy up here. And your average kind of town yokels around here. There is a bard somewhere on the stage playing something or singing, reciting something. I'll bring you who are present into the bar with tokens so that we represent everything, okay? So, Darrow. Kiara.
Yes.
Sninknook. Andy McCarr. Where is Elise and Artan? They're away to their own place, right?
Yes, they're in the
I bet
Dragon's
they
Rest.
are.
So where's Ralph? Is Ralph with you?
Oh, definitely. He drives our cart.
2 seconds. I'm making your kit tokens a bit bigger. So Ralph's here. Where's the bear? Charlemagne.
Saddled up.
In the
stables, I think.
with the horses.
Yeah,
I
you
think.
said that there was. Yeah, you said there was like stables with most of the places. So
At the,
He
inn,
will
at
be-
the 3 inns that Alicia's told you about,
Yeah.
there was stables at all of them. Yeah.
is that the Fair Maiden where we are?
Like 2 seconds to get back to that place. So you're at the Fair Maiden Inn. Yeah, this is an inn. This has got rooms, so there's stables here. Yes. So this is where you guys have got your room for the night as well. So if you want to stable the horse up here, the bear up here, and
Yeah, that's
also you've
yeah.
got a bunch of horses to take care of as well. To think about where they're stabling up to. Remember?
Well, yeah, Goliath and Charlemagne would usually go together. I would usually make sure. I would probably like cover the cost of the extra for them having a thing themselves, not with the pack horses.
Yeah. Okay. No problem. So the horses and the bear are stabled away, and you guys find yourself at night time. Although meals will still be being served in the Fair Maiden Inn in Stonehaven. You're in quite a nice part of the town. So, before we took the break, you had just Darrow was at the church and had just spoken to a young priest there who is willing to take on the role of becoming the leader of the party of Elise's new bodyguards. Should you put the rest of a group together, and he's got one friend, Henrik, to join him.
But we rolled terribly.
Dwarven brothers.
Was it his brother? Was it Henrik? It was his brother. What?
No,
right.
no, the Dwarven brothers. Are
Oh,
they here?
Fargrim and Ogrim, right? Yeah, they would be, unless they're somewhere else.
No, I think they'd be staying with us.
They come celebrate with us, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, unless they've wandered off to some dwarvish district.
No, I've put them on the map with you then. They are with you now.
Great stuff. I don't suppose this inn runs to mushroom wine or cigars.
So, I'm going to remind myself. You're at the Fair Maiden Inn. That is, and we're in a big city, and the Fair Maiden Inn is middle of the road, inn and tavern. So, I'm going to give you a chance on mushroom wine, because it's metropolitan place, second biggest city on the country. I'm going to give you a 50% chance that they've got a mushroom wine. So, give me a D
Nice.
percentile.
Let's go Sninky Nook.
Whoa,
Yeah.
I cheered right up.
Boom, they have got
Yay.
one now. I'm going to give you the full range of 1 to 10. You can roll it for the quality of it. 1 to 10 out of 10. Ooh, they've got a 6 out of 10 quality mushroom wine here.
Oh. How many bottles?
Well, it's a big place, the Fair Maiden Inn. Let's say they've got at least 4. No, let's roll 1d4, okay? 1d4. They've got 1d4 bottles. Let's make it all random. They've got 3 bottles.
I'll take all 3.
You want to buy all 3 of them?
Yes, I'll drink one tonight, but I'll take all 3.
Okay, well the barman says they might be a bit pricey to buy all 3 of them. I mean, these are special imported mushroom wines. You don't see these around all the time. And you want to clear us out, I'll have to charge you a premium to take all of them. I mean, obviously we've got to restock these. To be without them might come at a loss for us. So I'm gonna have to charge you handsomely to take all 3 of them off me, I'm afraid.
That's no problem.
Yes.
sir.
How much?
Well, these be worth 15 gold each at least. These bottles of wine. To take all 3 of them off me, you're gonna have to give me at least 75 gold today.
Do it, Sninky Nook.
I shall kind of pull the money out of my my wallet, slap it down on the bar, and kind of look at him expectantly, while standing on a stool, of course.
Okay, well, Liz going to pull down the 3 bottles then. There you go. Don't say we're not good to you here at the Fair Maiden Inn.
Oh, you've got wonderful service here. Wonderful service. And a glass, please.
Yep, just the one.
Screw. Oh. Well, my friends have tried this before, but
Will he'll hand you a corkscrew and one glass.
oh, thank you.
Remember, we've got important things to be doing and can't delay through people being hungover tomorrow.
Oh,
I
yeah.
know, boss. I know, boss. I can hold my wine.
We have to relax a little bit, getting ready for this big adventure that we're going on to help you, because we believe in your mission. Let us have some peace.
Is it okay if I smoke? I asked the barman.
Oh, you can smoke in here. That's absolutely fine.
Oh, lovely. Boss, is it okay if I smoke on our table, or would you rather I move to another table?
I quite like the earthy smells. I don't mind just smoking at the table.
Yeah.
Mushroom cigars,
not-
is it?
It's the mushroom cigars,
Yeah.
no doubt.
Well, can we see any likely recruits here for
Okay, so
releases?
We might see some at the bar.
well, no, you're in a busy bar, so I'm going to give you a chance, right? So, as well as a few random patrons and just average workies, the Four Kings Guard you see sitting at one table, let's say you do see some likely looking sorts. Some guys that have maybe got scrappy swords at their sides that look like it might be something like a sword for hire. Say maybe there's like a message board for work and you've seen a couple of guys floating around it. So maybe, let's give you a chance to roll. Now, first of all, we're going to have to do like a charisma check for somebody. Who's going to attempt to approach somebody first then? Who's going to roll a charisma?
Who's it going to be, guys?
Well, I'd be happy to do it. So Sneaky Nook, obvious in a very good mood.
You're in a great mood. You just found that mushroom wine.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Yeah, is the person with obvious charisma in the party.
Yeah. She's the face of the party.
So let's say there's a group of four. Well, no. Decide who's speaking, and then we'll see if there's a group of people with a percentage chance.
Okay, so yeah, I don't mind going. I want to get rid of Elise. I probably will fare better speaking to these sword type or drunken.
Well, let's say 75% chance that there is somebody there first then. Just in case there isn't someone there. Who wants to roll a percentage dice?
Oh, got that. What is it? Did someone to roll it? I heard it.
Nope. Anyone want to roll D100?
Oh well. I thought somebody had done it.
There you go. So there is somebody. Let's say there's a group of 4 self-swordy looking type folks.
Okay.
Somebody that might look like they might be looking for that kind of work. You saw somebody hovering around the notice board, having a few ales jovially, talking to each other about possibilities and adventures far off. And yeah, okay, let's say there's a group.
Let me fix my cam. I'm so sorry.
That's alright. So who's going to speak to them? Kiara?
Yeah.
Right, roll a charisma check first then.
Right, what do I roll down?
So D20 against your charisma. Oh, cams have went. Oh,
Yeah, sorry, it's me. It's
that's okay.
because guys had all paused. Hold
that's
on.
okay. I'll come back.
I will.
But Kiara's going to go over and chat with them. I'll just have a good look to make sure I can't see any signs that they might be bandits just in looking for custom.
Well, we'll get Eleonora maybe to do a no alignment on them later. But
Well, Sneaky, you can make me a perception check. Then,
I rolled a 4, by the way.
Nice, okay, so you've got an excellent roll in your charisma check. Sneaky Nook, you can roll me a perception, so we do the perception as the average of your intelligence and wisdom. You can roll that for me if you like.
I just have, and my perception is 11, and I rolled a 10.
Nice, okay, so to you, these guys look like what you've probably seen a dozen times over now is young fledgling adventurers that are out looking for their first major quest or their glory or their gold. What I guess Darrow and Kiara and perhaps even yourself were one day. Yeah, you easily identify them as, no, they're not bandits, they look honest, their intentions look good. You're hearing snippets of their conversation and stuff.
fit and strong?
They do. They look like a young group. Like, let's say they're all human. They all look in their early 20s at the oldest, so they're all very young and.
Okay. Yeah, so I would go over. I'd just be like, "What's that I hear, boys? Is that you looking for some adventure on these little boards?"
Ah, yes. We're one of them will look at you, guy with a ponytail and a bandana and a bow on his back and a sword at each side, and a glint in his eye. Ah, lass, yes. Are you an adventurer yourself? Are you?
I am. I wouldn't know if you were looking for big adventure. I don't think you're going to find them posted up in the inns here. It's the big jobs are the ones that people don't advertise.
Now, how's Kiara dressed at this point? Just normal, or?
I would say just regular. I didn't make an extra. I'm not in my like fighting clothes.
Do you look quite fancy? A nice dress and earrings and all that, eh?
Yeah. Imagine me before I came the first half, right?
Mhm. Yeah.
Because she wants food and stuff.
Okay. You made your charisma check, so this guy's he's eating up every word you say. This ponytailed guy. Yeah. Oh yeah. What is it you've heard? What is it you've seen that's not on the board here?
Well, actually, me and my party are looking for some trustworthy, strong, sturdy people to help a very important merchant continue the rest of their journey. We've got called away on a separate mission, and we can't do it anymore. But we are looking for someone really experienced or really trustworthy. This is someone who's become a dear friend to us. Do you think that you would know anybody around here that would be what we're looking for?
Where's your friend going? How far do they need to go?
Well, how far away is Stonehaven? It's
Silverhall.
Silverhall.
It's a few days just now.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I would just say that. I'd just say it's a few days travel, but as you know, these parts have been plagued with bandits.
Yeah.
As you might have heard as well, there is an adventuring group travelling with a merchant. I'm part of that group, and we need to get our friend to Silverhall. It is a few days travel. It's a very handsome pay.
Well, we've heard about you. You're travelling with a merchant that's very rich, and you're the bandit slayers, the bandit scourge. And you mean you want us to take over from you?
Well, we're looking for a couple of people to take over. We're just here. We've only just arrived here, so we've not had a chance to look around or see very many people so far. But you guys look quite fit and strong and keen.
And you want us to take over from what you've been doing, or you already have someone else?
You would need to kind of tell me what your skill set would be, or like why it is that you would want to go. But yeah, so if it was a job that you were interested in, it's definitely something I want to talk about.
Okay, so I need to start writing down names then, because we'll forget. So he'll introduce himself as Randall. Right?
Randall.
I'm just making these up now. This is the long ponytailed guy with the bandana, and he'll look round to his right over his shoulder and say, "And this is my brother Bernard, and we're fighters.
Nice.
Two of the strongest arms in the Silver Isles." And he flexes his muscles and shows you, and he's got a sword on each side, this boy. And he turns around and looks at his brother Bernard, and Bernard's flexing as well, and he's got a big two-handed sword down his back. And these are our friends. Now I need a couple of names.
How many more?
2 more.
Tom and Jerry, perhaps?
Tomard and Gerald. Tomard and Gerald. Tom and Jerry, there you go. So Randall, Bernard, Tomard and Gerald. And these 4 adventurers. So myself and my brother Bernard are fighters. Tomard there's the sneaky type. And Gerald there, he's an archer. A ranger, you might say.
Right, so Yeah. Okay. How have you guys had experience before? Are you just looking for adventure, or have you guys detected?
We've had a few small jobs before. We've never done a bodyguard job for a rich merchant.
Yeah. So what kind of skills do you think that you would have that would go towards? It is a very important job. I know I'm asking you a lot of questions, but...
He'll flex his muscles and say these skills and show it and flex his two arms. And he's got big bulging muscles. And his brother from behind him laughs, ha ha ha, and does the same.
Okay.
These are the skills.
Bulging muscles are great, but you need to be able to like predict and coordinate and... It's only a couple of days travel, but the roads are terrible. These bandits are awful. They're ruthless.
Tomard and Gerald, they're the sneaks and the brains of the operation. We've got all the brute and me and my brother, and then you've got the boys there.
Nice. Yeah, I think who did I go up to them alone to speak, or did we go up as a
I think
group?
so.
I would
Could
invite them
introduce them to us.
Yeah, I would invite them to come and have a drink at our table with us.
All right.
To meet the rest of the party, and then just to see what the guys think.
Okay. I'm not going to pull out 4 new tokens. We'll just assume they're there then.
Yeah, so I think
Yeah.
Eleonora ought to step out and then come back with a no alignment on. What do you reckon, Peter? You've got a character sheet.
Yeah, she could do that, and I'm not. What we didn't discuss was whether the other 2 people I found would have come along.
They did come back with you,
Yeah, they came back with you, didn't they?
so they're somewhere in the pub as well.
Yeah.
Eric
So
and
they-
Henrik.
They can be inspected as well.
Yeah.
So you've got 6 prospective candidates, potential candidates.
Yeah, I think that's decent for a wee half hour in the pub.
And Darrow's half hour in the church, it's not bad.
Mhm.
Well, let's see how they really are. Do you fancy a drink, lads? I say, proffering a kind of purple wine.
Oh, aye, absolutely. A drink, aye. What is it we're drinking? So let's assume that all
mushroom
6...
wine, a really good vintage.
Oh,
actually.
mushroom wine, aye, I've heard of that before. We'll have a drink of that. So you've got all 6 of these potential new recruits then. Randall, Bernard, Tomard, Gerald, Eric and Henrik.
Fine,
Yeah.
I'll pour them half a glass each. and Just,
I will. Yeah. Oh, that's your good mushroom wine. Hold on. I would.
yes.
What are they, human or what are they, dwarves?
These are all human guys.
Humans.
It's
I
all
would
right,
just.
I'm not racist.
Sninkinook, David.
I would ask for some ale, like a couple of jugs of ale from the bar.
Okay. You can order some ale. Sninkinook then, because you've already had a glass of wine and you're pouring out some glasses of wine, I'd like you to make some drinking checks. So first of all, the charisma one then. Soon as you're the one that's entertaining all these new guys with the drinks. Make a charisma roll first.
Sheesh, made it by 7.
Ooh.
Ooh, nice.
I'm in my element, waving my cigar around.
And then the potentially first charisma, constitution drinking check.
Here's where I'm likely to fall over.
The constitution one, let's go.
And it's so long since I've had any of this.
Definitely.
It's really hitting hard.
Sninkinook's definitely having a hangover tomorrow.
That was brilliant.
But you made your charisma check, so the guys love your patter. It's tomorrow's problem.
It's
Yes,
tomorrow.
well, I was going to suggest you could spar with them tomorrow. Might not be a good idea.
So, Tammy, would you like to roll me a constitution check for Kiara? You don't need to do the charisma one because it's Sninkinook, it's entertaining, and he's made it. 9, that makes it. No hangover for Kiara tomorrow. Okay. Anybody else having a mad drink?
No, I'm drinking moderately.
Darrow's hating it.
That was
So we're
it.
getting done.
Davos wanted to get on in getting a group together to palm off on that bloody merchant
Well,
so we can go and save the world.
Well, by the time you guys have ran around, you spoke to some guys in the tavern here, and you've spoke to the guys in the church over there. It's like 10 o'clock-ish, 11 o'clock-ish at night now. Well, I assume we've all had a meal as well, yeah?
Yeah.
Yes.
I had the mushroom soup. I'm just going to make a wisdom roll to see whether I open a second bottle. No, I don't.
You don't open a second bottle, or you don't make the roll.
I made the roll, I just don't open the second bottle.
Okay. So it's not going to get really, really bad. That's alright then.
Boo.
Okay. So, no one else wants to make any drinking checks, so you have potentially a group. What are you going to do about presenting them to Elise? When are you going to approach that?
One thing, Trevor said Eleanor was checking their alignments.
Alright, yeah, she was going to go out and come back in and cast no alignment. Okay. Okay, so to make it simple then, she'll go out and come back in, having cast no alignment, and they're all lawful good or neutral good.
Nice.
Yes.
Sounds fair enough.
Ask them about what sort of adventuring experience they've had. What have they thought?
One of them's going to say, I killed an owl bear.
Nice.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's impressive.
Have
Yeah.
you ever encountered combat?
Well, me,
If you killed an owl bear, I'd say so.
yeah, there was owl bears up by the castle ruins, and me and the boys killed one. We slayed an owl bear ourselves, 4 of us.
Well,
As a character, I don't know how impressive that is. How big's an owl bear?
Huge.
Oh, are they? Okay.
Oh, not
Oh, it's
huge,
pretty
they're
big.
gigantic.
Massive thing,
Okay.
yeah.
Nice. Nice work, guys.
Much bigger than Charlemagne.
Owl
Oh,
bear-
really?
owl-
Oh,
owl-
shit, okay.
Owl bears
Nice.
are a problem up by the dragon, the Dragon's Watch Castle ruins.
I was thinking like a koala.
so
And you'll hear someone from across the bar. Someone from across the bar will shout, and I've got a note somewhere. Aye, like Benton's boy, and it's just some boy from across the bar. Aye, like Benton's boy. The owl bears know all about Benton's boy.
Who's Benton's boy? What are you on about?
But someone from across the bar said that when they heard
I
they going on
know.
about hunting owl bears.
So that's what I would say to them. What are you on about? What's Benton's bear?
Oh, Benton the farmer from the edge of town, Andrew Benton, his son went off looking for the treasure up by the castle ruins, and he went looking for the owl bears in their nest. He said he was going to come back with an owl bear egg and make a fortune, and he never came back. It's a fool's errand going up there, going anywhere near there. Thomas, the boy's name.
I agree. It's a fool's errand.
Thomas, the boy's name.
Thomas.
Went up there looking for the eggs of the owl bear, and he never came back.
Oh, we're not going looking for owl bears. It's fine.
Too many young fools go up there looking for adventure and fame and fortune and treasure and never come back, or come back and on a stretcher and only to be buried. It's a terrible thing.
I've already got the fortune and the fame. I don't need to be searching for owl bears.
And this is just some random from the bar, say this guy.
Right. Okay.
Tom the farmer's son searched for an owlbear and found one.
Hey! Exactly.
I think I need
So
money.
that's quite impressive then, to be fair.
So these 4 guys, the 4 that you found in the tavern, not the 2 that you found in the church, or the church guy and his mate, but the 4 you found in the tavern, they claim they killed an owl bear between them.
You got a great wizard in your group?
No wizard in our group. We've not found our
Well,
wizard yet.
We've got a good wizard in our group. Not
But
as
in
good as the
fairness,
great
at least-
wizard, but a good wizard.
At least hired us as guards, not specifically as, like, do you know what I mean, for our skills. So,
Well,
I don't think it matters if they've not got magic.
Eric can do some curing magic.
But that's their problem when they're on the road. Like, we don't need to know the specific ins and outs. Can they fight? Do they know how to protect her? Are they strong enough? Is there enough of them? Are they not dumb enough that she's not going to be mad about it? And also, they're human. She's not going to be off that we've got her, like,
do you want us to show you our strength, mistress? What do you want us to do? And he holds up his shield and his sword. Would you want us to go outside and spar for you? We'll show you what we can do.
No, I'm just talking to
Hello says he'll spar with them.
I don't think we need to be testing our sparring skills.
Yeah. And he'll look at you nervously, like, yeah, sure. I'll show you we're worth it. I'll spar with you, dwarf. And he's a bit nervous when he says that bit.
Because they've heard all about us. We're big celebrities here. They know, guys. What do we think so far, though?
Well, we'll know more once I've sparred with them.
Okay.
They seem like good
Garrett's
lads.
like, right, I'm going to get tucked in about another.
I think you're daft, mistress. She's not going to let these guys take over from us. I just failed another wisdom roll.
Nice.
Are the King's Guard still there?
Yeah, there's 4 King's Guard at this table over here.
I'll let them know that we're going to be sparring and we're not planning to hurt each other.
Yeah.
Right. So they don't. So they know about the disturbance or the noise or whatever. Forward thinking. All right. So you've got 4 King's Guards here. One of them's a dwarf again. I've not got names for these guys, but you've got a high population of dwarfs in this town. So let's say there's 3 humans and 1 dwarf in the King's Guard. Do you want to speak to them? And you're telling them.
I'm basically saying if these people were suitable recruits as escorts.
Aye, laddie, and where do you plan on doing that? Like just out the back in the street, is it? You need to be careful.
Well, where's a good place to do it nearby?
Well, I'm gonna have to pull up the map then, haven't I? Let's move you guys on there, I guess.
Don't want you frightening the horses.
Or the locals.
So you're here in the Fair Maiden. He says.
I don't want them fighting anywhere near the bear, otherwise the bear will get the wrong idea and kill them.
You'll see there's a training grounds both out the back of the House of the Sword and out the House of the Shield. I'm sure if you introduce yourselves there, they would let you use the training grounds out the back.
Nearby, and we've got a priest who's associated with
You've already been to one of the churches. Let's go.
I've been to 2 of the churches, and we've got a priest who can introduce us to the.
It's midnight, mistress. I'm going to bed.
Yes, I think I want to go and study my. I want to go and study my spell books. I don't want all this messing about here in the dark.
I'm going to get a bowl of elven wine.
Okay, mark it on your notes so we can take the gold off later then.
Okay. Well, I have
Take my 2 bottles up to the room.
So Sneaky Nook's going up to his room. Carrie, you're getting a bottle of wine and taking it to yours.
Tavern will go for a quick session of sparring.
Okay. Sneaky Nook's retiring.
Some spar. I wasn't going to leave. I was going to go with Darrow to watch some spar.
So you're going with Darrow. Sneaky Nook's retiring to his room. Andy McCarr, you're going to study spells, did you say?
Yeah, I'm going to go and study my spell books. And,
what's Eleonora and Ralph doing then?
I suspect
feeling tired.
I suspect the Dwarven brothers may be happy to do some sparring.
They would come along for the sparring, yes. Let's see. Ralph, the driver, he'll be tired. He'll go to his room.
Yeah. So, is Ralph coming with us when we go, or is he going with Elise?
No, Ralph's your driver. He's your driver that drives your car, yeah.
Nice, okay.
So he'll stay with you.
Are we going to keep our cart then? Are we going to stable it here somewhere? If we're going off on some fool errand?
Well, you're planning on going underground again, so the cart might not be the best idea after here.
Oh my goodness.
No, we'll pay Ralph off. Okay, so can we go and do some sparring to get an idea of the toughness of these people?
So everybody that retires to the rooms. Which one of the two churches did you fancy then? You've got the House of the Shield and the House of Sword were both recommended as having facilities to spar outside them.
Eric is associated with the House of the Sword,
Yep.
and therefore should be able to get us in there easily.
And you're already introduced there as well. That's where you were before, the House of the Sword. So that's where you want to go?
Yes.
So instead of just going round the back, you go through the church with Eric and make yourselves known, and then go out the back to the sparring training facilities. Okay, you do so then with no problem. So what do you want to do with these guys then? How are you going to put them through their paces?
Are there practice weapons here?
There will be, yes, wooden swords and shields and all that.
Yeah, so we'll get them to each pick a practice version of their preferred weapon.
But one of them's preferred weapon is a bow.
That we deal with separately, that's not sparring.
The other one uses daggers, one uses two long swords, one uses a big two-hander sword.
Yeah. So we've got spar, and we've also got Eric's friend who can take part in the sparring too.
Yep, that's right. Henrik. He's a fighter, he's a level 2 fighter. Okay, so we don't have to like roll out a bunch of combat rolls that don't make a massive influence on what happens.
I want some fucking ching 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 like action. I don't.
We'll roll for how well it goes. So, Dad will roll a d20 for the trainees. Higher's better.
Mm-hmm.
7.
Middling.
Okay. So, do you have any skills that are transferable here then? Apart from your weapon proficiencies, do you have anything else that makes your training more valuable? Do you have like leadership or something, no?
I don't think so.
Okay, so your training roll didn't go too well, but it wasn't a total fail. So let's say
I do have the two weapons. I do have the two brothers with me as well, who may have.
Yeah, so make another roll then, another training roll for the group. Let's just make it another roll, nice and simple. 10, a little bit better, and do a third one because you've got the other brother then. They're being trained by 3 of you. And if you get a nice high one, then it's averaging out to middling. 12, it's averaging out to the 10, okay? So, a middling result. A middling result. You have a fairly decent sparring session. You feel like the guys are fairly proficient in the weapons they claim to be proficient in. You feel like they won't die if they fight one bandit each at a time.
And how do they compare the 4 people? The two brother fighters.
Yep.
How do they compare with Eric's friend?
Right, we'll say the first roll was for those two. We'll say the first fighter was for Eric's friend and he was quite crappy. The second roll was for the two brothers. They were the middling, and the third roll was for the ranger and the rogue of the other 4, and they were a bit better.
I'm getting the impression that they're...
Whatever way you paint it wasn't brilliant.
This set of... Yeah, I'm wanting an idea of... is it believable that these 4 could have taken out an owlbear?
If they had lucky rolls, I guess.
Or there may have been more of them, and these are the only ones who survived.
You guys have never
Or the
personally fought an owlbear,
owlbear,
so
or like you don't know what state the owlbear was in beforehand, all this kind of stuff.
you've never actually fought an owlbear yourselves, so up to you if you believe them, I guess. Do you think it's believable?
I wish you did.
The point of taking them sparring was to get an idea of their competence.
Let's
Yeah, but they
say,
were like
let's
they
say
were
you're not
mid-range.
convinced then from those results. You're not thoroughly convinced at all. You got 7, a 10, and a 12, so you're not thoroughly convinced that the 4 of them took on an owlbear. They seem optimistic. They seem nice. You hope they're not lying.
They probably don't have to take on an owlbear. They only have to fight bandits.
They did claim that though, that the 4 of them fought an owlbear.
Did Andy McCarr come along?
No,
No.
I'm back studying my spell book.
Kiara did and the dwarves did.
So we haven't got an archer as such with us for assessing the archer.
He could still set up some bottles on the wall and try to shoot at them or something, though.
Yeah,
To show you how he does.
yeah.
You'd think they'd have butts or something for practicing that
They
sort
would.
of thing.
They would. They would have some
But,
targets.
yeah, they said it was a training ground. They said it was
Exactly,
a training
yeah.
ground for the matches.
So-
Aye.
If you want to, somebody else can roll this time then. You want to roll d20 and we'll just go high as good for how well this guy shoots targets. There you go. Decent. This guy's a bit more convincing, the archer.
Sneaky Nook isn't with us either.
No.
He's your
I
resident
suppose-
expert of
They're not
archery.
really much use tonight anyway.
He's out like a light at the moment.
So, your archer seemed pretty proficient. Let's see, he had 6 targets lined up. He's just bulldozed 5 of them at 50 yards or whatever. Bang, 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 bang. Missed the last one.
So he's
Probably better than Kiara.
He was the most impressive out of them so far.
right.
Now, what's your next move, gang? My next move's to the fridge to get another beer.
Mine might be to the lube. But well, I think we tell her that they're all right. Like so far, we've only been here for like one night anyway, and this is just people that we've bumped into in the pub. But like, we could give them like a brief rundown tomorrow before we go or whatever. You know what I mean?
Darrow's not feeling so confident in their abilities, are you, mate?
I know, but once like, who cares? It's a couple of days travel. By then we'll be off ski.
Yeah, it's the thing is it's you've said 3 roles whose meaning is meaningless.
What do you mean?
It may well be that Ryan didn't know how good they were, and we rolled to see how good they were, Peter. We don't know.
Yeah, no, it was how well they did in that particular sparring session, which wasn't that particularly good. That was just one particular session. They were under a lot of pressure. They were nervous. They know who you are. You guys are famous.
I say we ask them to meet in the morning. We tell them to spread the word.
Go in the morning.
Listen, we tell them to spread the word that we're going to hold a training camp in the morning because we're hoping to find someone to help us with a mission, with a job, and to spread the word. And we get fit young people to come tomorrow, and then we test people, and then we pick the best.
Were you going to ask them to come?
To the training part where we are now,
Well,
but in the
the church.
morning. Aye.
Okay.
What do you think? No?
What do you think, guys?
Makes sense. I mean,
Yeah. And then also it gives us a chance for them to tell some other people, like they're still like, what was it, 11 at night? They might still be like drinking till later or whatever.
Yeah, you're on about 11 at night-ish now.
Eleanor probably mentions quietly that they're unlikely to spread the word because anybody coming will be in competition with them for the job. So you might need to hire a town crier.
You don't want too many people anyway, and you want
we don't want a lot of people, but it's like a friend of a friend who are looking for work, and then we've got like a few. We didn't tell them how many people we needed. Or what, like I haven't really told them any specifics of the job yet.
I mean, 6 is a sensible sort of number.
Well, you've got 6 so far.
We want about 12 people coming.
You want to audition some more people because you're not impressed with these guys?
Well, I just felt like Darryl wasn't really impressed with them, but then that gives them a chance to not be nervous as well.
So Sneaking wasn't impressed with them. He told you he thought you didn't stand a chance persuading Elise to take this lot instead of us.
But you're away to your bed.
I know.
Yeah.
I said that before I went to bed.
So what we're going to do then? We either try and convince her of these guys and get these guys up to scratch, or we tell them that we want to look for more people.
Yeah, that was wanting to get a good enough group that he can basically tell at least take it or leave it, we're off anyway.
Yeah.
So you feel like you can walk away, that you've given her a good enough deal that if you walk away you don't feel guilty?
Right. We were not as experienced when she hired us as we are now.
But you're not convinced that these guys you've just seen are as experienced as you were when she hired you?
That's why I think we look for more people.
They've not made the best showing of it. The Archer did.
What do you think? Otherwise we're just going to end up scooting about here watching them when I don't think any of us are the best judges just now, and I don't know if they'll be doing their best work.
Yeah, I also want to see whether I have a dream saying no delay tonight, because if I do, then
We'll just go first thing in the morning. We'll just load the wagons up and go first thing before she wakes up.
Okay. Well, I'm going to make you roll for a dream tonight, Darrow, just in case, because you're looking for it, you're trying for it, so I'm going to give you a chance to get that vision dream, okay? When we do finally go to bed, put a lid on tonight. It's getting near midnight. What is happening, apart from the conversation?
And I want to see if there's any visions involving undead or travelling. I want to see whether there's vision of going underground or travelling through the mountains.
I'm just wondering what sort of visions I'm going to get after a fumbling my con roll on a bottle of mushroom wine.
Well, we'll roll for that as well then.
And Davo had prayed, Davo had prayed at both altars for sort of guidance.
He's got that extra hour on bless for anything he does. He'll get a +1 on, or like an extra. He's got a blessing for the next hour. That hour's probably finished now, actually.
So those were 8, 11, 13 and 16.
No, because those were those guys rolling, not you rolling. You were just rolling for them. So no, we're not adding one to their rolls. They were rolling. They were doing the sparring training. You just rolled the dice for them. Okay, so where are we? We're 11, half 11 at night. Getting near night time. Getting near bedtime. Yeah. What are you gonna do?
Go to bed.
Everyone go to bed at the Fair Maiden, where Elise got the room for you.
Yep.
Okay. Trevor, Andy McCarr, Tammy, Kiara, everybody?
Yes, yeah. I assume I'd gone up to our room.
Oh, you already have, yeah, sorry. It's only Kiara So it's Tammy and Peter whose characters are out just now. Tammy's dressed as a couch currently, so we can assume we're all going to bed, right? So I'll go to the fridge, grab another beer, and we'll come back and we'll move on to the next day. Okay, thank you.
Not that I can speak, considering the hangover that Andy McCarr had a few days ago.
You had a beauty. You and Eleonora.
Oh, I did hear that. We're all heading to bed, yeah?
Yep. So we're putting the lid on the day.
Yes.
Okay,
I
so
will be back in a second.
you all go to bed with the fair maiden in. Peter, give me a D100. No dream. Who else was looking for a vision? Let's see if Stinky gets a really bad nightmare with that hangover.
I can imagine Eleanora looking for one.
Give me a D100 for Eleanora as well, then.
And never mind that, Kiara's pretty sure she's had some premonitions about Eleanora.
Ooh, Eleanora was very, 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 very close. I gave her a 15%. Stinkynook, roll me a D100. David, roll me a D100 for Stinkynook. Just want to see if we get any.
Oh dear, oh dear. Fumbled the con roll. Rolls 100. Oh god, that's a nightmare and a half.
No, because I was looking for 1 to be bad and 100, so 100's perfect. So he manages to somehow, let's call that a critical hit, right? You managed to somehow sleep.
Lovely.
Yeah, you managed to sleep right through. Like, you managed to wake up just after the hangover finishes, or before it starts and get fresh or whatever, and you've actually, with that roll, managed to avoid the hangover that you would have had tomorrow, okay? I'll give you that. That's a critical hit on that roll. So no dreams, nothing at all. You wake up feeling like a brand new gnome.
Great
Tomorrow.
stuff. Go and bang on Darrow's door. Boss, right? Ready to go?
Did Kiara have to roll? No.
No, you didn't drink. And you passed your first constitution check. Sorry, you did drink, but you passed your first constitution check. Don't need to. So, how many days to court? You wake up in the morning.
31 days to court.
You wake up in the morning, 31 days to court, and your room's in the Fair Maiden Inn. What's the plan, guys?
Bounce downstairs, see what they got for breakfast.
Get
Have
some
a nice big
breakfast,
breakfast, lots of runny eggs and such like.
Eggs,
Top
mushrooms,
of the world this morning.
bacon, sausages, potatoes, probably.
Oh yes, me too. Straight in about it.
Yeah, all that. A blood pudding, black pudding kind of thing. All that available. Bread.
Apologise to Mistress Kiara about being a downer last night, but I really don't think there's much chance of persuading Elise to release us from our contract for that lot. We may have been kind of pretty weak and weedy when we started, but by now, you know, we're tough. And
Yeah.
why would you release us from our contract unless we find some tough people to replace us?
Well,
Especially
this is
since
the thing.
the bandits they're sending loads more bandits against her because they know we're there to protect her.
Well, this is why I thought, what did you think of my idea of getting auditioning and getting some people to come and try out and trial and we choose the best ones from that?
That's a great idea, Mistress. Why
thought-
not offer a prize for the best ones and then hire the best ones?
I
Yeah.
thought we should try the market. If there's a marketplace, maybe there's swords for hire there.
Well, why don't we go and ask the mayor or the King's Guard where the best place is to hire, you know, top quality adventurers?
I tried asking the
They recommended the taverns, and that's where he went to one of the taverns. That's where he found those guys. You just rolled badly.
Well, why don't we write up some notices and go to all the taverns and give them a gold each to kind of put it up on the board and just get people together this afternoon.
That's the
We
thing.
all head out now and go to each of the taverns.
You're not leaving here this morning, unless Darrow drags you by the skin of the teeth. Unless he actually drags you along the road, you're not forced to leave. You can do
I'm
whatever
not
you want.
leaving
There.
until Mistress Elise, releases from the contract. We've got a contract with her. We've got to fulfil the contract unless she releases us.
So,
So, quicker we get on with it, the better.
world.
well,
We've got to save the world from disaster. And
Yes,
going
but if you kind of go down the path of wrongness in saving the world, you'll probably destroy the world in trying to save it.
Kiara's asked.
The ends don't justify the means, boss.
Kiara asked a group of 4 to see if any of their friends want to come round and audition with them this morning in their second audition. So, after breakfast, should we go to there? And you were at the House of the Sword?
Yeah.
Or anything else before you want to do that?
Well, if somebody can write me up five notices, I'll go to the 5 taverns and kind of put up a notice in each saying, come to that practice ground if you want to earn some money.
You know of 5 taverns plus 3 inns that also have, like a...
Who can write in common? I can put up drawage notices, but that's only a quarter of the population.
So I'll probably need to go to the mayor's house and get a scribe to write for us, yes?
What about can Andy McCarr write in common?
I'm sure I can write Elvish. I'm not sure about common.
Kiara can write in common.
Hey. So you're going to put posts up?
I want to go around the market. I'll have a quick look around the market while...
Well, I'll do more than 5 then. Do you think that we'd be able to get... I'll do
Well, you have
maybe 10.
3 inns that have tap rooms plus 5 taverns, so there's at least 8 pubs in the town. At least 8. That's just the ones that Elisa's told you about. So you see all the ones that are blue in the map?
Right. I will spend the morning writing out 15 notices.
Okay.
And they can get taken round the taverns and the inns, and then Andy McCarr could take some to the market.
There's bound to be a notice board, at least one in the market.
But even if you hand some out to, do you know what I mean?
Just to be clear, we're having this conversation around breakfast, yeah?
Yeah.
Yes.
Cool.
And I suggest we say that we're looking for adventurers to take on a job and get them to turn up tomorrow morning at the trading ground for us to test people and it's to their advantage to come if they're looking for work.
Right, so just to be clear then, so Kiara's got guys coming round later this morning.
Tomorrow morning is wasting a whole day.
Yeah, so Kiara's already hopefully got some guys coming around later on this morning, and you want to try and get people in a whole other day, or try and get them
say after lunch. Say after lunch.
Try and do it today.
Yeah, say after lunch, then they'll have had time to read the notice.
Okay, I thought it was just going to take Kiara all morning to do this.
Well, she spoke to them yesterday. Last night, when she spoke to the guys, she said, "Send your friends tomorrow, and we'll do your audition. If you've got any friends else that want to come, they can come."
Was Stinking going to take notices round the taverns and the inns with a little silver piece, maybe?
Adamankar was going to for the morning.
Adamankar was going to go to the market.
Yes, I think we should be looking for experienced bodyguards. I'm adventurers, a disreputable bunch.
Well, yeah, that was my point too. She did hire guards, not it just so happened that we were a motley crew people. So does Darrow want to go and see if any more people turn up for this thing? If I'm writing, I don't know how long it would have taken olden day times to write out notices.
It's still handwriting, but you're right. Have you got a pot of ink and a pen, or it's a quill back then? Quill and paper, papyrus?
I do have a quill. I do have writing materials because I have my book.
Yep.
So yeah, I do have writing stuff.
So just the same kind of time it would take you to write it out. A little bit longer because the materials take longer to work with, but.
Yeah, so I could do it over breakfast and then go to the training place. That's fine. Okay, yeah.
Let's say you guys are sitting eating and talking for an hour and a half having breakfast, 2 hours, so you've got plenty of time to write something, discuss everything. You're having a big hearty meal, discussing plans. You've got a couple of hours to do all of that, so.
Yeah, and then I'm going to go.
Right, in that case I will take Kiara's notices and go to each of the inns and taverns and ask if I can put a notice for the day. I'll look for a silver piece.
I'll look round the market and see if there's any see what I can find around the market in
So
terms of.
So everything you see on blue on the map is a tavern, and the ones that are dark blue are inns. So if it's blue, it's a tavern, and if it's got dark blue as well, then it's an inn. So you've got at least 8 different places to pin those.
Yeah. Fair enough.
And Car, you're going to go around the market. So in the market, you see in yellow, I've marked out a few more of the shops, or the kind of ones that you'll find on the wiki, but you find all sorts of stalls: fish, like a butcher's stall, a fruit and veg stall, a wares, like little bits like housewares, brooms, pegs, all those sorts of things, all sorts of it's a market, so stalls, as well as all the shops on the main streets around it, there's stalls with all sorts of stuff. So, who exactly are you looking for?
I was just wondering whether that might be the sort of place where Swords for Hire might hang out, on the grounds that that's where merchants might be looking for people to hire.
So,
and there might be a notice board or two there as well.
Okay, I don't want to need to make any rules or anything for that, because you're in the second biggest city in the country. There is, in the centre of the market, a notice board with lots of things like that, lots of jobs. And I mean, we could fill out a random encounters table and put 10 of them in if we wanted, like get rats out my basement, a troll killed my son, all sorts of goodies, because you're in a big city. So yeah, there is a notice board: Swords for Hire wanted. Here.
Right, well, I'll pin something up there then. If I need to pay a fee, I'll pay a fee.
No one seems to bother you for paying a fee. People are looking up when you're posting the sign, like, "Whoa, what's that? Who's this guy? We've never seen him before." When you look at putting up a sign, and it looks like you're already getting interest before you finish pinning it up.
Right. Okay. That sounds like a success.
Okay.
I'll when I've finished doing this, I'll go see if I can find the others back at the Temple of the Sword.
Do you want to check out any of the market stalls on the way back?
Not for the moment.
Okay.
Focused on the job.
So you go round the market. Let's say you go clockwise. So you pass a couple of name shops that I've showed you, and then you pass most of the other name shops on the way back as you come back to the House of the Sword, where you find your guys.
And later we'll probably be looking for an alchemist or something to buy some potions. But
so Darrow
focused on the job.
Everybody else, unless anybody says otherwise, you're
Darrow, what Darrow's doing is going. Well, now he knows there's somewhere to spar.
Mm-hmm.
He's going there and going to be. Is there notice he can put up there to say?
Apart from you and the guys that you're bringing in to spar, the only people sparring here are priests or clerics, and they're young clerics that they're training. They're young guys like you that are going to be clerics out there in the world are getting trained here and doing their combat training with their clubs and their warhammers and their maces and all those blunt weapons. That's what you find going on at the House of Sword. Ironically, it's called House of Sword, but all the guys training here have got blunt weapons because it's a church. It's the training grounds in the back of a church. So anybody else that's training is really clerics. You might find if a paladin was to be training in this town, this is where he might go. So that's the type of other people you see here. Not other Swords for Hire. It's not where people can just. It's not a gym where everybody just goes. You've got the use of it because of your status and because of the people you met already in the town, I guess.
Peter, your screen is frozen.
Oh yeah. We'll take a wee pause while that fixes.
Do I need to do anything with regard to posting up in the taverns? Are they happy to accept a silver piece for putting this sign up for a day?
Absolutely. I mean, Andy McCarr got away with it without paying anybody, so yeah, it goes up, no bother, nobody asks you to pay for it. Cool, we're all back. So I leave a silver piece in each tavern and they're all happy to accept for you to put up the same notice. And is that in the 3 inns as well that you know about? So 8 times. You've got...
and then I'll return back to the grounds and I'll return back to the training ground and get with Darrow ready to start sorting out a way of evaluating candidates.
Okay, so anybody else away and coming back, or anybody else away need to do what they're doing?
Well, I know I would have finished my writing the notes breakfast. Then when the guys had left, I would have went to the training ground to just wait and see.
Went with
I
them
think
for the spar.
me and Darrow would have went together. Yeah.
Okay.
To see if anybody was here to spar.
Okay, so we fast forward to there.
One other thing is what we've not seen so far is an arcane caster.
No, they don't have one. So, that's what we're hopefully waiting for when we get to the next scene, the House of the Sword training grounds. We're all together, yeah?
Yep.
Okay, so you're in a big city. Are you waiting a couple of hours to get the effect of leaving post in the taverns and stuff?
Yeah, I think we're waiting till after lunch, because then people will have seen them at lunchtime.
Okay, so let's say you're after lunch. Are you having lunch there, or are you going back somewhere else to have lunch, or what? What are you doing for lunch, real quick?
Well, I'm going to find a street trader who does, medieval equivalent of sandwiches and
yeah, I was going to say we could probably get food in.
Back across this side of town for the market area, which is like a kilometre across town or less than a kilometre across town. But in between, you might find a few little places where you could find some bread and baked goods, whatever. So, depending on what you want, you'll find it.
Fine. Well, if I find a street trader who does kebabs or that equivalent, I'll get him to come to the training ground, and we can provide lunch and some snacks through the afternoon for the people that turn up to do the training.
Okay. So for the quality of what you find around town, picture the centre of the Arcanist village, the nicest part of town, and then the centre of the market, the roughest part of town, and then you've got those two circles and what those two circles would do to each other and how nice the town is. So then we did the makeup, we did everything else, really cool. So,
with my face covering, unfortunately, I'm having to use a straw to drink at the moment.
You're doing a good job, man, right? So, let's get cracking back into part 2, round 2.
Let's go.
So, we're back at the House of the Sword, doing some training. Let's say that there's a bunch of people show up. So, would you have 6 guys initially? Let's say another 6 guys show up. So let's roll some dice to see how they perform. And let's say one of them is a mage. We'll save them for last, okay?
Right. So, what are we rolling?
Well, given that I have actually had some military experience as a gnome in training, etc., what we'll probably do is match them up against each other and just watch both of them and rank them against each other on their skills that way. Now, if somebody says, I'm a tea leaf, then we're not going to expect them to do as well as somebody who's an out-and-out fighter. So,
well, you had in your first group...
assess them.
You had one in your first group that was a rogue.
Yep.
Let's say another rogue shows up in the second group, so do you want to pair them against each other?
Exactly.
Alright.
And I can supervise that side of things. I think Andamakar and Kiara can assess the combat abilities. Darrow can, if another cleric turns up, Darrow can assess their capabilities.
Well, I've decided that out of the 6 more that show up, 1 is a mage, 1 is a rogue, and the other 4 are fighters. Okay.
So currently we've got the first 6. 1 was a cleric, 1 was a ranger, 1 was a tea leaf, and 3 were fighters.
Yes.
So we've now got 7 fighters, a ranger, 2 thieves, a cleric, and a mage.
Correct.
Yeah, I think Eleanor should go off and get a no alignment and come back again, same as we did before at some point in the afternoon.
Oh yeah, with all the new guys that have showed up. Okay.
Fair.
The mage assessing the mage to some extent can just be done with Eleanor. Don't mean Eleanor.
With Elise.
Kiara and Andamakar.
Yes.
Discussing spells with them.
Well, or we can just discuss spells. We can see whether he seems to know what he's talking about.
All right. So, okay. So, should we do we'll do the mage last then, because that'll be the most interesting. There's only one of them. Your cleric, we've not really done a fighting thing on him. So, second last, we'll do a conversation between the clerics and him. First, we'll do all the fighters. So, how many do we say we've got? 7.
We've got 7 all told, yes, plus the ranger.
7 plus. So let's just do them all together then, to not slow it down too much. 8 of them. I want to have 8 d20 to see how they test in the. Say the first test is like advancing with swords. The second one's defense. The third one's missile combat or something. We'll do 3 separate tests.
Right. So
Give me 8 d20 to see how they do in the first test. We'll need to speed it up a little bit, like so. We'll do like that. 13, 16.
Two of them are rubbish.
13, 16, 8, 12, 10, 9. Most of them are alright, and you've got a couple of pretty high ones and 2 shitters. So 2 guys were pretty awful there. The rest of them, pretty solid. A couple of them really good. So that was fighting with swords. Next one we'll do like defense, shield walls, blocking. Someone else roll me 8d20. Oh, they done shiter this time, defo. So a 2, a 9, a 4, a 1, a 7, a 1, a 5 and an 8. And remember, these are on d20s. Nothing was over a 9. They're shite at defending, actually. That was a terrible
very
roll.
Aggressive fighters.
Yeah,
but,
we know their
on defense.
We know their style. You know how to train them, though. Right.
Numbers 3 and 4 are definitely rubbish so far, aren't they?
So that was attack, defense, and let's make the third one
Missile weapons?
Missile weapons, right? Trevor, can you roll me 8d20, please?
I'll do that. 8d20. See if we get the same 3.
Must be better than 37. 102! Come on! That's better than the first one. So 15, 14, 14, a 4. So one guy was a bit shite with the old boy. They dropped it. 19, a 17, a 10, and a 9. That was, if you look at the totals, 84, and we thought the first one was a good roll. You got 102 there. So you've just spent an afternoon. You've got like, well, there you go. You can look at the scores and what they've rolled.
Number 4 is utter rubbish.
Yeah, number 4's rolled a 3, a 1, and a 4. So he's out the door. He never got the job straight away. So you know, like.
The one who got 18, 7 and 19 is probably the best of the lot.
Aye. But you've got one that's got 18, 7, 18, 7 and 19. So there you go. You've got a mix of results. If you look at them as 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3 as their scores over the 3 things, you've got half a dozen solid fighters there, right?
yeah, it's not bad.
16, 9, 14 is really solid. 18,
Yeah, guys, come on, that's not bad.
18, 7, 19 is exceptional. 12, 1, 17 was unfortunate.
I'm trying to just convince Sninky Newt because he was the most dubious of them.
Aye, they got that was unfortunate.
Well, the number 5 totaled 44.
12, 1, 17 could even be the ranger.
Absolutely, yeah. He's no good with a shield.
Huh.
Well, there you go. Look at those rolls and put them in those order, and you can kind of see what you've managed to assemble with that group of fighters.
Well, numbers 3 and 4, I think, are 21 and 8 in total. So I'd say get rid of them.
Yeah, thanks, but no thanks.
And that leaves 2, 4, 6 of them, which are competent fighters.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
One of them is exceptionally competent. I think that's the ranger who got 44.
Excuse me 1 second.
But this is just our first morning session, isn't it?
The
This
ranger
isn't.
could have got 30.
The ranger could have got 44, 18, 7 and 19.
This is not your first morning session. This is your second session in the afternoon. You had a first session in the morning. This is your second session in the afternoon now.
But I think overall there's half a dozen reasonably competent fighters there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I reckon so.
We have 2 clerics. One of them is young and enthusiastic that Darrow's already found. Who's the other
We
one?
have one cleric.
One cleric.
Oh, sorry, 1 cleric. My apologies.
So we're gonna test the cleric and the mage next. So what we're gonna do about the cleric, Darrow and Eleonora specifically, we're gonna speak to him.
You've already said the cleric's first level.
The cleric was first level, right? Okay, so we've got the mage to discuss. What I want to do then is let's start with his level. Roll 1d4. Peter.
Just a D4.
Aye. Ha ha. That's what you get for moaning that was just a D4. We're getting a 1 either way. A level 1 mage rolls around.
I think you should have gone and prayed, Darrow, so you'd have got a +1.
My name is Madge the Mighty Mage. I've got 1 spell per day.
Well, if he's
I only had 1.
If he's a specialist, he might have 2.
Madge the Mad Necromancer. I've got 2 spells per day. One of them's Necromancy.
Oh my god.
Does he know?
Has Elise done her no alignment on them all, by the way?
Does he know sleep or colour spray?
No.
Does he know magic missile?
No.
What
Right,
does
we
he
just
know?
know to him.
I'm not impressed by this guy.
Nah,
I hope he knows
just
armor.
Madge the Magnificent Mage. What do you mean you're not impressed? Well, he's level 1.
Mad's the mad cunt, more like. He can
Peter
get his
rolled
up.
him. Don't complain to me if you're not impressed. Peter rolled him.
He can boost.
Madge the Magnificent is bottom lip shaking.
Mad's the mad cunt. That's what I'm writing down.
I'm not impressed by Madge the Magnificent, guys.
Nah.
It's Peter that rolled his level.
Kiara's got like fizzling hands, just like looking at him with magic missile.
She would kill him if she shot a magic missile. Her minimum damage would probably end him.
I'll show you spells.
He doesn't know magic.
Well,
What's a magic missile? I'm Madge the Magnificent. That sounds like it would go great with my name. Madge the Magic Missile Magnificent.
God no.
Show me the spell.
Definitely not.
I've
Definitely not.
never heard of it.
What are band schools for necromancers anyway?
I'm not sure. Somebody want to look it up? Cam?
For what?
The opposite schools for necromancers. There are certain schools they can't use, like.
Don't think they can use illusion.
That's too complicated for me. One of you guys go.
Anyway,
Perhaps we should
shall
take
I
him
have a
with
look at
us.
these 2 skilled locksmiths and see if either of them are any good as a scout?
What's that? The 2 thieves. So, what kind of skills do you want to test them on? Sninkinook. Let's say you're taking charge of this then. That's the resident tea leaf. Well, how are you going to test them? Explain the test, actually.
Well, it's going to be scouting, so that's going to be hiding shadows, move silently, missile weapons, and spotting things.
Okay, so
I think compare them on archery first, and then on see if they can find half a dozen things to hide, and then we'll just see if they can sneak up on me.
Okay, so we'll roll it like we did before in 3 separate skills. So you roll 2d20, 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 I guess.
Here we go.
Oi! Oofed. Oh, interesting. So, what was the first one? Spotting.
On archery, they're both very good.
On archery, they're both excellent.
Oh, that'll do.
On
20 and an
sneaking
18.
around, one of them's absolutely appalling.
I've got an absolute useless sneak. He's sneaking nothing. A 1 he rolled and an 8, so he's not a lot better.
But he's good at finding.
Spotting things.
Spotting things, we've got an 18 and a 4.
ambushes.
So number 1, a 20, a 1 and an 18. What a fucking range of rolls. An 18, 8, 4. Probably about as good, isn't it, to be fair?
I think both of them are okay.
They're
Yeah,
not
yeah,
terrible.
If we're talking about someone who's riding on a carriage traveling with someone as escort, then being able to shoot and being able to spot
are the most important.
is actually probably more useful than being able to sneak.
Yeah.
You were told.
We won't send him out as a scout.
Sneaky Nook might not admit that that's the most important things, but
yeah, the ranger might be able to do some of the other stuff.
I'd suggest we take the tea leaf number 1, providing that they're all reasonable alignment.
Well, that's the chap we met last night, isn't it? Or is this?
He's lawful neutral. Or he's neutral good, rather. So at the moment, we've got 5 fighters and a ranger, a tea leaf, a mage, and a cleric.
Yep. Sorry, I was just
the mage. That guy. He's as mad as a brush.
We're not taking that mad.
Madge the Magnificent.
That's useful. We should take him with us. We could do with a necromancer down in amongst all that undead.
So you've now got to try and persuade Elise that these guys can take over from us.
Oh, Trevor,
if they're willing to
please
go.
do. Please take Mag the Magnificent, make him the next NPC. He'll be so fun. Madge the Magnificent, level 1!
Have we found out their alignments yet?
So you're coming back in and doing it again after you've met all these new guys, right? So Madge the Magnificent is a lawful neutral.
Well, he's not all bad then.
The rest are lawful good to
neutral good.
Lawful neutral and neutral good, yeah.
Right. Well, I suppose I'd suggest
Madge the Magnificent. What are you on about?
Yeah,
I'm
go
talking to the rest of our team. I'd suggest that those 9, we see what they'd want to go on this trip, and then try and persuade Elise to take them.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got to have some sort of arcane caster, so why not give Madge a go? He seems...
Trevor, bring him along with you guys, mate. He's my favourite NPC we've come up with in a while.
Yeah.
The level 1 legend. Madge the level 1 legend.
Individually, they're not as good as us, but there's more than twice as many of them.
Yeah.
What level did some of them seem to be the better ones?
So you rolled them pretty decent. So let's see, how many have you got? 9?
Yeah.
9 in total, yes.
Roll 1d9.
We know that some were first, and we know one was first and one was second.
Aye, that was the first time, guys.
We know.
Right.
No match was.
Who rolled?
One
Who rolled the 1? So you've one of them is level 3. Roll another 1d9. Four of them are level 2. The rest are level 1. So you've got 1 level 3, 4 level 2, and the rest level 1. Make a note of that. So your cleric was level 1, the first fighter was level 2. Distribute the rest between your rolls. That's your group of people that you've managed to gather together.
I think the ranger, we should say, is the 3rd, because he's the most competent that we've found so far.
There you go. If we ever need to roll stats for them, we can look at those rolls and remember that he was really good at shooting or whatever, give him the extra dex.
So the ranger was...
Ranger 3, cleric 1, mage 1, thief.
You've got at least 1 fighter too, because one of the first guys you found, the 2 guys, was a fighter level 2. Henrik's a level 2 fighter.
Yeah, I think the thief must be a level 2, judging by his abilities.
Well, work that out, don't take too long over it. We've got a lot to get through.
So in that case, we've got 2 more fighter 2s and the rest are fighter 1s.
So what's the total then? What have you got?
I wasn't paying attention.
We have
a cleric 1.
Ranger 3.
A ranger 3.
3 fighter 2s, 2 fighter 1s, a thief 2, cleric 1, mage 1.
Okay, cool. Okay, and you're sending Madge the Magnificent along, are you? You giving him the job?
We're only taking one of the thieves.
Yes, only one of the thieves.
So Madge is getting the job and the second thief isn't?
They both shoot quite well.
Are you joking with this mad cunt Madge?
Do you want to employ the second thief as well then?
Well, I don't know.
I'm just glad Madge is getting a job. I like him.
Do you want to employ the second thief?
I think we should.
Yeah.
Okay. What in that case? What level is he, boss? Because
what have you got
I
left?
had excluded him, so there's none left because I had excluded him.
Okay.
But if we're taking both thieves, what level would he be?
Roll 1d10, and if he's level 1, if you roll 1, we'll roll again. No, he's level 1.
Yeah, I think he must be I think one was level 2, the other must be level 1.
Mhm. So your 2 thieves are level 2 and level 1. So that's your party. How many is it? 10 total.
10 total.
And that's your proposal. Okay. So it's later in the afternoon now. The sun's starting to go down. A lot of people are sweating. A lot of people are like, "Wow, this is a big group. I hope we're all getting paid."
Well,
plenty of money to be made, boys.
Yeah, but they'll only get paid
I
if
have
they
a
get
quite
the
point with the rest of them. I suggest we give the ones that came and turned up a gold piece for turning up and send them away with it.
All right.
So that's just the 2 fighters, and the rest of them, talk to them about the job boss and say that it would be 750 gold for them to escort Elise to the to Silverhall.
750 between 10 of them.
Between 10 of them, yeah.
75 gold each
that.
for you're looking, what, 5 days work, aren't you?
Roughly
75,
that, yeah.
15 gold a day each.
Yeah, which is damn good money.
It bloody is.
And that would also leave Elise with the 250 gold that she's not having to spend.
Whoever's making this offer to the men, make a charisma roll.
I'm suggesting this to the party.
Okay.
First of all.
Okay.
What do you reckon?
I think
Yeah.
Kiara is our Kiara's our spokeswoman as far as the recruiting goes.
I know, but I'm not good at talking numbers with her, and she doesn't like.
You're
me,
offering them
so-
75 gold each to the 10 of them. 15 gold a day for about 5 days work. Basically.
Yeah, sounds
Yeah,
like good pay.
I mean, I can talk the numbers, but if Kiara does the persuasion, explains that we have to persuade Elise, they have to be on best behaviour to persuade Elise that they're worth it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they better
Okay.
go and
Yeah,
get cleaned up.
that's fair then. Yeah, that's fair then.
So if Elise does the talk, sorry, if Kiara does the talking and just kind of refers to sneaking up for the numbers.
You reiterate the numbers.
Yeah.
Alright.
Do you want me to roll to see how well
Nope.
it goes down?
Well, you're at the House of the Sword just now in the training grounds. Elise isn't there, so where do you want to go then?
But I'm saying, do you want me to roll to see how well that goes down with the guys?
With the offer of 75. Yeah. I want. Sorry, yes, I do. I want you to roll your charisma for that.
and
Yeah.
then obviously to see whether they're like, yeah, sweet, we're on board, or whether they're like, ah.
Yeah. I want your charisma on that then. If you're offering it to them.
Yes, there's a D20.
Yeah.
They might start arguing amongst themselves.
Ooh,
Looks like they
18.
do,
What's your charisma?
Oh, give me 1 second.
I feel like it's about 17.
16.
Oh, you failed the roll.
Just though.
So they say, "Wow, no, we want at least 100 gold. 75's not enough. You want us to take over your big rich and famous bodyguards' asses? We want at least 100 gold. Never mind your 75.
Well,
Let's talk in round numbers. You guys are loaded. Let's talk in round numbers. 100 gold each. 1,000 gold, surely.
We're well talking round numbers then. I tell you what, you'll get 100 gold each when you can come up with a level 6 or 7 fighter to come and join the party. But while you're sitting there,
Level what? What's level? What do you mean level?
Level, with your little pipsqueak untrained arse, and expecting 100 gold a day, we don't even get 100 gold a day, and look at us, we're absolute warriors.
No, you're offering us 15 gold a day. Give us 20 gold a day and we'll talk. 100 each for the 5-day journey. 20 gold a day and we'll talk.
No, I tell you what, you can go away and go on your little couple of gold coins adventures killing owl bears, and we'll get somebody who's serious about it to come in. Dashed money.
Look, lads,
You
you're trying
must
to make a
put
name
it
for yourself.
back.
Sneaky Nook will kind of chip in and tell them they're trying to make names for themselves, working for Elise, good contact. I mean, we can bump it up to 80 gold each, but you know, we don't have the cash to give them 100 gold each.
And they don't deserve the 100 gold.
You don't have the cash. You don't have the cash. So the wiser of this group, the higher level, whoever was level 3, looks at you don't have the cash. Pull the other one. We know you've got the cash. Come on, give us 100 gold each. 75. Talking round numbers. We know you've got plenty of money.
Skills for 100 gold each.
Right,
You can have 100
get
gold each.
him to make a charisma roll to persuade me.
Right, okay. Somebody roll 1d20 for him then.
Absolutely, not as a persuading.
And then somebody roll 3d6 to see what his charisma is. You rolled a 2, somebody roll 3d6. Ha! Somebody roll 3d6.
I'm not rolling anything else, it's too bad.
Somebody roll his charisma. It's definitely going to be higher than 2.
It's going to be higher than 2.
Exactly.
I've got a character.
Oh, it's a 14. If you want to go down to the dice roll, then Sneaky Nook, you're convinced by his charisma.
I'm convinced. Sorry.
Yes, go on. We
that's
need
cool.
somebody. We need somebody, but they can have the extra money, but only if Elise approves them. They've got to make themselves.
They've got to convince Elise.
They're
Yeah, they've got to
piping up
convince
here,
Elise.
and they've barely got skills to be going and hunting owl bears. Never mind.
Well, yeah, but as long as they can convince Elise, that's the.
So you're
important
offering the
thing.
10 of them 100 gold each. 1,000 gold total.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, Sneaky Nook is right.
Okay.
Well, as I say, if Elise accepts them,
After a long,
Yeah, they
sweaty,
say-
hot afternoon in the autumn, you've bashed out a deal, and they'll accept 100 gold pieces each.
yeah, they've got to go off, have a good wash, put on their best kit, make themselves look impressive.
Okay, so you're parting ways with them for now then? What are you going
No.
to tell them to meet you?
Well, we've got to meet Elise this evening with them and get her to break our contract.
So what's the
Yeah,
plan?
yeah.
She's staying at the Dragon's Nest. Are you planning on meeting her there?
I think that's the best bet.
What,
Yep.
tonight, dinner time? It's getting close to dinner time.
Yes. So
Yeah,
I'd
yeah, give them.
send them off, Kiara, and get them to kind of spruce themselves up so they look competent.
Yeah, you want to make sure you look like you're worth 100 gold a day,
Oh,
because you don't fight like it.
oh, nice.
Right? Yeah. Come on, guys. Need to go spruce yourself up. This is important.
And when are they?
There's no point
So
in
when are you expecting them to come back to meet you? We're dinner time now.
Their supper.
Tonight.
Well, just after dinner, I suppose.
At
We need to go and see at the Dragon's Rest, which is where Elise is staying.
in the tap room, in the bar,
No, in the street outside.
in the street outside.
We will then need to go in and arrange to see Elise.
Okay.
Unless we go over now, boss. What do you reckon, Dara?
She's not going to listen to me anyway.
She doesn't like Darrow the most.
Oh, well, why don't we go over, maybe without Dara, and have dinner with her, and we can broach the subject.
Oh, that sounds good to
Diplomatically.
Kiara. She's going to knit back and she'll get changed. Get to put some finery on. Get to go to a slightly nicer place to eat. She
Well,
has a feeling there's
I'll bring
some
one of my
horrible bit
I'll
coming
bring one of my
soon.
bottles of mushroom wine along because it's good stuff. She'll enjoy that.
So you're taking you bring your own beer to the poshest inn in town.
Well, just in case they don't have any.
Okay.
in your bag.
So, guys, before we do that and go to the late dinner time at the Dragon's Nest, does anybody want to do anything else in the town? Because you're right in the centre of the town.
Hold on, so we'd now, like, what time of day or whatever are we on?
Dinner time, say 6 o'clock ish.
So we need to go and if we're going to have dinner with Elise at the Dragon's Rest, we need to go and get washed and spruced up ourselves. It's been a hot, sweaty afternoon watching these guys fight.
Yeah.
It has been.
Yep.
Well, you're sparring with them. They're fighting against you in the sparring.
Exactly.
Stinky Nook, Darrow, you guys have got a sweat on. You'll maybe want a wash before you make business deals, I guess.
I mean, my hiding was too good for them. They weren't able to sneak up on me.
Well, Davo wasn't going. Davo's not going to be going to meet Elise.
Because of her downer on dwarves.
He can go and drinking with the other dwarves, can't he? He can stay with the brothers.
Are you trying? Is the plan? Yeah, I noticed it was mentioned maybe last time, but you've not offering to like try and pawn the brothers off with her. Like, oh, go and bodyguard this woman. Here's your adventure. They want to be on the adventure with you. You're going with that, yeah.
Well, we've already assumed that they won't go with Elise. They've already said that.
Yeah. Well, I've said that if you asked them, the chances are they would say no. But you're not going to bother asking.
No, they seem to have a serious case of hero worship for Darrow.
They do a little bit. We've got a bit of a hard-on for Darrow, to be fair.
Except they're better fighters than Darrow.
Well, yeah.
Darrow's
From what you've seen so far, they're pretty impressive, like.
Well, if they can carve their way through ranks of undead, that's fine with me. We've got a few owlbears up there they've got to deal with by the sound of it as well. Anyway, we've got to
more
convince
useful
Elise
than
first.
that mage. They'll be more useful than that mage.
Madge the Magnificent. You're trying to peddle Madge the Magnificent to Elise.
No, we're not trying to peddle her. We're trying to peddle the entire group.
I like Madge the Magnificent. I think you should take him along. Madge the Mad Cunt.
Yeah, I'd take him along.
If he's got necromancy skills, then he might be a convenient sacrifice, yes.
Yeah, I would have loved it if you took him into the group. Like, we've got a bear, we've got a mad cunt.
Damo, if he's with the two dwarves, maybe saying, so do you think they go, Elise can be persuaded to take that lot? Otherwise, I don't know what we'll do.
Well, the dwarves will look at them in their ragtag cloth, maybe a little bits of leather armour, say, well, she doesn't like dwarfs, does she? See if the half elf lass does well talking to her, maybe you might get lucky if she's super charming on the day, but I wouldn't be pinning all my life savings on it.
Oh, come on, Kiara.
We're coming with you, right, Darrow? We're coming for the adventure, smashing up all those skeletons, right? This is Fargrim Battlehammer saying this to you.
Yeah.
Yes. Let's go for adventure and for battle the dwarfs. Let's go for the dwarfs.
They try and convince them, like.
But your chances, that ragtag bunch, I wish you the best of luck.
Well, they've got numbers, even if they don't have great skill.
Aye, but I've watched you guys in battle. I've watched you guys. You are a real adventurer party. You're not a bunch of sword for hire, a bunch of green boys. You guys are experienced. You're famous adventurers now. You know, and the Silver Isles.
Oh, you are now.
You are now. Yes, your names are known around here. That's why we follow you. That's why we want to give up this life. We've got a great shop and a great life back in Draskemir, I believe. Back in Draskemir, and we're giving it up. We want to come with you and follow up with you. We want to follow you to adventure. Yeah, you're famous. Your chances of pawning it. Money might be the persuading factor in that one. We'll see how you get on. Don't ask me to be involved in your negotiations. Just let us come with you on your adventure, please.
Well, at the present moment, I'm assuming that we pay $750 for the mercs, and Elise would only have to pay $250, which would mean that she'd be $250 in pocket. Because at the moment, she'd have to pay us another $500.
No, because you say you were going to take you were taking a loss on it. So you would have to pay her. So you would have to pay off $250 to pay off the contract.
No, we have to pay No, at the present moment, she's given us 500.
Yep.
And she owes us another 500. Yes.
Aye, so she's going to write off the other 500 if you replace you.
Yeah. That's what we were going to say. But I think she, in the end, just said if we found replacements, she would let us go.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what I'm suggesting is that we effectively pay them 750, which is the 500 she's paid us plus 250 that she hasn't paid us. She'd only then have to pay them 250 when we get to
right. So you want to pay 3/4 of the 1,000.
We're talking about paying 3/4 of the 1,000.
Right. So she's in pocket 250. Right. Okay. Got you.
Yeah. That's the suggestion. I mean, if need be, we can always go up a bit more so that she doesn't have to pay anything, and we'll pay the whole 1,000, but wouldn't pay any more than that.
See how the conversation with her goes then.
So would Sninknook be there with me, and we would be able to do it like a two-pronged attack? Yeah, that's cool.
Certainly.
Well, that's how you did it last time. It wasn't supposed to be. It's supposed to just be you, and Stinky was interjecting, and we used them. So I guess it is for both of you. The voice of reason coming in from behind.
Unfortunately, Stinky easily convinced to give up more money. I mean, it's only money.
Well, Gara rolls badly and then goes, well, fuck you guys! Fuck you guys anyway!
That's Kiara for you.
You need Stinky Nook in there helping. Well, actually, hold on.
Well, unfortunately, I wasn't around when Kiara was threatening to slit Elisa's throat to get away from her.
I don't remember that.
When you were fighting the bandits and they went, oh, we just want Elisa and we can let you away, you looked at Elisa and went, see how easy we can let you go. And then you went back into battle. I remember.
Okay. I was just reminding her, that surely she would rather have us have found replacements and be like, right, here you go, then us just go, right, fine, you're on your own.
Now we'll see. When you bring these potential replacements to her, we'll see what she thinks.
Yeah, so will we speak to her first over dinner about the numbers and about that we found these other guys, and then we'll let her see them, yeah?
Well, we can, I think that's the best bet. Talk to her over dinner, explain that it is important that Darrow's freed up to follow his god's trail. We've spent the whole day seeking, quality recruits. Granted, they won't be as good as us, but we've hired 10 to replace 4.
Yeah.
I'd also suggest that we give them Ralph and the cart to go the rest of the way.
Yeah. Fair one, because we won't be able to use it if we're going underground.
Yeah, let me grab my pen. I'm just taking notes.
Yeah,
so,
I think because either that or we'd have to just get Ralph to stay here in hope that we will return. But,
and then we have to give him some kind of retainer.
Well, you're not planning on taking Ralph underground when you find a secret entrance at the ruins, are you?
We'd already paid Ralph to travel with us all the way to Silverhall.
Yep.
Yeah.
And we've replaced his wagon with a brand new wagon.
Yep.
So just send him with them up to Silverhall. He can carry them, their stuff, their camping stuff, any food, etc. And they won't be slowing Elise down at all.
You can pay Ralph off easy.
Oh no, we've already paid Ralph.
Sorry.
And we could let him keep the wagon.
It's his wagon anyway.
Yeah, it's his anyway.
Oh, he paid for it. I thought
it was no. You did buy it. It was your wagon. He was your driver. You paid him as a driver.
True, yes. My apologies.
Yeah.
Ralph can keep
the wagon does belong to you and not Ralph.
Yeah, but let Ralph keep the wagon. Yeah.
Okay.
Throw that in there. It's brand new.
Okay.
Yeah.
2 seconds. I'm just making some notes.
Ralph and the wagon.
And the horses are valuable.
So there's 4 horses. There's 2 spare. Right. So Ralph's new wagon has 2 horses. There's 2 extra horses that were Elise's horses, and you've got your 5th horse.
So we've got Goliath and we've got Charlemagne, who are ours already. I was going to suggest that we took another horse because for packing stuff onto them so that we can still take more equipment with us.
If we're going underground, I don't think horses are a good idea.
What about Goliath? Am I going to have to...
Unless you're planning on eating them.
You could always find a stable for Goliath, and you could
said that with somebody.
You could give somebody some money to look after him until we return.
Stable your horse in here in Silverhall.
Or
In Stonehaven, rather.
we're having to think about you having to leave an animal behind now, Kiara.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, it'd be better for him than going underground, because it's dangerous underground. And,
Yeah.
The passages are small, you wouldn't be able to ride him.
What are you going to do with Goliath when you go underground?
Stable him in here in Stonehaven.
Yeah, I'm just gonna have to leave him here in Stonehaven.
Come back and collect him.
How long are you
Yeah.
going to pay to stable him for? Will you tell me how long you're paying to stable him for, and we can work out the gold to take off your sheet later. Save it, taking up time in the game.
What if I was to sell him?
We can sell him if you want. But do you like him?
Yeah.
Well, if we leave 6 months stabling fees with Darrow's church here in Stonehaven, then they can pay for it on an ongoing basis, can't they? Then when we get back, we can get the money back.
Let me make a note, Goliath.
Right, why don't I pay for 60 days first, because we've got 31 days till court, which means that...
We'll pay for it out of party funds.
Okay. Okay.
To be fair, a year's stabling would cost nothing of significance to you guys. Doesn't it? Semantics, logistics, doesn't matter. You could pay for a year and you wouldn't notice that out your coffers.
Okay, so I suggest we stable Goliath here. We hire some pack mules to carry stuff down underground, because they're more sure-footed. I mean, if we can get some beetles, that would be even better.
Yes,
we're likely to find them here.
Definitely, we can take Charlemagne though.
Which went everywhere with you so far. How many times has Charlemagne made underground?
Good. We need somebody to eat the goblins.
Oh, wrong one. I'm going to get a drink. Discuss amongst yourselves.
Yeah, I'm sure Charlemagne would be up for it, but yes, Goliath, I think. Best to stable him.
But first thing is...
You wouldn't like it.
Persuade Elise to take this.
Yes. So...
Yes. They've
We'll
got
do that
numbers,
over,
if nothing
we'll do
else.
that over. Yeah, we'll do that over dinner. Adamanka, you're like Elvin as well. She's like more on your side. Like
Yeah, I'll come along.
we just be super nice to her, and then we chat over dinner, and then we tell her, and then Stinky Nuke, you throw the numbers at her.
I've got a
And talk
charisma
business.
of 12. My charisma's not too bad.
Nice. Yeah, we should be able to do this. Come on. I'm just making a note about Goliath.
Well, if you add up all the levels of the party that we're bringing in, there's 16 levels total. So over 4 characters, that would be equivalent supposedly to 4 levels each. So
no, it's not equivalent. 16 level 1s isn't as good as 4 level 4s. You know this.
But a level 3, 4 level 2s, and 5 level 1s.
That's not the numbers you're taking to Elise.
It is.
No, it's not. You're taking. You don't know these numbers. That's metagaming.
No, true. We're taking
minus 1,000 XP to you, David.
We're taking 10 characters, some of whom are really competent, others of whom are trained but not as good.
Yep.
They're both
It's different.
And
bringing
the range
the
is
group-
pretty good.
Yeah, we're bringing a bigger group of mixed capability fighters and bards.
Check you out being PC about them.
I need to be.
Being PC about the NPCs.
We are not mentioning Mags the Mad Cunt just now though. Not at all.
Madge the Magnificent was the best of the bunch, by the way. You're missing out on a treat there.
At least I'll hate him.
You should be taking him with you. You should be giving at least 9 guys and taking Madge the Magnificent. Trevor knows what I'm talking about.
I want
the next great wizard.
I want to see him face up to something.
But you're offering Madge the Magnificent and his 9 followers to Elise.
Yeah. Okay.
Alright, let's see how this
Cleric is
goes.
We already agreed the cleric was the leader, didn't we?
Eric the Cleric is the leader, eh? So who's his second in charge? His mate Henrik, the level 2 fighter, is that the second in charge of the team then?
I guess
I
so.
thought the ranger was.
Alright, okay. Oh, the ranger's the level 3 guy, isn't it?
Yeah, but then...
But Eric and Henrik know each other very well, so maybe it's familiarity over experience? You tell me. It's your group of ragtag adventurers that you've put together, boys. Kiara?
What sounds best? What sounds best? What do we
in Football Manager terms, you have to balance experience with familiarity, yeah?
As a matter of interest, was it Eric who had the 14 charisma and persuaded me to pay them the extra cash?
Believe so.
How well? Also, another point would be that these are local people to this part, therefore they know these roads as well as Elise does. We are not.
Nah, they don't know the roads that well. They're all local guys. It's a big place, a big city. They've all lived their whole life in the city. They've not really been out on the roads. They're trying to make a fortune by getting out there. They don't know it as well as you do. They've probably never been up and down the Silver Road once.
The Ranger's been out on the road.
The Ranger would have a little bit more, yeah.
I just assumed that because they lived here, they would have used these roads.
In the local area, yeah, but not so much right up and down the Silver Road like you guys have been.
Okay, fair enough.
Doesn't matter what way you paint it, they're not as experienced as you guys.
That's my idea of distance, not adding up.
So where are we? We're in what? We're in the night
We're
time.
in this fancy. What is it? The dragons.
Yeah, you're in the Dragon's Nest where Elise is for the night. And this is the second night here, right?
Yeah, so she knows that we're having dinner together, so she's expecting us.
This is where she's staying, so you're hoping to you're meeting her for dinner and sitting down with her for dinner. Okay, let me pull up a tavern map again then. 2 seconds. Got one. And I'll pull on tokens. So I've got most of the folks here. Let's put on some more.
If this Eric the cleric is so persuasive, perhaps he should be the spokesman for the group.
That's what I think.
Yes.
So yeah, we take the cleric guy in with us and say this man and 9 of his men.
Yeah, okay, so I've done Elise and Artan and Eleanor. I don't have another 10 tokens for all those people, but
no, don't drag them all in. Just
we've got a busy pub now anyway.
We're just taking the one guy, the one cleric guy.
Oh, so you're taking Eric, the guy that's going to be your de facto leader of the group, right? Okay, so Eric comes in with you.
Yep, we'll leave the others outside waiting just in case Elise wants to see them as well.
I might be able to pull a very quick token for Eric. What is he, a cleric? Eric the cleric, yeah, maybe.
Cleric.
Let's use this one if I've not used it for someone else already.
Eric Silvertongue.
Silvertongue? We'll take it. Somebody make a note of that. Eric Silvertongue. I'll write that down.
Me too.
Priest of Tempests.
There he is, Eric. I've not got a name badge on him, but you see him on the map. So, it's dinner time. 7 o'clock now. The tavern is full of people. Even just all the people I've pulled onto the map is filling it up. And there's twice that again already. It's bustling. To get an order, you have to really whistle at the barmaid. To get to the bar, you're really jostling through people. There's another act, another bard reciting poetry on the stage. The bar's hella busy. There's another 4 Kingsguard drinking in the table next to you, between you guys. What's the plan?
Sit down with Elise and first of all, what is there for food? Because this is a nice place.
Okay, so let's say there's pheasant soup, goose and vegetables, and there's a boar roast.
But Elisa's already been here for a night, so I'll ask her what she recommends.
Elise recommends the goose. She says it's fantastic. It's got the biggest, fattest layer of fat ever. You'll love it.
Okay. What's a goose?
Oh, it's a bird. Thinking
it's
a bird.
vicious
You know the
bird.
things that fly up here. It's one of them, but it's a beautifully tasty one. So fatty, so succulent. You're gonna love it.
Yes. Well, it seems fitting revenge.
They say revenge is best served cold, but honestly, goose is best served hot with the fat bubbling and sizzling. You're gonna love it, Stinky Nook. Just enjoy.
Oh, thank you, mistress.
Yara would be straight in about the boar roast.
Okay.
Definitely.
Like literally, if you guys are having drinks and everything, if you want to have all the drinks you want, you could literally say 3 to 5 gold each, and you can do whatever you want. You don't have to worry about money. You guys are rich now. Take 5 gold off per night. Every night you go out drinking, you've got whatever you want, and we don't have to worry about semantics. You know what we're like with semantics. We don't worry about it.
Okay. I'll ask Elise how her day's gone in business terms. Did she have a good day?
She'll hunch over a little bit closer to your stinking nooks. Business is always good for me. You can see I'm a busy woman, but yes, and here in Stonehaven I always do especially well. I'm looking forward to getting on the road tomorrow. It's been very fruitful, but yeah, I'm tired. I can't wait to get back to Silverhall and really get some rest. But yes, it has been excellent business, stinking nooks. Thank you very much.
You brought it up a day, mistress? Because you were going to stay here 2 days.
Oh, that's right. Sorry, the day after tomorrow. Yes, I'm so tired. I'm longing for home. I can't wait. It's been so long. I've been on the road for so long. Thinking you've been with me for most of that time. You know how long we've been on the road. I can't wait to get back and really rest in Silverhall.
I was going to say Silverhall is home, isn't it?
It's where she's from. Yeah, Artan's not. Yeah. Artan's from Narazir. She's from Silverhall.
Oh yeah, we know where Artan's from. We stopped off past his wife's.
That's Narazir. She's from Silverhall. She might not have said where she's from, but anyway, she's looking forward to getting to Silverhall to get some rest anyway, because that's the end of her season or the end of her line.
I am. So talking of getting back on the road, and obviously the hiccup that we have with Darrow having to go on this mission for his church, and obviously you needing to have a replacement for us. We have spent the days that we've been here, we have spent advertising and collecting and going and also training some men, and this here is Eric Silvertongue. He's a cleric, and we have found him and 9 of his men that we've deemed
9 of his men.
9 of his men.
Okay. At this point, Tabby, roll a charisma check for Kiara, please.
Yeah. So just a D20, yeah.
D20 under your charisma.
Come on. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And 9 of his men, you say? Go on, tell me.
So obviously, Mistress Elise, we know that it's not good timing. We're also aware that we are have now drawn quite a lot of attention to you because of the way that we're parties moving together, but also that we are now quite a good protection unit for you. So to replace the 4 of us, we've got you, this good man here, 9 of his men, all mixed capabilities, mixed skills, a good mixture of fighters, defensive people.
Do you have one that does that magic missile spell that you do?
Oh, well, that's a specialist spell.
Oh, that's a specialist spell, is it? Well, I paid specialist money for you guys.
Well, this is the other thing, Mistress, is that Sninkin here has came up and he's crunched the numbers, and obviously he is on your level, much more on your level when it comes to the business side of things. I, as you know, don't know a lot about that, so if you don't mind, Stinkernook would be able to hopefully come up with something favourable for you.
All right then, lass. Of course, you're only a child. You wouldn't know anything about the numbers anyway. Go on then, come and talk to me then, Gnome. Tell me what you've got. Tell me what your offer is.
I'm not good on business, Mistress. It's logistics is more my thing. Well, as Mistress Kiara said, there's a good match of talents. We've got a ranger to scout and spot anything out of the ordinary.
That's your job.
Exactly, which is why I need to be replaced.
Is he competent? Really, is he going to replace you, is he? You should look at him.
I doubt very much he's up to my level of capability of sneaking around, but then I'm really, Mistress, I'm more skilled underground, and rarely do you go underground. So in this open country, I think he's really good.
Oh, really? Okay. Go on.
There's a couple of spotters and archers who are... even I was impressed with their archery skills, Mistress. And then there's...
Stinkernook. Look at this ragtag bunch you've brought in front of me. Do you really expect me to pay the money I've paid for you and your expert compatriots that I'm going. Do you really expect me to pay the same money for this bunch of shitbags that I paid for you and the great Darrow and Kiara and Andy McCarr and Eleanor? Come on now, you must not think I'm a fool.
Mistress, when we have kind of learned our skills as we've gone along. The money you paid out for us initially was to pay for that level of skill, but obviously you expect that we'd fulfill the contract, and sadly we're not going to be able to, and therefore you're taking a loss. So what we're going to do is, at the moment, you were expecting to pay us 500 gold when we got to Silver Hall, and so we're suggesting that we absorb the loss and just you
see, you want me to take the paltry sum of 500 gold pieces? You think it's worth 500 gold pieces for me to hire these fucking ingrates to get me to Silver Hall? You think these fucking nuggets are worth 500 gold pieces, Sninkanook? Come on now, we are friends now. We've travelled together for almost a month now. What are you talking to me about? You think these clowns are worth 500 gold pieces, Sninkanook? I am a wise businesswoman. You really think that's going to land on me?
You've come more than halfway, and you've paid less than half the money, effectively. So what I'm saying is, you only pay half of what's left. Your
value is only anything when you get me to my destination alive, Stinking Bodyguard. You are only worth what I pay you if you get to me to where I paid you to get me alive. I am not yet there. You're only worth 1,000 gold pieces.
We know that this is a bad situation. We know that you don't want us to go. We also know that anybody that we bring to you is not going to be good enough for you. So unfortunately, we either work together and we're able to find someone who can hopefully get you to the Silver Hall safely, comfortably, in good atmosphere more than anything.
Charisma check.
Or it's very difficult and we end up leaving on bad terms. So
roll for charisma.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
It's an argument. Please win it.
No, she made it.
No, it's not.
Well, I don't see like I've got any choice, really, do I?
Do you trust us? You've trusted us this far to get you here.
Well,
You've trusted us with your life.
I suppose I'm alive, aren't I? But we're not quite at Silver Hall, lass.
Well, it's unfortunate.
Well, it's only 5 days' journey to Silver Hall, Mistress, and we're kind of giving these people all we've earned and more to save you money.
Look, okay.
Also, I think it'll throw people off because they'll be expecting, when they're looking for Mistress, at least they'll be expecting this ragamuffin bunch of people protecting you, and all they're going to see is human guards. They're not going to think anything of it. So actually, you're hopefully going to have an extra level of protection with being a little bit incognito now.
Okay, so you're going to give me 9 guards and 500 gold back.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we're going to give you we're going to give you. We have paid them 750, which is the 500 gold you gave us, plus another 250.
Yep.
Which means you only have to pay them 250 rather than 500. So you've saved 250 on the journey.
No. I'm not paying out any more money. If that's who you've got for me, you're paying for them. You want out of your contract, you're paying for them.
No, that wasn't the agreement in the first place. You're being greedy now. You can either be greedy
I'm not
and
greedy,
end up dead on the road,
end up
dead on the road, or you can not be greedy and have good protection.
If you want out of your contract...
Well, it was only 2 seconds ago that you were giving us the speech of, "Oh, come on, we're friends now. We've worked here for so long. We're
yes,
friends
we're
now."
friends, Miss Chiara, but we have a contract, and if you want out of your contract, you must pay your way out of your contract, and you know this.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'm going to get up and leave. I'm going to slit her throat in her sleep.
Stinkerook, what are you doing?
I'm staying, and I'm going to try and negotiate her down from all of it to just 150.
Right. Okay.
Yes, so I'll stay as well and try and
So she's wanting you to pay her off the other 250, and you've got to try and negotiate that down to 150. And Kiara's leaving, did you say, Tammy?
Kiara's left, yeah, because if she stays, she's going to end up fighting with this stupid old cow.
Okay.
If she disagrees one more time, Kiara's just going to wait. And
so you storm out. You storm out. Can I get one more charisma check from you, please?
Yeah. Let's go.
We should let Eric have a go.
Nice. Okay. So Sninkinook, you're still.
Let Eric have a go. Style.
Well, I think David was.
Eric, speak up.
Yeah. So I was trying to rather than we were asking her to pay 250. And she wanted to pay nothing. I was going to try and get her to pay 150, and then we'll stomach the other 100.
So, who's proposing that to the already angry Elise?
Probably going to be me, isn't it? Unless Ander McCarr wants to do it.
Roll charisma with a minus 2 penalty, whoever's doing that.
Well, I made a charisma check, luckily, because my charisma's only 10.
But you just made it. And
Yeah,
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll say, you know, we have been testing them all day, and you know, to make sure that we've only got, you know, the best people we can find.
Can I have a charisma check for you then?
Okay, mine's not too terrible. Yeah, that passes.
Alright, so you manage to argue her down to taking 150. And she'll take on this bunch of shitbags. I'll let you go. Okay?
Did we get that in writing from her? Because
are you asking?
We obviously had a contract initially, so I feel like
her word is her bond. I'm sure we don't need it in writing.
Well, I'm pretty sure it won't do for Darrow or Sninkinook to not have something solid to say that we are absolved of all responsibility for the contract.
So you're asking for it in writing?
Yes.
Yeah, she can come up to the castle and get the money off our courts.
Well, no, you're not asking for it in writing because you fucked off.
Yeah, sure.
I know, but I'm saying, are we getting? I'm asking, like, as I think, are we going to get written permission from her to say that we're absolved of having to do?
Well, who's left? Sninkinook speaking to her. Are you going to ask?
I will ask just formal confirmation that that she's satisfied that we've met the terms of our contract by finding replacements and paying them to stand in for her as guards.
Let's say she's accepted the deal, but she's not happy about it. Roll charisma one more time.
Come on.
What's your charisma? Failed.
10.
Oh, come on, let Eric try and persuade her.
Nah, she's not happy with your bullshit deal. No, I see through you. You're just trying to get out. Like, no, I'm a smart businesswoman. It's not gonna land on me. And I'll let you roll for Eric. See if Eric can make a chance to persuade her. If you want Trevor, can roll it.
Go on, Trevor.
She's getting a bit. She's getting a bit of a pain in the arse. Like,
we've not rolled the charisma for him.
See if we.
Yeah, there's.
You did.
Not like
we did. He was the one we rolled before, yeah. And you rolled the 5, so Eric the charismatic has
Silver Tongue.
Aye, Eric Silver Tongue, yeah, Silver Tongue Eric. He is the one that manages to cool her down. But look at how strong I am. Look at my arms. Look at my mates. We're tough. Honestly, you're getting a great deal. And she looks at you and thinks, maybe I am actually. Maybe I'll pocket.
I'll be honest and loyal and
yeah. So. Eric the charismatic pulls around,
Hey. Nice one.
So you're paying the 150.
Yep. I've knocked that up, added to that
Tight fuckers, man. We're just about having a fight over a couple of hundred gold.
But no, it's the principle. She thinks that she can pull you after and stuff. Not at all. She should just be grateful that we've got her as far as we did.
Okay.
I shall return with Ander McCarr to the inn with Eric and the rest of them. Introduce them to Ralph. Tell Ralph what's happening with regard to him going on to Silver Hall
Is she going down to Silver Hall alone?
He's going on to Silver Hall. These 10 guards are taking our place in.
But Stinky Nook boss, but Stinky Nook boss, I was okay travelling with you guys, but you want me to go on this bandit infested road? You want me to travel on my own? You're leaving me? This is Ralph.
Not on your own.
You're travelling on your own. You're travelling with these 10 skilled guards.
So alright, so Ralph's going to be the driver for all these extra guards?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, and he's paid off, or you're offering him anything more?
And when he gets to... He's already been paid for the whole journey to Silver Hall.
Oh yeah, he has.
When he gets to Silver Hall, the horses and the wagon are his.
Alright, are you giving him all the horses?
I might ask him if he wants to take Goliath.
So you're going to give him Goliath?
He'll take it, because it's valuable.
And you're going to give him Goliath and the other two that go with his cart? Because remember, Elise's horses still belong to Elise. It was just...
Exactly.
In fact, they're still attached to her cart. And you've got 2 horses attached to your cart. Goliath is your horse. So you're offering it to him as a settlement payment?
Yeah. Yeah.
Alright.
No, just as a thank you. It's something extra, but he's got a fucking brand new cart that we just got. He's got 2 horses. He's already been paid for the whole journey.
Well, you stormed off, so we need to roll your charisma and Ralph later. You fucked off, so you're not rolling it.
No, she's probably stormed off back to where Ralph is anyway.
In fact, back to the bar. Yeah. Do you want to roll your charisma versus Ralph then, and see if he's happy with that? Go on then.
Sounds like a good deal to me.
It's a nice horse.
Personally, I think she could get some mega bonuses because it's a brand new cart and 2 horses he's getting on top of it.
I think Kiara is really not in a good mood at the moment.
Kiara's not in the best of health tonight.
Deal.
So you failed that charisma roll.
Yeah.
Oh, well, but I'm just going to die on the road between here and there. I'm with the rest of these clowns. This is Ralph. You're just sending me off to die with Elise and with these clowns. These aren't bodyguards. You want me to send me off to die and that's all you're going to pay me off? Really, mistress? Kiara?
You were paid to... Well, you were paid to drive, Ralph.
In that case, we'll ask Eric whether any of the team can drive a cart, because if so, they can take the cart and the horses, and Ralph can stay here.
Stay here in the town?
Well, yes.
So you're going to say, right, duties are over, you can stay here and do whatever you want. How much are you going to pay him off to do that then?
Nothing, because he's
already been paid.
Yeah, it's got a lot of money, yeah. Okay. So that's the proposal now.
Well, if he's not willing to drive the cart to Silver Hall and get the cart and horses, then he can stay here.
Well,
and we'll give the cart and horses to Eric and his team to drive to Silver Hall.
Thing is, he was getting paid excellently off you guys, but the danger because it was danger money. And if you're going to leave him, he doesn't want to be up on the top of the road. He wants to get home. Well, now Ralph lives in I can't remember the name of the town, but it's right down on the south of the island. Ralph needs to get there.
We had no agreement to get him back to there. We paid for him to go up to Silver Hall. We had no agreement to get him back home.
No, technically he did not. Correct.
Exactly.
Ralph can suck it and see as well.
Oh, all these weeks with Ralph, and really it's going to be like that, is it?
Well, perhaps Eric can persuade him that he should go with his group.
Up to Eric.
Yeah, see if Eric wants to hire him.
He wants to roll Eric's charisma against Ralph.
The persuasive one.
Eric's got the 14 charisma, remember? Who wants to roll that versus Ralph then?
I'm not bothered. As far as I'm concerned, Ralph can stay here.
Oh, and I'll roll again, shall I?
Poor Ralph, I'm bothered. I'm invested. Ralph's been with us for a long time. That's under. Okay, let's say convinced. Ralph with tears in his eyes. But I don't want to leave you. I've been with you for so long. It must be at least 30 episodes. I mean,
well, let's have a drink. Let's have a drink together tonight now before we have to hit the hay.
Well, you're kicking on 7-8 o'clock now, past dinner time, drinking time now. So
yeah, come on then, Ralph. Let's have a last few drinks together.
You having a send off for Ralph, are you?
Yeah, let's go. Let's do it.
All right. Remind me what bar we're in. We're in the the top one.
Something Maiden.
No, we're in the Fair Maiden. Yeah. Okay. So the Fair Maiden is a a bar in town owned by somebody called Rahesia Westbrook. Rahesia Westbrook. She's a human female. It doesn't say there, so I assume she is.
Can I just disappear for a second? I just need to go somewhere.
Of course you can. We can have a look at what kind of drinks they've got here if people want to have a drink, because we're at night time now. I'll be back in a second, actually. Give me 2 seconds, I'll be back.
All these people getting all arsey with us now because we're having to go do something more important.
Yeah, they seem a bit entitled round here, if you ask me.
Yeah, very.
Elise wants the world, including her, to be destroyed by evil, so that she can insist on some petty contract.
Yes.
Well, I mean, she's an elf, we've got to make sure that she's safe, but I think we've done a reasonable job to, for the last few miles.
We have.
I wouldn't be comfortable with leaving her with no guards, but since we have tested this bunch, they're not totally hopeless.
There's double the amount. It's 5 days travel at best.
Okay, well, I'm back.
We'll hopefully be in this underground gold road by then anyway, so.
Hope so. I've made 7 maps. You've been on one of them so far. I was worried that I would have underprepared and you would have blasted through them all. I've made 7 maps for tonight, actually. So I'm glad you haven't blasted through them all. Your last 3 taverns all look the same, though.
So some of this lot had been too close to the castle, so we can check on the road up there what it is from them.
Right, okay. I'll change this on the map again then. 2 seconds. Or 2 minutes, maybe.
Their local knowledge of where the owlbears might be, that sort of thing.
And think of how many times the King's Guard have given her money whilst we've been doing missions for them.
She's made a fortune. She's probably
made a profit on us.
She's made a fortune. Yeah, she has been. She's made a fortune.
She's being a cheeky bitch. She's being a cheeky bitch.
Okay, so I've moved you to the map. Tell me when you all see it as well.
On Silverhall, on this big pointy one, your big mountain one.
Yeah, I'll shift click to where we are. Nice.
I'm seeing the main.
In fact, no, you're not here. You're here.
Yeah. I'm seeing the main island map.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, I can see the castle by the mountains.
Yep.
Yeah.
So you are here in Stonehaven. Rockholm is reputedly right under it. That's your hometown, Darrow. You can almost feel it. You can almost hear your mother through the couple of 100 metres of rock. She's below you. She's only a few 100, 500, 1,000 metres of rock below you. You've got days of travel on the road if you're to go the road that's accessible. 5-6 days going there and back to come back. But you can almost hear her. She's just underneath you. Your mother, your home, your heart, your family, your father, they're below you. Somewhere. You can feel them. Just half a mile below you in the earth. Your family is there.
Oh, I wish my family were
No,
I'm sure it'd be better if we got there safely by going the sensible route, but no, you seem to insist on going through.
It's only
undead.
And I've got all those. It's only.
The boss has got to do is augury.
It's only a few hours travel from the town to Dragon's Watch Castle. This map's scaled correctly, so 10-11 kilometres. Dragon's Watch Castle ruins, where you believe you're looking for this entrance to the Gold Road, is about 10 kilometres away, 11 kilometres away. So whatever that is travelling, at whatever speed you're travelling, that's how far away you are. Are we on the next morning yet? We're not, are we? We're still in the evening.
One discussion we should have had is, do any of the characters, particularly the warriors, feel at all confident trying to use this holy water sprinkler?
Why are we giving it to them?
I don't know if I've done all the weapon proficiencies for your 2 extra dwarves, but I don't think either of them have flail, to be fair.
Oh, is it just because we can't use it?
You can use it, but it's non-proficient.
I'll give it a go. I can't swear that I'll be that good with it, but I'll give it a go.
Do you want to put it in your weapons in, and that could be the next thing you may be practicing in? Right, okay, because a fighter mage probably can, but normally a mage can't use a flail, but I would say because of circumstances and story, you could be training with that for an next weapon proficiency if you wanted.
Well, I'm not as a weapon proficiency, but I mean, it's not my weapon, but I'll give it a go.
So just to describe it again, it's a flail, right? So a 2-handed wooden pole with metal ends with a chain, and then on the chain there's a metal spiked fucking thing. But this one twists open, and inside you can put a glass vial of holy water, and it will do it's called the holy water sprinkler or something sprinkler, and it will sprinkle holy water on your enemies as you hit them.
I think I'd be -3 to hit, because -2 for non-proficiency and -1 because it's not my proper weapon.
Alright, well yeah, the blade singer gives you an extra penalty, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. But
Wouldn't work for me, I'm afraid. Not my style at all.
The dwarfs, the Fargrim and Ogrim both look at it like, oh, I wish I'd spent more years practicing on the flail. Maybe that's the next weapon I could learn to use. So obviously they're not proficient. They're a weapon and armour smith. They know a flail very well, but it's not something they practiced with.
Frankly, I'd much rather use my sword.
Well,
But you know,
I'm mentioning to see any of them whether they want to volunteer to try.
Fargrim and Ogrim are both like half bravely, half cautiously step forward and say, if you want someone to try it, boss, I'm your man. Both of them at the same time will say
they'll
this.
be better at it than I would.
Okay, so give the holy water sprinkler to Fargrim or Ogrim then. It's a mace.
Is it one-handed or two-handed?
It's a one-handed mace. It's a standard one-handed mace, medium weapon. There's the standard damage of a mace. Proficiency or non-proficiency affects it however normal, but if you're hitting undead with it, it has that if you load in a bottle of holy water, it's got that 1d8, 1d6, 1d4 damage for 3 rounds.
So in the party, let me get, one of them uses a maul, which is two-handed, correct?
Two-handed warhammer, aye, and the other one's warhammer in each hand.
So he could have the holy water sprinkler in his offhand as an option.
Yep, with a -4. Well, no, wait, that's the two-hander guy. So he's ambidextrous, so we'd only have the non-weapon proficiency. So it's only -2 to hit with it, and it's offhand even.
So
he can still have his main weapon with all his bonuses, and that with only -2 in his offhand.
So I think he's the one who suffers the least.
Aye. And because he's using his other hand for the hammer, he still gets 2 every 3 with that one.
Yes.
Yeah. And is that Ogrim or Fargrim? That's the younger brother that uses 2 warhammers. I think Ogrim.
Ogrim.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So he's able to use it, and is only sacrificing his offhand weapon,
Alright.
whilst a couple of us. Now, Sneaky Nook can't use it because it's a medium weapon, so it's big for him.
So sometime in the evening, before we retire, Darrow is having a conversation with the Ogrim, with the Battlehammer brothers, and it turns out that Ogrim's a one-hander, and he can potentially use that to not too much detriment in his backhand. And you're gonna load that up with holy water and give it to him.
Yes.
Right, so take 1 cartridge of holy water off your inventory, and you've got 1 in there. So in the first hit, if it's something that's affected by holy water, it does the extra 1d8. Second hit 1d6, third hit 1d4.
and he's got enough common sense to be able to tell if something looks like undead.
Yep, okay. After the three, it needs reloaded.
So if we meet an owlbear, he's going to be using his normal weapons and not that.
And so is he keeping it loaded, ready for undead? So you're saying to him, put in a vial of holy water, get that in, so you've got 39 left now, yeah? That's locked in there, ready for him to use.
Boss, tomorrow I need to try and find some silver or magical arrows, because I need some range capability against undead. Now, it's useless against kind of skeletons, but if there's any wights or wraiths,
you planning another day shopping? Remember, we're on evening time now. Bars and taverns and inns are open. Shops are not.
Yeah, we can leave tomorrow, but we need to leave tomorrow morning, but we need to find buy a mule to cart stuff along. I mean, carrying a crate of 40 holy water is not something that you can do. No,
that doesn't fit in a backpack. That goes in a cart. Yeah, so if you're keeping 40 of them, you have to consider how you're carrying them without a cart.
Well, we're going to take a mule.
I've got Charlemagne loaded up with all like. Remember, he's got like saddlebag type thing.
But if you want Charlemagne to fight, you can't carry bottles because they're going to fall out. So you might think about a mule or a horse or something.
Yeah. Well, if they've got any beetles in the market, great. But
do we want to find an alchemist in case they've got any useful potions?
Well, you're in the town. Do you want to have a see what's going on in the alchemist? Let's say the shops are still open. The alchemist would still be.
Well, let's have a quick go over to the alchemist.
Oh, right, okay.
It might even have a potion of undead control or something.
2 seconds, I'll move us to the Stonehaven map.
The alchemist.
Yep. Okay, so the alchemist is Sarai's Mortar and Pestle, right in the centre of town, actually.
Nice.
Right here. Who's going there?
I think Ander McCarr.
Yes, I'll go over there. Anyone else coming with me?
Well, I'm going to a weaponsmith or smithy. Well,
we might as well make a circuit of it, mightn't we? Stick together.
We'll do that after then. So we'll do the Mortar and Pestle, Sarai's Mortar and Pestle first. Now,
if we're wanting to get going as promptly as possible, then people going separately makes more sense.
Okay.
Also, this is still the night time of the day before.
Yeah, this is night time. There's limited time before all the shops shut.
Yeah, not all the shops are open now. So okay, Sarai's Mortar and Pestle is the alchemist.
I'll give Ander McCarr 1,000 gold before I head off to the smithy.
Okay, well, if we'll do the smithy second, do the alchemist first. So the alchemist, I've not done a sheet of what's available. So give me demands and I'll give you a chance. Or give me wish list and I'll give you a chance.
I'm not quite sure what's.
Potion of undead control.
Potion of undead control. I've heard of that.
Yeah, okay.
Although I'm not sure what.
In a place like this, where people come adventuring looking to take on the castle ruins and undead, I'm going to give you a 25% chance that there's one in the shop.
I'll have to ask who can actually use one.
Nope.
So I'll roll a
roll to see if we've got one first.
Oh, look at that.
There you go. So there is one in the shop. So whatever level that is, we'll say that times 100 gold pieces, that's what it costs to buy.
Let's check the description.
Was it?
Yeah, let's
scroll of
I'll ask.
Sorry, potion of undead control, yeah?
Yeah.
Alright.
I'll ask for the description of it, because I don't really know the details.
Peter's got the book in hand.
Something I'd know.
It's against various types of undead, so you've got to roll to see which type of undead on a d10.
Oh, okay. So roll a d10.
I'll roll a d10, see if it's one that we might encounter.
Good luck, 2.
Yeah.
What's the 2?
2 is ghosts.
So, you've got a protection against ghosts potion, yeah?
Is it protection or control?
Sorry, control. Yeah, it was control undead.
The first level wizard spell charm person.
On undead. So it was a control undead / ghost.
Not sure
It
whether it's.
affects a maximum of 16 hit dice of undead,
Who can use
which
it?
I suspect means one ghost.
And who can use
sort
it?
of money.
Rounding down any hit point additions to the lowest die. So
What level of ghost is offhand? No.
About 6, I think.
You might possibly get 2.
I can tell you, I've got the book open here. 2 seconds. Anyway, you're metagaming. You shouldn't be thinking about it.
No, well, I don't know. I don't know the details. That's why I'm asking him.
Ghost is. Oh, where is it?
Hopefully the alchemist will know this sort of thing.
Ghost is level. Thaco 11, so it's level 9. Fuck. So your controls are against quite a high level undead, actually. That's a level 9 undead. Level 9. Equivalent to a level 9 fighter, Trevor.
So the odds are we're not going to beat one. But
Well.
Oh, you think so? You think so? Depends how much you think I want you to die or not, mate.
I wouldn't mind
If
too
we
much
meet a
aging
ghost,
a little
it will make
bit.
its saving throw and will die.
You're coming to get. It's going to be worse than ghosts. I warn you now.
Well, so I
You've had it
I've
too
only
easy
been-
for too long.
if he's offering it for 1,200, I haven't got that much money. I can only offer 1,000.
Well, soon as you're a man of repute and a man of fame and shining armour and incredible good looks and charisma, he'll give you it for 1,000.
Oh, go on then. Yes,
You buying it?
I'll buy that one.
Okay. So, guys, we're coming to 10 o'clock. Do you want to keep going?
I don't, if that's okay.
no.
Yep, we'll save it for next time.
But I kind of feel like, well, partly because I'm sore, but partly because I feel like this is a good place to stop. Like, we finally managed to fucking convince Elise we're actually ready.
Got rid
to
of
now
Elise?
go. Yeah. Right,
Without,
I feel
without,
like it's a
without
good
slitting
place.
her throat.
Alright, well,
That's a
So,
For
what-
now, so far.
what we'll do then, because it won't take long, is wrap up the night and we can be starting on the next morning
Yeah,
then.
that's
So,
what I mean. Like,
who's got
if we
shopping,
can-
who's got bookkeeping
Yeah.
to do? We'll do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Weaponsmith, I'm looking for.
That's right. Stinking Hook at the Smith's next. So, the Smith, and I've got a wee bit of text on the wiki, give me a second, is the Obsidian Anvil, weapon and armour smith of great reputation in Stonehaven. So you've heard about this before. Alicia's
But
told you
what
this
do
is...
our dwarves think of it?
Well, Elise has told you that it's a great place. Let's say the dwarves agree, actually. There's a great reputation here. Owned by the charismatic and beautiful, you might want to know, Darrow, because you're a dwarf, Vanilla Frostbeard, female dwarf. Young, charismatic, beautiful, popular around town, in fact. Famous. Everybody knows her. Her weapon and armour smith does really well. And it's half down to her bubbling personality. A couple of items to note that Elise would have told you about. There's a Sword of Vengeance and a Javelin of Lightning known to be in stock up there that are both 1,500 gold pieces each. That's all Elise would have told you about the place. But yes, owned by a charismatic and beautiful young female dwarf, Vanilla Frostbeard.
Nice.
That's the weapon and armour smith in town. The one that Elise would tell you about anyway.
What's a Sword of Vengeance?
So the Dungeon Master Guide, mate. Level page 200 and something. I didn't make a note.
I know, but tell us what it is.
I didn't look. Just copied it over. Sword of Vengeance, whatever the Dungeon Master's Guide says it is.
Sword of Vengeance.
Yep. If it's not there, we'll make it up later. It's 1,500 gold pieces, the same price as Javelin of Lightning.
I don't think a Javelin of Lightning's worth 1,500 gold pieces.
That's the price here.
Yeah. Well, considering it's used up when you cast it, it's a one-use item.
Oh.
So, has he got any
This
silver arrows or magical arrows?
Silvered arrows, let's say... Yeah. Silvered arrows, there's a box of 20 for 200 gold pieces. For +1 arrows we can roll.
Has he got any +1 arrows?
Okay, roll D100 and 50% chance there is some.
Well, that's almost
Definitely.
a critical roll.
Yeah, so let's say there's some +2 arrows there as well. There's a set of +2 arrows, 20 for 1,000 gold pieces, and they've also got 2 sets of +1 arrows times 20 for 100 gold pieces each.
Sorry, the
arrows sounds good.
There's 20 +2 arrows for
No.
1,000.
Yep, or 20 +1 arrows times 2
For a-
potentially for 100 each.
Okay, so I'll take both the quivers of +1 arrows then.
So that's 200 gold pieces, and that's 40 +1 arrows.
Yes.
Nice.
20, for me, 20 Farandom a card.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Nice.
And how much for the silvered arrows?
Silvered arrows, let's say the same as +1 then, 100 for 20.
I'll take 100 of the 20 of the +1 arrows as well if he's got those.
Yep, 100
I'll
gold
just
pieces
double
for that as well then. So you bought 20 +1 arrows and 20 +2 arrows. No, 40 +2
No.
arrows.
40 +1 arrows and 20 silvered arrows.
Nice. There you go, you've cleared them out with magic arrows. What's next?
I'll ask if he's got any gnome artisans working for him who might have a sprayer.
Would you mean a sprayer?
A sprayer.
Tell me.
If you've got any insects on your mushrooms, you kind of
Alright, okay.
put your stuff in a bucket and you kind of suck.
Right,
spray
okay.
it on them.
Okay, so big city.
Basically a garden spray.
Okay, big city, few gnomes live here. There will be a little bit of gnome technology. Give me a 10% roll. No,
No.
unfortunately not.
That
I don't know
was-
what you're talking about. A sprayer, I've never heard it.
Oh, wonderful gear, piece of kit.
Never heard of it.
What does that sword do?
Okay,
I don't know. I can't find Sword of Vengeance in the DMG.
can you not? Okay, I'll look it up for
No,
next
sorry.
week. Well, should we look it up now? Hang on, 2 secs.
I've not been able to find it in anything yet. Could be useful, especially if it's a long sword. I like long swords.
Let's say it's right. We'll wing it now. It's a +1 sword, +3 versus, and we'll give it a 1d20 table and make a race. Yeah.
Plus 3 versus undead would be good.
So it's a +1. Right. Okay. Well, tell you what. Roll 1d20, and if you roll a 1 or 2, it's undead. If not, we'll work out what it is next week.
Who's rolling?
You.
So it's a sword +1 / +3 versus, and if it's a 1 or 2, it's versus undead. 12.
Nope.
Okay, so well, I'll make a random table and we'll roll it again next week. But it's not undead anyway, so undead's off the table.
And we need a stables to buy a mule and saddlebag.
Okay. Well, someone take a note then, because we're at the end of the session. That's bookkeeping, right? Okay, you've got a mule. You've got saddlebags. Take the change, the money off your sheet for next time. That's another thing done for starting next week.
And we found replacements. We sorted the contract with Elise.
Maybe
We
not net
have-
replacements.
We're out the fucking
Kind of.
contract.
Good
we-
enough to salve my conscience.
Mhm.
Yeah, we've squared up with Ralph. We're having a drink with him tonight. Like it's going to be sweet, and then we are ready for this mission.
I think so.
Nice work.
Anybody else want to wrap anything up before we wrap it up for the night?
No, I'm good. I think.
Nice. I was worried we wouldn't be able to fucking have enough content for everything I wrote tonight, but we've still got 4 or 5 maps to visit you've not seen yet, so we've done really well. We're still in town. After 6 hours, we're still in town. We've done well, like.
But think how many sessions we've been trying to get out of this contract, Will. I feel like I've been talking about this for weeks and dreading it.
And you did.
Kiara, got one question for you.
Yes.
Mule's name.
Yeah, give us a name for the mule.
Oh, the mule. Humphrey.
Because Goliath is gone.
Yeah.
Humphrey, right, okay. Remember, Goliath is gone now, sold him.
I didn't tell him he went with Ralph.
Yeah, it was your deal with Ralph, yeah.
I take Kiara around to the back of the mule and point at the distinct lack of equipment. Suggest Humphrey might not be the best idea. I just rolled to see whether it was male or female.
Yeah. Would you go odd female, male, even male?
Odd male, even female, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Isn't it Muffin?
Muffin the mule.
That's funny.
Hey guys, I'm going to close this Twitch stream. We'll finish off episode 50 there, but I'm going to come back to you. We're going to come back and hang out. So,
fair enough.
I will be back with you in a minute. Let me sort this out. Stay there, guys. Right, Twitch. Thank you very much for watching. This has been episode 50. This has been my 40th birthday. This is Halloween. Thank you very much for watching. We will be back in 2 weeks. On Tuesday, though, with episode 51. And you'll see the edited highlight version of this on YouTube in the next day or two. I will be hanging out in Voice and Discord if you all want to come and join us. It's discord.gg/THCC. And we'll all be hanging out. I'll be back in a minute. Guys, thank you very much for watching, everybody.